Chapter 41 Number 002 Imitator, calling out Chu Ru. If not, Yang Emo would not say such a sure thing. After learning that The Classic of Mountains and Seas is a civilization trial manual left by the ancient ancestors, now the researchers in the institute are researching frantically, trying to guess which of the monsters will come in the second round. I wasn't quite sure at first, but after reading these 3 news articles, I can almost pinpoint the identity of the monster. Yang Emo nodded, the corners of his mouth raised slightly. This is the benefit of having the civilization trial manual. After the monster arrives, you only need to follow the pictures and check the seats, and you can clearly know the various characteristics and habits of the monsters. Subsequently, he picked up the Jing of Mountains and Seas and opened the chapters of Nanshan Jing. Eventually, I stopped on one of the paragraphs. Zhao Ziyan saw this. He quickly came forward and read this record. Softly. 500 miles to the east, there is the mountain where I prayed. There are many gold and jade on it, and there are many rhinoceros, and elephants below. There is a bird, which looks like a turtle with a white head, 3 legs, and a human face. Its name is Chu Ru, and its sound is its own name. I read it, her body trembled, and she quickly thought of one of the 3 news articles. The body of an old man disappeared. The family claimed to have seen a white bird. It coincides perfectly with the description in this record of its shape is like a bald head with a white head. Yes, the monster that descended this time was called Chu Ru by our ancient ancestors. Yang Emo nodded, and then explained, it is a type of demon clan. He is not very powerful in combat, but he is extremely good at disguise and can completely fake the real thing. Even his DNA, brainwaves, and memory are the same as those of humans. That's why the United States and other countries conducted rigorous investigations for 3 days, but were unable to catch any trace of them. In previous lives, countries have tried their best, but have not found a way to identify Chu Ru in disguise. Eventually, it has caused a devastating blow to countries around the world. Maybe it's because of the butterfly effect that China has received an SSS level evaluation. Chu Ru from his previous life appeared in the 3rd round of the civilization trial, and this time in the 2nd round of trials, Chu Ru arrived early. Invisibly, the difficulty of the trial has also been raised to a higher level. Even DNA and brainwaves cannot identify them. They are still so forbearing, so their intentions must be quite big. Zhao Ziyan took a breath of air, her eyebrows flashing. It is the color of worry, it doesn't matter. Yang Emo smiled softly, pointed to the Book of Mountains and Seas and said, the ancient ancestors have left us his weaknesses in the trial manual. Zhao Ziyan was stunned, immediately looked at the text record that I just read, watched it several times. I didn't find Chu Ru's weakness. The last sentence. Yang Emo spoke lightly and reminded him. The last sentence is, Zhao Ziyan looked at The Classic of Mountains and Seas and suddenly realized, his singing is his own name, his singing is his own name. Could it be said that his name is weakness? Live broadcast room. Since the start of the civilization trial, the number of people online in the live broadcast room has always remained above 10 million. In addition to listening to popular science, more people regard it as a platform for communication and interaction. What happens in daily life, they will be shared in the live broadcast room and communicate with other netizens. Oh, I took several days off to look for monsters, but I didn't find a single monster hair. Do you think it's the monsters that are afraid of us? Impossible. Didn't you hear what Dean Yang said? The mission of the monsters is to destroy our civilization. I suspect they are holding back a big wave. I have read through The Classic of Mountains and Seas these days. Which monster do you think is coming this time? The screen full of barrages rolled across. What netizens talk about the most is the topic about the 2nd round of monsters. The whole people mobilized, dig 3 feet into the ground, and none of the monsters in the 2nd round were found. It was quite confusing for them. This time. The scene in the live broadcast room suddenly switched, and Zhao Ziyan, dressed formally, appeared in the camera, looking solemn. He said in a deep voice, everyone in the live broadcast room, please make an urgent announcement now. After research by our institute, the identity of the monster that came in the 2nd round has been locked. Its name is Chu Ru. Our institute it is now officially named Imitator number 002. Imitator 002 is extremely good at disguise. Through contact, it can perfectly copy anyone's DNA, memory, brainwaves, and other information, and change it at will to look real. BRs, the relatives and friends around you are most likely Chu Ru in disguise. If you want to confirm, just call his name 3 times. Hear this, the tens of millions of netizens in the live broadcast room instantly became excited. The barrage was overwhelming, densely packed. Liangcheng. In a certain community. A man was resting on his girlfriend's lap, eating grapes, and enjoying a happy couple time. Mobile phone in hand, interact and communicate with netizens in the live broadcast room. Suddenly noticed the emergency announcement issued by Zhao Ziyan. Real or fake? This round of monsters can perfectly disguise themselves, and even their memories can be copied? He swallowed. He looked up at his girlfriend, who raised her cute eyebrows. Skin is as crystal clear as snow, exquisite facial features. There is also a pair of long legs, which are currently being pillowed under his head. Xu Ru? Xu Ru? Xu Ru? With suspicion he shouted out Xu Ru's name 3 times in a row. Next second, something happened that made his scalp tingle and his pupils tremble. I saw, in his memory, his sweet and lovely girlfriend glared at him hatefully. Next, the body is twisted, constantly changing. The tiny clothes on his body were stretched out, and a third claw-like part grew out between his slender legs. Not long after, its true colors were exposed. It is exactly the same as the description in the Classic of Mountains and Seas. White head, human face, 3 legs. It looks extremely scary. Zizhou. A university. In the dormitory. Brothers, come and watch. An announcement has been made in the live broadcast room. Zheng Fan, who was watching the live broadcast, shouted and quickly called his 3 roommates in the same dormitory. Holy shit! The institute named the second round of Monsters 002 Imitator, and said that he is very good at disguise and may hide himself as anyone around us. As a senior member of the folk monster hunting organization in the past few days, he skipped classes continuously and walked around the streets, searching for the whereabouts of monsters, but nothing was found. I didn't expect. The monster can actually achieve perfect disguise, copy anyone's memory, and keep changing. The announcement also said that as long as you call Xu Ru's name 3 times in a row, they can be exposed. Zheng Fan looked at the 3 roommates excitedly. Let's go inside the school and start investigating. He stood up, just about to go out. Suddenly, I noticed that the expressions of the 3 roommates were a little strange, and they were not as excited as expected. My heart couldn't help but thump. Swallowed. I read it 3 times in succession tentatively. Xu Ru. Xu Ru. Xu Ru. Chapter 42. 12-sided crystal. The words just fell. His 3 close roommates turned into strange birds with 3 heads and 3 legs. At the same time, China, emergency notices rang out on TV stations and radio stations everywhere. Announcement of this matter. What do you mean? Is this a deep werewolf killing? Can you change your identity and disguise at will? I remember that although the 001 undead can disguise itself, it can only disguise itself as a certain fixed person, right? Real or false? They can also copy memory and body information? I just opened the Book of Mountains and Seas, which records Xu Ru's appearance. He has a white head and 3 feet. It still has a human face. The people were shocked at first, then try to test it on the people around you, called 3 times in a row. Xu Ru is like a spell, with magical power. After chanting, those perfectly disguised monsters all showed their prototypes, exposed to the eyes of the world. Bird head, human face, 3 legs, appearance, exactly the same as the description in the Classic of Mountains and Seas. A series of reporting calls were made to the Monster Research Institute. Yanjing Monster Research Institute, are you ready? Yang Yamo looked at Zhang Yongguang and others in front of him with a solemn expression. Via the reporting hotline, they obtained the accurate address of the monster, always on standby. Zhang Yongguang and others said in unison, with fighting intent surging in their eyes. With the cooperation of the military taking their lead, there will be a comprehensive crackdown on 002 imitators across the country. Today is different from the past. Each of them is equipped with immortal armor, which is made from the horns and scales of the 001 immortal. Well equipped. As long as you don't encounter second-level monsters, ordinary first-level monsters can't even break through their defenses. Let's go! Yang Yamo saluted everyone. An order was given. The demon hunting team responded to the call and began to carry out the mission of eradication across the country. The United States Department of Defense, Minister, there are the latest developments in China. A piece of information was immediately delivered to Jobs' desk. What? Huaxia deciphered the identity of the monster so quickly? Jobs was surprised and delighted, and quickly took out the Book of Mountains and Seas he carried with him. He flipped through quickly. I found the record about Xu Ru. The brows were always furrowed. A rare relief. This also means the monsters coming in the second round are no longer full of unknowns. Next, he gave the order decisively, without further delay. Immediately copy all the methods of China, notify the people of the United States, and dispatch a special monster hunting team to suppress monsters across the country. Use all the military power of the United States to eliminate all 002 imitators in the country as soon as possible. This round of civilized trials. We in the United States must surpass China and obtain an SSS level evaluation. He clenched his fists, there is strong ambition in his eyes. The last round of trials, the great United States has just received an A-level evaluation, and the physical fitness of all members has increased by 10%, but the entire population has improved by 100%, made him jealous. Now, the opportunity finally came, under the same conditions. He believes that the United States will never do worse than China. Gaul. As one of the 5 permanent countries. At this time, he was also troubled by the domestic 001 undead and the second round of monsters that had not yet appeared. Demonstrations by the people. It's getting worse. When the senior officials were at their wits' end, the intelligence department also submitted a piece of information about China. It caused a sensation throughout Gaul. Quick. The Ministry of Information, Propaganda Department, TV stations, and the Internet quickly informed the whole country of the weaknesses of the 002 imitators. Copy the rest of the actions from China. After confirming that the intelligence is correct, Gaul made a decision quickly, copying China's response plan exactly like the United States, the whole process, crisp and neat, without any hesitation. At the same time, globally, after seeing the monster information released by China, all countries made the same decision, copy China's response measures, act quickly to suppress 002 imitators within the country. Quietly, China has become a guiding light for countries around the world. 3 days later, the 7th day of the second round of civilization trials, China Monster Research Institute. Dean, after 3 consecutive days of suppression, our country has captured a total of 28002 imitators. They have been sent to the laboratory. But their vitality is too fragile, far inferior to the 001 undead, and their maximum survival time is 3 hours. Zhao Ziyan stood in front of Yang Mo, reporting on the recent situation, thinking of the laboratory in the courtyard. I couldn't help but shudder, and the hairs on my back stood up. At this laboratory, it was pioneered by Yang Mo and was specially used to dissect and study monsters. Influenced by Yang Mo, the researchers inside are all perverts and lunatics. Tragic monster experiments are carried out every day. 3 days to come. 16,002 imitators died on the experimental platform. Even though we are far apart, from time to time, you can also hear shrill wails coming from the laboratory. What about research? Has any progress been made? Yang Mo put down the Book of Mountains and Seas in his hand and asked. Zhao Ziyan took a deep breath. Organized my thoughts. He replied seriously. Through dissection, the experimental team found a 12-sided crystal inside the white head of the 002 imitator. The crystal seems to contain strange energy, and its specific function is unknown. Still to be studied. Hearing this, Yang Mo's expression moved slightly. He nodded and said, "Let them focus their research on the electromagnetic field." Zhao Ziyan was a little surprised, but he didn't ask any more questions and wrote down Yang Mo's explanation in the memo. What is the current situation in other countries? Then, Yang Mo asked again. After our actions, all countries around the world immediately copied our measures and actively suppressed the 002 imitators in their own countries. Zhao Ziyan was familiar with all the treasures and then reported, so far, the United States has suppressed 002 imitators. 34,002 imitators. The Gaul Kingdom suppressed 25,002 imitators. The Sakura Kingdom suppressed 20,002 imitators. White Bear Country, in the current official data, the United States has suppressed the most 002 imitators, followed by China, followed by Gaul and Sakura. They did a good job copying their homework. Yang Mo shrugged and chuckled. Actually, it was his intention to announce Chu Ru's identity and let countries around the world follow suit. 002 The potential threat of imitators is too great. It does not only affect one country. If other countries fail to control it, China will also suffer greatly. In the past life, China has suffered losses in this regard. Being held back by a group of pig teammates. Purge the monsters in your own country, but we have been facing the threat of overseas imports. Chapter 43, Pop the Champagne at Halftime? Global turmoil. the United States. A press conference is being held quietly. At the request of the media, the Ministry of National Defense held the press conference to respond to questions from domestic reporters. As the person in charge Jobs stood in front of countless spotlights and cameras, smiled politely. The mood is quite pleasant. Reporters rush to ask questions one after another. Mr. Jobs, according to official data, our country has suppressed nearly 200,001 undead and 34,002 imitators in the past few days. Is this data true? Many netizens said that since the second round of civilized trials, all the measures taken by the Ministry of National Defense are copying those of China. Do you have anything to explain? Polls in various states in our country show that people are happy. The index is increasing significantly, and the satisfaction level with the Ministry of National Defense has also increased to the passing level. What do you want to say to the people of the United States? I heard that our country's Scientific Research Institute has conducted research on 002 imitators. We have made some breakthroughs. Can you give us more details? Facing reporters from various media, Jobs looked calm and unhurried, smiled slightly. You have too many questions, so I will answer them one by one. First of all, the data released by our country is absolutely true, and there is no fraud. To be precise, in the past 3 days, our country has suppressed a total of 187,001 undead and 34,002 imitators. In terms of the second round of monsters, our country's achievements, it has completely surpassed China. The facts have proven who is the only superpower on Earth. He held his head high and spoke passionately. Inside and outside the words, they are all insinuating that China is not as good as them. Same measure, even if China implemented it first, the number of monsters suppressed by the United States far exceeded that of China, ranked number 1 in the world. It's all explained. As for everyone saying that our Ministry of Defense copied China's measures, Jobs paused and sneered. This is completely nonsense. When the monster comes, all the measures achieve the same goal by different means. There is no such thing as plagiarism and copying. The measures of the Ministry of National Defense are all original by me and implemented by personally signing the documents. They are in harmony with China's. It doesn't matter at all. Faced doubts. He was neither blushing nor out of breath. Categorically denied. Take all the credit on yourself. As for polls, I am very grateful to the American people for their recognition of the work of the Department of Defense. Subsequently, he jumped directly to the next question. He even uttered wild words. I want to tell everyone that the civilization test is terrible, but the great United States will eventually overcome everything, surpass China, and obtain this round of SSS level evaluation. Currently, everything is moving in the right direction. Although they do not have China's Book of Life and Death, they cannot suppress all the 001 undead instantly, but, with many powerful measures, 0.001 the number of undead is decreasing significantly. The progress of suppressing the 002 imitators is also leading the world, surpassing China. Also, researchers at the Scientific Research Institute have made huge breakthroughs in the research on 002 imitators. 002 There is a 12-sided crystal hidden in the head of the imitator. This crystal contains strange energy. Surprisingly, it can strengthen the human body and make people evolve. All of the above, they all make him confident in the future of the United States. In this round of evaluation, the United States will never stop a day and will receive the top SSS level reward, OilPipe, the world's largest video platform. After countries copied China's measures, the monster crisis in each country was finally suppressed. Every day. A large number of monsters have been suppressed. The consecutive press conferences have also given people of all countries great confidence. Restless public sentiment finally settled down. It scared me to death. I thought the monster in this round was very scary. It turns out that I can see through it just by calling his name. This round the monster has no fighting power, not as good as the 001 undead in the first round. It's too simple. It would be great if every round of civilization trials in the future were this simple. Our Sakura country has captured 20,002 imitators. I don't know if we can get an S-level evaluation. From the official videos released by various countries, the public has learned about the true combat power of the 002 imitator, and it seems that he is only good at disguise. The attack power and defense power are far inferior to the 001 undead. Many people optimistically estimate that it will not be long before all 002 imitators in the country can be eliminated. Get through this round of trials. Many countries, I am even thinking about whether I can get an S level or above rating in the settlement. China Monster Research Institute. Secretary's Office.
Open the champagne at halftime?
Zhao Ziyan was collecting intelligence from various countries around the world and accidentally saw the comments of netizens from various countries. The corners of his mouth twitched a few times. Today, the second round of civilization trials has only reached its 9th day, but that includes the United States. People all over the world are extremely optimistic and believe that they have passed the crisis. I even felt that the second round of the civilization trial was not as good as the first round. They all forgot about it. If China had not announced the information and weaknesses of the 002 imitator, countries would still be in a state of confusion, not to mention, get settlement rewards. The dean said that this round of trials is very dangerous and is far from over. He also asked me to pay close attention to the movements of the small country. Zhao Ziyan murmured, a little solemnly. Normally, in the civilization trial, one round is stronger than the other, and it is impossible for the second round to be weaker than the first. Add the words of the dean, she always had a palpitating feeling that a storm was about to come. Later, she used her authority and began to inquire about the situation in other small countries. Half an hour later, the abnormal behavior of several small countries attracted her attention. How come these palm-sized countries suddenly station troops at the border? Zhao Ziyan swallowed and suddenly had a bad feeling. At the same time, a shocking change is quietly happening around the world. At first, several small countries behaved abnormally and gave up suppressing domestic monsters, mobilized the national army and garrison troops on the border, brazenly launched a war, invading neighboring countries. Next, some small countries are even more frenzied, specifically singling out the 5 permanent members and other big countries for provocation, such as accidentally stopping a ship in the waters of Wuchang, shelling the border of Wuchang for no reason, detaining students studying abroad in Wuchang, deliberately intensify conflicts. It seems that they just want to provoke the big countries to attack them. For a while, international section, there was a lot of outrageous news. In front of the monster, several small countries are fighting in chaos, and their brains are about to be knocked out. A small country in a tiny place openly detains international students from the Wuchang Permanent Assembly. A U.S. civilian airliner was shot down by a small country. The country said it was an intern who has been fired. A small town in Gaul was brutally bombarded. Neighboring countries said that the mistake in their military exercise was purely accidental and they were not responsible for the incident. End of this chapter. Chapter 44, Internal and External Troubles. America's chosen one plan. For a while, the world went from a monster crisis to a war crisis, unrest. Some experts even predict that the S3 season is about to start, and no country will be spared. The United States, Department of Defense, what did you say? Our military base in the Pacific was bombed? Jobs stood up suddenly, showing a look of disbelief, staring at the secretary, grinning his teeth. He said, have you found out which country did it? Yes, it was done by Mara country. What? Mara country did it? Aren't they our allies? After hearing this, Jobs was suddenly stunned. His face was filled with astonishment. He originally thought the reason why the base was bombed was by China or other members of the 5 permanent members. I want to slow them down and prevent them from getting the SSS level rewards of the second round of trials. I didn't expect. It turned out to be an ally on his doorstep who stabbed him in the back. Mara country, located in the southern part of the United States, with a population of 8 million. It has always been a staunch ally of the United States. To put it more simply, actually, he is their younger brother, pointing east but not daring to go west, chasing ducks but not daring to catch chickens. The Intelligence Bureau also detected that the Mara Kingdom not only launched a surprise attack on us, but also launched attacks on several surrounding big countries. The secretary smiled bitterly and added supplementary reporting. Jobs, the look of shock on his face became even stronger. This small country, is it going to declare war on the whole world? That crazy woman in China seemed to have done something like this hundreds of years ago. Their leader, is he crazy? Jobs swallowed. His intuition told him, this matter is extraordinary and there is definitely something fishy behind it. A small country with a population of 8 million, dare to launch an attack on the top 20 major countries in the world at the same time. Is this the courage of a bear and a leopard? And it didn't take long. He received another urgent report from the Intelligence Bureau. Not just the Mara Kingdom, small countries around the world seem to be going crazy, launching attacks regardless of whether they are friends or foes. War. On the verge of breaking out, there is already a melee among the small countries. The dog's brains are about to be knocked out. Many big countries have also been provoked by these small countries, and they seem to be deliberately luring them into trouble. Conspiracy. This is definitely a conspiracy. Jobs took a breath of air and his expression became extremely solemn. The evolution of things, IT was beyond his imagination. Point 1 is not handled well. IT may trigger a global melee among countries. That's when the great powers come to an end. Nuclear war will inevitably start. Human civilization, maybe it will destroy itself without monsters taking action. Wait, monster, thinking of this, Jobs suddenly came back to his senses. I understood everything in an instant. His face was full of shock, the face turned a little pale. Could it be that the top leaders of these small countries are all 002 imitators? According to research published by the China Monster Research Institute. 002, the imitator's name is Chu Ru. Good at imitation, you can change your appearance at will and pretend to be anyone. That's all, only to explain, why did these small countries suddenly go crazy, seek their own death, and openly start a war? But hasn't China announced the weaknesses of 002 imitators to the world a long time ago? The secretary on the side was a little confused and asked, although these small countries have some backward weapons and equipment, but the 002 imitators are not very powerful. As long as they can identify their identities, they are more than enough to deal with them. Level 2. Jobs clenched his fists. It's like Kong Ming is possessed and has figured everything out. China only announced ways to deal with ordinary 002 imitators, but did not say, this method is effective against second-level imitators. It is very possible, even they haven't mastered the method of dealing with second-level imitators. The more he thought about it, the more frightened he became. At this moment, he finally understood why the 002 imitator came in the second round instead of the first. Why are all the 002 imitators they captured in the United States First Order? Because the second-level imitator has no weaknesses. We were too naive. Recalling his previous bold words, he felt even more ridiculous. Now, there are provocations from small countries outside, trying to drag the world into the quagmire of war. There is a second-level imitator inside, hidden in every corner. Critical moment. IT will definitely give them a fatal blow to the United States. Internal and external troubles. The situation is critical. Let alone obtaining the SSS level. Whether you can survive the crisis is a question. The Chosen One plan must be started in advance. He took a deep breath and said in an extremely heavy tone, but the research at the Scientific Research Institute has not been completed yet, so we started it rashly. The secretary was shocked and couldn't help but remind, I'm afraid it will cause great negative effects on the human body. Impact. The Chosen One Project IT was proposed by the Scientific Research Institute, with the 12-sided crystal in the head of the 002 imitator as the core. A plan to introduce the energy into normal people's bodies so that they can gain supernatural abilities. I can't control that much anymore. Jobs gritted his teeth and said resolutely, notify the Scientific Research Institute that the Chosen One plan will be implemented immediately. China Monster Research Institute. Dean's office, sure enough, it still showed up. Yang Yimo couldn't help but sigh as he listened to Zhao Ziyan's report. This scene. He looks familiar. I in the past life. I experienced it once. 002 The terrifying thing about the imitator is that he can transform into anyone. Just give him a way to reach out. He can climb to the top leadership positions in any country and then control the entire country. The easiest ones to control are naturally those small countries with imperfect systems and insufficient execution capabilities they want to use. These small countries to start a world-destroying war. Let the countries consume themselves, sit back and reap the benefits. Dean, we in China have also been provoked. What should we do now? Zhao Ziyan frowned, her face full of worry. This hand of the monster. So disgusting, deliberate provocation. It's not like fighting back, it's not like not fighting back. I have already communicated with the military. They will handle the external crisis. Yang Yimo spoke slowly and said in a deep voice, our research institute is responsible. Just eliminate the 002 imitators in the country. Today there are internal and external troubles. IT must be solved one by one. Compared to provocations from the outside world, the second-order imitators lurking inside are the real threat. If you give them time, sooner or later, they will replace all the top leaders of China. At that time nothing can be saved. But didn't you say that second-level imitators have no weaknesses? Zhao Ziyan was a little surprised and couldn't help but ask, then how do we find them out? BR002 imitator and 001 immortal, there is a big difference. After the undead break through to the second level, they will kidnap the city and use it as food to speed up their development. They are more like reckless men. After the imitator breaks through to the second level, he will climb up step by step, taking his place and climbing to the top of the former will jump out on its own. The latter, like maggots in the bones, lurking in the shadows. It makes people feel helpless. Well, please give me a monthly recommendation ticket. Chapter 45 Demon Mirror Plan. Until now, none of their research institutes have mastered the method of dealing with second-level imitators, otherwise, the method would have been announced long ago. Those small countries will not lose control, causing the international situation to fall into the current situation. The method is there.
Yang Yimou nodded and paused, but there is still one core technology missing. In the previous life. In the third round, China also suffered an invasion from Chu Ru. Then China's scientific research team discovered that the 12-sided crystal in Chu Ru's head contains strange energy. Tested. It can even be absorbed by the human body, allowing people to evolve and master different extraordinary abilities at random. So a vigorous plan was launched. Extraordinary beings were created. The whole country rejoiced, however, relying on the creation of a large number of extraordinary people. China finally only lasted until the 12th round. Final moments. China's scientific research team suddenly woke up. Extraordinary beings cannot save China, let alone survive the crisis brought about by the trials of civilization. Learning from painful experiences, the ultimate plan that gathers all the wisdom of China was born. Science fiction heaven. In this huge series of plans, there happens to be a weapon that can monitor the whole country and identify all monsters and monsters. Monster Research Institute. An old professor with gray hair and over 60 years old was staring at the experimental table intently, observing various test data fed back from the instrument. As the top professor of space science and electromagnetic applications in China. After the civilization trial comes. He was deployed here and was responsible for research in the fields of space conduction and electromagnetism. In front of his eyes. A 12-sided crystal was placed, shining with crystal clear light. Hundreds of electromagnetic wave beams pass through it, forming structures similar to the corona. Professor, sure, we have observed it. Another researcher exclaimed, excitedly, as we expected, this strange crystal increases the amplitude of electromagnetic fluctuations 10 times, the energy flow increased 20 times. Hear the words. Shi Chongrui quickly stepped forward to confirm the authenticity of the data. A few seconds later. He laughed with the same excitement. Ha! This is definitely a century-long discovery in the field of electromagnetism. The amplitude of the fluctuations is 10 times, and the energy flow is 20 times. The crystals in this monster's body are actually natural magnifying glasses, capable of creating large-scale magneto-hydrodynamic waves. This means, we have completely solved the problem of energy transmission. In the future, we can completely realize long-distance communication between stars, and even talk to the sun in real time. He looks ecstatic, dancing, hug everyone you meet. He does not have the demeanor of a top domestic professor at all. Ahem, Professor Sure, the dean has made a breakthrough in research, please report to him immediately. A researcher next to him interrupted his frantic state and reminded him, are we? Sure Chongrui listened. He gradually calmed down and nodded, yes, the dean named us to study this direction. I have to report this good news to the dean quickly. This research breakthrough. In addition to the credit of their scientific research team, a large part of it is thanks to Yang Yimou for his guidance. It is Yang Yimou. Let them start from the electromagnetic field and discover the magical effect of this 12-sided crystal. Think of this. He quickly stood up and brought the data from the latest test, leave the laboratory in a hurry and knocked on the door of the dean's office. Half an hour later, core confidential conference room. Shi Chongrui sat on the chair blankly, looking at the unknown faces around him, confused. Especially, Yang Yimou, who was at the front, directly showed a PPT. There are 5 big characters written on the back. Demon Mirror Plan. Who am I? Where am I? What do I want to do?
He swallowed. Countless question marks came to mind. I just reported a research result in the electromagnetic field results. Next second, I was dragged to this conference room by Yang Yimou and participated in this inexplicable meeting. Before starting today's meeting, I would like to ask Professor Shi Chongrui from the field of space science and electromagnetic applications to introduce to you the latest research breakthroughs made by our institute. Yang Mo's voice came from the front. I just finished speaking. Everyone's eyes in the conference room were unanimously focused on Shi Chongrui. Shi Chongrui swallowed his saliva and had to take a deep breath. Adjust the status. In front of everyone. Introduction. Not long ago, our scientific research team conducted a comprehensive analysis of the 12-sided crystal in the head of the 002 imitator and discovered a new breakthrough in the electromagnetic field. With the help of this 12-sided crystal, large-scale magneto-hydrodynamic waves can be created, with the wave amplitude increased by 10 times and the energy flow increased by 20 times. This means interstellar communication. It will no longer be a patent in science fiction works. Even on the Earth, we can talk to the sun in real time and make video calls, observe the wonders of the universe 150 million kilometers away. Speaking of this, he became more and more excited. Spitflies.
Ahem, that's enough. Yang Mo coughed lightly and interrupted Shi Chongrui. Later, take a deep breath, looking at the crowd, said in a deep voice, everyone should be aware of the current international situation. Small countries have been controlled by 002 imitators, trying to start a war that will affect the world. And domestic, the situation is not optimistic either. 002 imitators are like tarsal maggots, lurking in the shadows, and may have penetrated many of our middle and high-level officials. The system and execution capabilities of small countries. Weak, therefore, it is the first to be controlled. The remaining big countries seems to be calm, but everyone knows that those 002 imitators can change their appearance at will and may replace those middle and high-level people at any time. God is unaware of it. Therefore, we must identify these 002 imitators hidden in the country as soon as possible and eliminate them as soon as possible. This is also the purpose of my convening this meeting. Yang Moshwan, he slowly turned around and pointed at the three words on the PPT behind him. Demon mirror. This is exactly one part of the science fiction heavenly plan. With the power of technology, create the magical mirror that is elevated above the Nantian Gate in myths and legends. Be able to identify monsters and have insight into the changes of demons. Hiss. Shi Chongrui couldn't help but gasp when he heard this. His face was full of shock, but turned around, however, he found that other people attending the meeting were not as surprised as him. On the contrary, everyone's face showed enthusiasm and excitement. Except for Professor Shi, everyone here is an old man who has participated in the Book of Life and Death project. Ahead, Yang Mo's voice came again. Professor Shi's latest research results happen to be the core technology of the Demon Mirror project. Hearing this, Shi Chongrui couldn't help but be stunned. Chapter 46, The United States, the savior of human civilization. We will save the Earth. My own research findings. It is obviously in the field of long-distance transmission and interstellar communication. Why is it suddenly related to the Demon Mirror? We all know it. The 002 imitator is extremely good at imitating, and can perfectly transform into anyone's appearance, copying information such as memory, DNA, and brainwaves to make it look like the real thing, making it extremely difficult to identify. But there is one thing they cannot change. That is, ahead, Yang Mo paused slightly and said in a deep voice, electromagnetic waves. In the past life, the Chinese scientific research team worked hard to discover the flaws in the disguise of the 002 imitator. They can copy any information, only electromagnetic waves. It is innate to their race, unique and unchangeable. Actually, this is true for the 5 races of gods, demons, witches, ghosts, and spirits recorded in the Classic of Mountains and Seas. This is their unique racial mark. Unless you reach a certain level, you can reverse and hide this unique mark. Be thorough. Light is also a type of electromagnetic wave. It is precisely because of its existence that everything can be recognized, and Demon Mirror. It was conceived on this basis, utilizing 12-sided crystals, making an electromagnetic signal amplifier. A large amount of metal is then used to make the mirror body, and the enhanced and amplified electromagnetic wave beam is mapped to the sky over China, transformed into the legendary Demon Mirror. Because the metal itself has the function of absorbing electromagnetic waves and conducting them. Specifically, the Demon Mirror will automatically absorb the magnetic field and electromagnetic waves of all living creatures in China. Illumination imaging. It's like looking in the mirror, and this mirror, it will illuminate the essence of all living things and restore their true colors. At that time any monster comes, China can discover them at the first time. Below, after everyone heard Yang Mo's idea, their hearts were filled with excitement. Excited, they have all experienced the Book of Life and Death project and created an impossible miracle with their own hands. At this moment, everyone was extremely excited to participate in the Demon Mirror project again. But, Dean Yang, there is indeed no problem with the idea you just mentioned in theory, but I have a few doubts. Shi Chongrui recovered from the shock and questioned. First, use metal to make a mirror body to map the enhanced electromagnetic beam into the sky over China, covering 9.6 million square kilometers. How much metal material is needed for such a huge project? Second, how many electromagnetic beams need to be transmitted to form a Demon Mirror over China? Even though it was shocking, but he still raised questions objectively from a professional perspective. The myth must be realized. This project is destined to be extremely huge. I've calculated it. Yang Emo smiled slightly and pointed behind him. PPT screen. A sudden change, everyone turned sideways and focused on the PPT, so I divided the demon mirror plan into 3 steps. Yang Mo's voice sounded faintly. The first step is to use 12-sided crystals to manufacture electromagnetic signal amplifiers, electromagnetic signal receivers, electromagnetic signal collectors, and other devices. The second step is to collect 10 million tons of copper to build a super mirror. The third step is to gather all the industrial electricity in the country to conduct electromagnetic beams and store energy for the final shape of the demon mirror. Meeting room. Everyone stared blankly at the 3 steps on the PPT and couldn't help but swallow. Crazy, this plan is so crazy. Copper's conductivity and absorption of electromagnetic waves are indeed the best, but 10 million tons of copper, the stack is equivalent to a giant mountain of 100 meters, and China's copper production capacity for a whole year is no more than this. And gather all the industrial electricity in the country to store energy for the demon mirror. It even makes their scalp numb. This means, during the energy storage stage, all industrial development in China will stagnate. It may affect China's summer's long-term development. The impact is immeasurable. The economic losses, it is an astronomical figure. Now, does anyone still think that the demon mirror plan cannot be realized? Yang Emo glanced at the audience, with an indescribable determination in his eyes. In the conference room, there was silence. Then I announce. Yang Emo nodded and pointed behind him. The demon mirror project will be launched immediately, and the research base will be located here. BR and PPT. A complete map of China jumped out Yang Mo's fingers. Finally, it stopped on a high mountain in the west of 9.6 million square kilometers. There are the ancestors called it Kunlun. At the same time, as the trial progresses, the global crisis is getting worse. A small country out of control, more and more, keep stirring up disputes, conflicts with neighboring countries and provocations against big powers. Fortunately, the big countries, including the Wuchang, all understand the sinister intentions of these monsters, all maintain restraint, not really involved in the wars of these small countries. It's only the 10th day of this round of trials. Why did it suddenly become like this? Who said before that the monsters in the second round were weak? There are already 40 in the world. Many small countries are out of control. If we continue fighting like this, the war will spread to us sooner or later. I just hope that the 5 permanent members will come forward quickly and control the global situation. You think too much. The Wuchang itself cannot be protected now. Looking at each item, people from all over the world have finally realized how ridiculous and naive they were before. Just 10 days, the situation on Earth was turned upside down by the 002 imitator. Obviously, they are here to destroy all civilizations on Earth. For a while, people all over the world are panicking. Everyone is worried about the outbreak of all-out war and the emergence of a world-destroying nuclear war. 3 days later, the 13th day of the trial, when the morale of people in various countries was low, the United States held a press conference. American people. Through the unremitting efforts of the Department of Defense and scientific research institutes, we have found a way to break the civilization test. In front of reporters from all over the world, Jobs said, he excitedly announced, from now on, human beings can also master magical abilities. They will be the saviors of human civilization and the real-life captain of the United States. Earth's civilization will be saved by us. BR next. Behind him. 3 people walked out. They are the first batch of chosen ones born in our country's Chosen One project. Jobs looked excited and gave the camera to the 3 people behind him. When everyone was surprised, among the 3, a man suddenly rose out of thin air. It actually got rid of gravity and floated in mid-air. One person snapped his fingers, and blazing flames instantly condensed in his palms. The blazing heat, the reporters present were forced to step back. The last person just waved his hand gently. The reporters were horrified to find that all the microphones in their hands came out and were suspended in front of the man. As the chosen ones, their respective abilities are air control, fire control, and mind control. Seeing that the effect was achieved, Jobs stepped forward to explain. Chapter 47. Sorry, we don't have the Chosen One in China. After realizing the horror of 002 imitators, the United States resolutely launched the Chosen One project and recruited 1,000 participants from the military. Eventually, only these 3 people survived and completed the Chosen One experiment. Perfectly absorbs the 12-sided crystal, became the first batch of Chosen Ones. Acquired strange abilities. We have conducted tests and found that ordinary 002 imitators are vulnerable to them. Jobs smiled slightly and continued, a combat-type extraordinary person can even compete with a person. Fight with the undead of every level without falling behind. Subsequently, he showed a battle test scene in front of reporters. In the video, the three of them easily crushed the imitator and fought equally with the First Order undead. The combat power is amazing. Hiss. The reporters at the scene gasped and looked shocked. Humans can actually master magical supernatural powers and fight against monsters without falling behind, that's for sure. Future IT will definitely be the world of the chosen ones. Quietly, this press conference in the United States caused a sensation all over the world. On a global scale, there was a wave of discussion about the chosen one. After being inspired, the American people felt as if they had been given a shot of blood. The statement, "American superheroes will save the world," is spread everywhere on the internet, and the people of all countries. The mood is quite complicated. Envy, jealous again. Their country does not have as good a scientific research team as the United States, and it has not yet mastered how to mass produce the chosen ones. China, people have also heard about the United States Chosen One project. With doubts and curiosity, influxed into the live broadcast room on the official website of the Monster Research Institute, asked, Dean, have we in China mastered this kind of similar Chosen One plan? The United States is so shameless and has actually started to promote them as the saviors of the Earth. Americans are like this all the time. It feels like the Earth will not turn around if they leave them. One thing to say, those three chosen ones are really handsome and have very strong abilities. I also want to be the chosen one. At Anchor, we in China should also have our own chosen one plan, right? In the live broadcast room, in the discussion barrage, 9 out of 10 sentences were related to the chosen 1.3 chosen ones born in the United States. The people of China are also a little unable to sit still. Human body mastered supernatural abilities. IT makes everyone envious and hopes that their country can also master this technology. However, sorry, we in China have not mastered the technology of the chosen one. Zhao Ziyan looked at the barrage full of expectations and could only tell the truth. Reply. Now, the focus of the Monster Research Institute is on the Monster Mirror project. On superpowers, there is no research breakthrough, I'm not sure. It doesn't matter. We in China have done well enough. It's not a big deal if we don't have the chosen one. Although we don't have the chosen one, we do have the Book of Life and Death. If it weren't for the special monsters this round, we could have directly activated the Book of Life and Death to wipe them out. Don't be discouraged, everyone has received a 100% physical bonus. If we fight, these three chosen ones may not be our opponents. I'll put it here, even if there are no chosen ones, our China rating in this round of trials is definitely number 1. In the live broadcast room, the audience was visibly disappointed, but they all expressed their understanding and did not complain about the Monster Research Institute. He also spontaneously encouraged me, thank you everyone. Looking at these barrages, Zhao Ziyan felt warm in her heart. Please believe in the Monster Research Institute, and please believe in China, we will never let you down. Actually, when the institute conducted research on dodecahedral crystals, it discovered that it can be absorbed by the human body. It's the Dean who defies all opinions, leading the research direction to the electromagnetic field and giving up the direction of the chosen one. Abandon the near and seek the FAR. It is easy to give up but difficult to find. Choose the demon mirror, plan with epic difficulty, and put all the energy of the whole hospital into it. Dean, you must succeed. She looked out the window and prayed silently in her heart. China, Kunlun Mountain, temporary base conference room. Dean, this is the design drawing of the electromagnetic signal amplifier, electromagnetic signal collector, and electromagnetic signal distributor. A thick stack of design drawings was placed in front of Yang Mo. Shi Chongrui had dark circles under his eyes and a look of exhaustion on his face. In order to design these devices, during his 3 days, almost never sleep, with a professional team in the electromagnetic field, we overcame difficulties and finally completed the design drawings. Thank you for your hard work. Yang Mo looked at everyone, his eyes full of affirmation and appreciation. The demon mirror plan is divided into 3 steps. In the first stage, the core device needs to be manufactured using the latest technology in the electromagnetic field. Time is running out, that's why he only gave Shi Chongrui and others 3 days. He didn't disappoint himself either. The design work of 3 devices was completed within 3 days. Next, all that needs to be done is to develop these 3 devices, and to create the main body of the demon mirror, a giant bronze mirror with a diameter of 400 meters. I have communicated with the Bureau of Mineral Resources.
Yang Emo looked at Cui Tianhao and said in a deep voice, "Now all the copper resources in the country are being processed through various channels, shipped to Kunlun Mountain continuously.
The making of the bronze mirror will be left to you.
After repeated calculations, it is necessary to embody the mythical and legendary demon mirror and radiate an area of 9.6 million square kilometers in China. The bronze mirror body, the diameter must reach 400 meters. It was precisely because of this that he set up the research and development base of the demon mirror in Kunlun Mountain. The terrain here is high. Surrounded by mountains, this giant bronze mirror with a diameter of 400 meters can be erected on the mountains. How long
is the mission cycle?"
Cui Tianhao asked solemnly after hearing the mission. He once participated in the Book of Life and Death project and presided over the construction of tens of thousands of brainwave base stations. A rich experience, but I still feel a lot of pressure at this time. The difficulty of constructing 10,000 brainwave base stations is that the project volume is huge and 10,000 strategic points are being carried out simultaneously, and the giant mirror, not only do you need to polish 10 million tons of copper, but you also need to consider the topography, environment, reflection angle, and conduction of electromagnetic waves. The difficulty level is high but not low. 7 days. Yang Emo looked at him and gave him a deadline. Hear the words. Cui Tianhao's body trembled. My face became a little ugly, but he also understands that 002 imitators are now frantically infiltrating middle and high-level people in the country. Small foreign countries are even more eyeing. Time is running out. 7 days. Perhaps this is the longest deadline given by Yang Emo. That's enough. His eyes were red and he gritted his teeth. A military order was issued on the spot. If the task cannot be completed within 7 days, I will come to see you. Chapter 48, Miracle of Infrastructure Project. The main body of the demon mirror is completed. As soon as these words came out, it was like a fire was lit in the conference room. The crowd was excited and enthusiastic. They all rushed forward, asked Yang Emo to assign tasks to them. The harder the better. See the scene. Yang Emo felt warm in his heart and showed a happy smile. Cabinet meeting room. Several old men are handling government affairs. An old man raised his head, his expression solemn, and his eyebrows filled with worry. Yesterday, 3 more small countries lost control. We have encountered more than 20 provocations by small countries during this period. As the second round of trials proceeds, the world is becoming increasingly unstable. Small countries have lost control one after another and made frequent provocations, leaving major countries around the world in a state of distress. Not even a fight. It doesn't matter if you don't fight.
The most terrifying thing is actually the second-level imitators hidden in the country.
Wang Yusaid lightly. The Book of Mountains and Seas does record methods for identifying imitators, but that is only effective for first-level imitators. Second-level imitators, already able to resist this weakness, they will not reveal their true form when someone calls their name. They are now lurking in every corner. I'm afraid I'm trying to find ways to contact the superior person and then replace him.
Follow Yang Mo's suggestion. The bad old men in their cabinet have now strengthened
their security forces and are determined not to meet any suspicious people. If they all replace, the blow will be fatal to us. The United States has also proposed the Chosen One project. Another old man suddenly spoke and said faintly, "Let me tell you, we can actually try research in this area." No.
You don't have to put your eggs in one basket. As a human being, master supernatural abilities. This road, is a way to fight against the invasion of civilization trial monsters. At least, it is more reliable than the science fiction heavenly plan proposed by Yang Emo. Don't trust those who employ them, and don't trust those who doubt them. Besides, now that monsters have infiltrated among ordinary people, can the chosen ones find them out?
Qualifications. The oldest man waved his hand and looked at the demon mirror, plan placed on the table. The eyes are full of affirmation and appreciation. With the power of technology, create the mythical demon mirror, sweep the world, and identify all the monsters in the territory. This is a romance unique to Chinese people, but everyone. The old man who had been silent looked at the crowd and reminded, the third phase of Yang Mo's plan requires allocating the country's industrial power to provide. The energy storage of the demon mirror is activated, and the cycle is at least 5 days.
Everyone should know what it means, right?
The other old men listened. They couldn't help but remain silent. The 10 million tons of copper required in the second phase is not bad. Just 1 year of copper production capacity. Dedicate all the efforts of a country to it can still be prepared, but in the third stage, all the industrial electricity in the country needs to be allocated to store energy for the demon mirror. To know. Our development focus in recent years has been on industry. Civilian electricity only accounts for more than 30%. Industrial electricity consumption accounts for 64.8% of the country's total electricity, that is to say, Yang Mo's plan will extract 64.8% of the country's electricity in the third phase, last for at least 5 days. By then, without power, all industrial facilities will come to a standstill, a factory shut down, traffic is suspended, the mall is closed, school is closed. Medical shortage, food spoiled, the remaining electricity can only guarantee residents' daily life. It is not an exaggeration to say that it is a return to a semi-primitive society. The losses caused to us are even more immeasurable. Is it worth it to give up industrial development and return to a semi-primitive society? It's worth it. The most senior old man stood up and said in an extremely affirmative tone. Next, Wang Yu also stood up and joined. As long as the demon mirror comes out, it will definitely be able to sweep the world and eliminate the second-order imitators in the country. The threat posed by the second-order imitators. It's just too big. Compare with that. The losses caused by returning to a semi-primitive society in a short period of time are completely negligible. Yes, now is the time for strong men to cut off their wrists. I also believe in Dean Yang. Don't forget, everyone, the reason why we were able to obtain the SSS level evaluation in the first round of trials is it's precisely because of the Book of Life and Death plan proposed by Dean Yang. Compared with the rewards of the civilization trial, I think the chosen one plan is not worth mentioning. Other old men spoke one after another. Most people, they all support the demon mirror plan proposed by Yang Mo. The minority obeys the majority. Soon. A directive document stamped with the seal of the cabinet was sent to the National Energy Administration, Electric Power Bureau, Industry Bureau, and other departments. Time flies. 7 days later, Kunlun Mountain Base. Under the leadership of Cui Tianhao, tens of thousands of construction workers worked together. At the top of this mountain. An infrastructure project miracle was once again created. A huge bronze mirror with a diameter of 400 meters rises from the ground and stretches across the top of the main peak of Kunlun Mountain. It's like putting a hat on the main peak. It is made of 10 million tons of polished copper mirror, with a thickness of 2 meters, and a large number of electromagnetic signal transmission devices embedded inside. Millions of components, all included in it. Dean, fortunately you have lived up to your command. Cui Tianhao, wearing a safety helmet, saluted Yang Mo. His eyes were bloodshot, the lips are pale, his mental state was on the verge of collapse. However, he still dragged his tired body and returned the military order to Yang Mo. I just finished speaking. The obsession dissipates. His vision went dark and he fell to the ground. Old Cui? Old Cui? Yang Mo quickly stretched out his hand to support Cui Tianhao, looking anxiously. Doctor, call the doctor quickly. Not long after, several doctors and nurses in white coats hurried over and checked with professional medical equipment. How is he? Overworked, the heart rate soared, which seriously exceeded the physical burden, which led to syncope. This symptom has appeared in thousands of construction sites. A doctor took off his stethoscope and replied, but don't worry too much, Dean. Now the people's physical fitness has improved by 100%, and their resilience is amazing. He will recover in a short time. Br Yang Mo breathed a sigh of relief. In previous lives. As his closest comrade, Cui Tianhao was busy building various fortifications to defend against monsters, and eventually died of overwork. Fortunately, the physical fitness of all people in this life has been unprecedentedly improved. This should not happen again. It's just, even with a 100% increase in physical fitness, Cui Tianhao and many workers still suffered from syncope symptoms. This means, in these 7 days, each of them tried their best and gave everything for the construction of the demon mirror. Yang Mo's heart trembled, and the deepest string was hit. The eye sockets are slightly red. Turn around, looking at the deputy next to Cui Tianhao. Please arrange it. After the demon mirror project is completed, in addition to the original salary, each person will be given an additional bonus of 100,000. Chapter 49. The United States is gloating about its misfortune. Could something have happened in China? These construction workers, most of them have no education and only rely on their own strength to make a living, but they have the most honest and simple feelings. China is in trouble. Everyone risked everything and worked hard to meet the deadline. Even the strength and body has been pushed to the limit and exceeded its load. That's why the main body of the demon mirror, a copper mirror with a diameter of 400 meters and a thickness of 2 meters, can be built in 7 days. Now, the third phase of the demon mirror plan can begin. Then, Yang Mo took a deep breath and looked at the giant bronze mirror in front of him. At the same time, all over the country, one letter after another, orders were conveyed to various departments. From now on, all factories have stopped production and power supply.
The restoration date is to be determined. The Metro Operations Center will be temporarily closed from today. The high-speed rail has stopped running. Shopping malls are closed, and all power-consuming facilities are suspended.
An order was given. As long as it involves the field of industrial electricity, almost all stopped functioning. The school has stopped teaching, the hospital stopped accepting new patients, the mall has ceased operations, office buildings, commercial buildings, factories, and other large power-consuming places are completely closed everywhere. In television stations and radio stations, the official announcement sounded: sue all Chinese people. Due to special reasons, all industrial electricity in the country will be diverted from now on to only protect the daily life of residents. While residents are at home, please also reduce the electricity load as much as possible, use less or even no high-power electrical appliances. Hear this announcement: the 140 million Chinese people were shocked and disbelieving at first. Next, everyone couldn't help but worry, hiss. Why did the country's industrial electricity consumption suddenly be diverted? Is our country experiencing an energy crisis? It seems that they are asking us to reduce the electricity load. Is it a monster? Destroyed our power system? No wonder I see that there is a power outage outside the community, even the street lights on the road are not working. How long will this last? When can it be restored? It didn't take long, the people found out. Except for residential areas, almost all the external power systems are shut down. No shopping mall, entertainment, without school, education. No hospital, medical care, even the traffic lights at intersections that ensure traffic movement have stopped operating. Darkness quietly descended on the land of China. The United States Department of Defense Minister, the Chosen One experiment was launched for the second time, and 5 more chosen ones were born. Looking at the information submitted by his assistant, Jobs showed a satisfied smile. Count the first batch of chosen ones. Today, the United States already has 8 chosen ones. Although the mortality rate of the Chosen One experiment is very high, inside 1,000 people, only 5 people managed to survive and became the chosen ones. But he believes that everything is worth it. Keep experimenting. He said in a deep voice, to resist the coming of monsters, so few chosen ones are not enough. Yes. The assistant nodded and left in a hurry. What actions will China take in the near future? Jobs turned around and looked at the several intelligence officers behind him. The second round of trials is now on its 18th day. The international situation is becoming increasingly critical. The United States has launched the Chosen One plan, but China has yet to take action. This is very interesting. China still hasn't announced any plans. The intelligence officer shook his head and reported, but not long ago, due to unknown reasons, the country's industrial electricity was suddenly diverted, which only guaranteed the daily electricity consumption of residents. What? Br Jobs' eyes widened. China, what is this going to do? Doesn't diverting the country's industrial electricity consumption mean giving up industrial development? To know, modern civilization is a civilization based on industry. Once an industrial power outage occurs, it will cause a chain reaction. Not only will it affect the daily lives of the people, but it will also cause the industrial system to collapse, which will not be able to recover for another 3 to 5 years. The direct and indirect economic losses caused are even more immeasurable. China, is it facing some kind of crisis? Jobs swallowed and couldn't help but think beyond that. He couldn't find any other explanation for why China would destroy the Great Wall and stop all its perfect industrial systems. If this is really the case, then, Jobs murmured, his expression getting brighter, God is really helping my country, the United States. There is a strong missing person competitors, their American country. He will definitely win the first place in the world in the second round of civilization trial. China, first day of nationwide industrial blackout. After the initial panic, people gradually accepted the fact that industrial power was cut off. Stay at home honestly. At home, they can also watch TV and surf the internet. But after leaving the residential area, all entertainment facilities, transportation facilities, and leisure facilities in the outside world have stopped operating. It's so uncomfortable. It's only the first day, and I already miss the days when we had electricity. I went to the supermarket yesterday to buy some vegetables, but I only got 2 vegetable leaves. Don't worry, everyone, the country is already arranging food supplies, and every household can receive free vegetables and meat. I always feel that the country is in big trouble. On the web, people from all over the country are communicating and discussing industrial power outages, directly stopping nearly 70% of the country's electricity supply. As a result, their lives and work have been greatly affected. Don't go far away, and now the hospital is completely closed, and medical care has been lost, fortunately. After the national physical fitness increased by 100%, everyone's physical fitness has been enhanced unprecedentedly, and they will no longer get sick easily. It is recommended that everyone turn off the high-power electrical appliances at home to reduce the pressure on the country. I hope the country will get through the difficulties soon. That's right. I have fish and turtles at home. I will go and make the donations right away. The filters are all turned off. Let's do some science. Among household appliances, the most power-consuming thing is the set-top box. You must remember to turn it off after watching TV. Can the air conditioner be turned on? Just stop. Many people speculated it may be that the monster destroyed China's power system, which led to this crisis. So, people everywhere, when no one calls for it, they even spontaneously organized online and took the initiative to turn off high-power electrical appliances, reduce electricity consumption. Everyone are trying their best to do their part for China so that China can get through this difficulty as soon as possible. Kunlun Mountain's Demon Mirror R&D base. A huge bronze mirror with a diameter of 400 meters lies on the top of the main peak. Below it, countless circuits extend out, leading to the electromagnetic signal generator. Now, electricity from all over the country is gathered here and injected into the bronze mirror. Under the effect of the terrifying power, the bronze mirror trembled slightly and kept making a sizzling sound. Extremely penetrating power echoing in the rolling Kunlun Mountains. Beams of electromagnetic waves are emitted from these electromagnetic generators and conducted in the copper mirrors, through the unique mapping angle, shooted into the sky. Chapter 50, Strange Phenomena in the Sky, adding insult to injury to all countries. Power Control Room. An engineer in the electric power field opened his eyes wide and looked excitedly at the rising power input curve. Turn around and look behind you, we reported. Dean, the power input is still growing, and it is approaching 74% of the country's electricity. What's going on? Yang Yemo frowned, a little confused. Isn't the country's industrial power transferred? I remember that the maximum is 67.4%, right? Right now. Electricity input is growing continuously. Quietly. It actually climbed to 74%. Where does the extra 7% of electricity come from? I'll check it out right away. The engineer swallowed and quickly picked up the phone, communicated with the General Administration of Electric Power. A few minutes later, hung up the phone with a shocked face. He said with a complicated expression, Dean, I just asked you clearly. All this electricity is the excess saved by the Chinese people, so it is all allocated to Kunlun Mountain. Hearing this, Yang Yemo also trembled, feeling a little wet on his nose. This crisis is different from the past. 002. The imitator can easily transform into anyone, making it difficult to detect. Therefore, he chose to carry out the Demon Mirror project in secret. News of the plan was not made public. I am just worried that when the second-level imitators find out, they will jump over the wall and ruin the Demon Mirror plan and the people. Obviously they don't know anything, but he is still very cooperative, staying at home honestly, and even consciously saving electricity. A full 7% of the electricity is freed up. This is China. Yang Yemo said with emotion that he never fights alone. Behind him, there are 140,000 lovely compatriots. He believes as long as necessary, countless people will stand up, fight for this country, and burn themselves. China. Cloud City. In the villa. A middle-aged woman in her 50s but very well maintained was lying on a soft sofa, flipping through a book of the classic of mountains and seas in her hand. It's so comfortable to live in a technologically oriented civilization. She stretched lazily. I turned a page at random. I just happened to find the record about Chu Ru. This China is also a bit weird. The ancient books handed down actually recorded all kinds of information about our clan in advance. She frowned and muttered, "This is the picture. It's too ugly," said. She then tore down the portrait of Chu Ru in the classic of mountains and seas. Although they all have white heads, human faces, and 3 legs, but she really can't compliment the aesthetics of the author of this picture. That's right, she is actually one of the monsters that came in the second round. Use racial talents. You can change your identity at will, obtain other people's memories and other information, and achieve perfect disguise. Her current identity, it is Dong Yunju, the
founder of a large electrical appliance brand in China. As for the original Dong Yunju, she had already eaten him. Original, according to her plan, she ate Dong Yunju first, reuse her identity. The next step is to participate in the National Investment Promotion Conference, get in touch with senior figures in Chinese politics, then look for opportunities to replace it. Climb up step by step. It's a pity, China's industrial system suddenly lost power, all people hunkered down at home, and all commercial activities stopped. It completely disrupted her plan. The second day of nationwide industrial blackout, sudden changes occurred over China. Suddenly a huge ball of light and shadow appeared. And no matter where you stand in China, you can see it as long as you raise your head. This scene. The Chinese people who have just gotten used to power outages are completely unable to sit still. What is that? Isn't a new round of civilization trials coming again? Who have we, China, offended? We have just encountered an internal crisis. Are we going to encounter another disaster now? At Monster Research Institute, can you explain what the light and shadow in the sky are? My right eye keeps twitching, and I always feel like something big is about to happen. This group of light and shadow, mysterious and unknown people in China, are speculating that it may be a precursor to a new disaster. Anxiety, restless, uneasy, all kinds of emotions. It is quietly growing on the land of China. The third day of nationwide industrial power outage, the sky above China. Not only did the huge group of light and shadow not disappear, but it became more condensed and stronger. It turned into a circular aperture, blocking out the sky and the sun thousands of kilometers across. See the scene. The people in China are becoming more and more frightened and worried, and disaster seems to be approaching them step by step. Help! What on earth is this thing? I major in optoelectronics. It seems to be an optical phenomenon caused by electromagnetic waves. It should have nothing to do with monsters? Do you believe this? The aperture is getting bigger and brighter, and I feel like countless monsters are running out of it in the next second. At Monster Research Institute, what on earth is going on? The fear of the unknown, for the first time, it comes to everyone's mind. On the internet, the pessimism is spreading crazily. That afternoon, the official website of the Monster Research Institute finally responded to this phenomenon. Please don't worry, the general public. The strange phenomenon in the sky is caused by an important national weapon independently developed by our country. As soon as the announcement came off, the whole country was shocked. It caused an uproar. Most of the people's fears and worries have dissipated. Replaced it is a crazy and rampant curiosity. Countless people rushed into the live broadcast room frantically, asking about Zhao Ziyan, find out about the important weapon of the country. Can the anchor reveal a little bit about what this national weapon is? What on earth are you secretly developing? It can actually cause this huge aperture to appear in the sky over China. It's okay if it's not a disaster. I haven't been able to sleep well for the past 2 days. Is this important weapon of the country related to suppressing monsters? Develop it? In the live broadcast room, the number of viewers instantly soared to 60 million. Everyone is full of curiosity about this important weapon of the country, but it's a pity. As the anchor, Zhao Ziyan is tight-lipped, let the audience tell you whatever they want, but they didn't reveal a single word. Tubing. The changes in China also shocked the whole world. It aroused discussions among netizens from all over the world. Same as the Chinese people, netizens from various countries are speculating that the aperture in China may be a harbinger of the coming of monsters, similar to a transmission channel. A large number of monsters will come to China. Has the Chinese official come out with an explanation? Why do I feel that the description is getting darker and darker? This is obviously a monster passage. The most important weapon of the country? I don't believe it. The whole of China is, you can see that circle of light. What weapon can cause this phenomenon? If you don't accept us into China in the first round, when the monster comes, China will be the first to perish. I would like to advise people in China to run away quickly and leave China as far away as possible. After seizing the opportunity, people from all over the world began to ridicule and add insult to injury. The vast majority of people, they don't believe Hua Xia's explanation and think it is a lie specially fabricated by Hua Xia in order to stabilize people's hearts. Chapter 51, Being Immortal, but doing the things of gods. How can it be such a coincidence? As soon as a strange phenomenon appeared in the sky, China said it was caused by the weapons they developed. What weapon can cause such anomalies? Poor people in China, he is so simple and has no independent thinking at all. Everyone believed this clumsy lie. Country, can you believe that easily? America. Department of Defense, the most important weapon of the country, Jobs looked at the information on the table with a solemn expression. It is different from netizens from various countries. He sees more deeply and is more vigilant. Since the second round of civilization trials, the United States made a breakthrough in the research of 12-sided crystals and launched the vigorous Chosen One project, not long ago, Gull Country, Sakura Country, etc. Corresponding breakthroughs have also been made in this field. One after another they proposed their own plans: Gull Country's New Humanity Plan, Sakura Country's Divine Ninja Plan, White Bear Country's God of War Plan. The whole world is learning from their country, the United States, follow their footsteps and study the transcendence of personal power, trying to use these extraordinary beings to resist the monsters that come in the trial of civilization. Only China, this large eastern country that can compete with the United States, has never announced a corresponding plan for extraordinary beings. It was quite puzzling to him. China, isn't it really secretly researching new weapons? I thought of this. Jobs's pupils shrank and he murmured, "You have given up the direction of personal greatness and want to continue to move forward on the road of technology?" In an instant, he felt a chill running down his spine. China's decision, it's too decisive. As if to remind him that the United States is going in the wrong direction. No. The world is launching extraordinary plans, and you are the ones who are going in the wrong direction. Jobs shook his head violently and continued to strengthen his belief: the trial of civilization is extremely cruel, monsters come one after another, the time left for human civilization is running out. The road of science and technology, it takes a lot of time to accumulate and settle, lay down basic theories, and climb the technological tree. If there are no predecessors to open the way, there will be no explosive leap forward for future generations. This is the case with modern civilization. The reason why such earth-shaking technological breakthroughs have been achieved in just a few decades, all because inherited the theoretical achievements of Newton, Einstein, Truss, Planck and others, and the chosen ones, they can quickly become stronger by hunting monsters and extracting and absorbing the energy in their bodies. It won't be long, their United States will give birth to second level, third level, and even fourth level chosen ones. It will always be a small group of people who can save the world. Jobs lowered his head and looked at another piece of information on the desktop. Ability report of Chosen One number 38. Today, the chosen ones in the United States have grown in size, and a total of 40 chosen ones have been born, mastered various supernatural powers. Among them, the Chosen One number 38, after absorbing the 12-sided crystal, his eyes changed. He actually mastered the Eye of Deception. As the name suggests, with the naked eye, you can see through all disguises and illusions. 002 The imitator will be seen through no matter what he looks like. Give me the order. With the Chosen One number 38 as the core, first check the senior personnel of the United States to make sure there are no insiders. He took a deep breath and issued the order in a deep voice. It turns out, only magic can defeat magic. China. Kunlun Mountains, Demon Mirror R&D Base, Conference Room. Dean, the power input threshold has reached 81% of the country's total electricity. The electric power engineer was full of excitement and reported the progress of the Demon Mirror project. At this rate, it doesn't take 5 days, 4 days, just 4 days to complete all the energy storage. The third phase of the Demon Mirror plan is to mobilize the country's industrial power storage. The estimated time is 5 days, but people spontaneously save electricity and save a lot of civil electricity, speeds up the process, especially after the official announcement. People's power saving measures are becoming more and more crazy. Now the power input value of the Demon Mirror has climbed to 81% of the country's electricity. That is to say, the remaining 140 million people only use less than 19% of the country's total electricity value. How did they save so much electricity? Shi Chongrui swallowed, showing an expression of surprise and confusion. Generally speaking, the proportion of civil electricity accounts for 34% of the country's total electricity, but it was abruptly reduced to 19%. This is so crazy. It's very simple. Except for daily lighting, they gave up the use of all electrical appliances. Yang Mo spoke slowly, with a slightly complicated expression. The scene also exceeded his expectations. Just because of that announcement, the people unconditionally believed in Huaxia. So, we cannot let them down. He looked at Shi Chongrui, Cui Tianhao and others, and said solemnly, tomorrow, the Demon Mirror will be officially launched. Only success is allowed, no failure. Hear the words, everyone looked solemn and nodded solemnly. Tomorrow, it is the 4th day of energy storage. At sunset, the energy storage will be completely completed. By then, China's second most important weapon of the country, Demon Mirror,
is displayed in front of the world. That's it for today's meeting, let's go and get busy. Yang Mo waved his hand and ended the meeting. Everyone stood up one after another, start getting into work mode and carry out the final sprint. In the huge conference room. In the end, only Yang Mo and Cui Tianhao were left.
How is your recovery? Yang Mo looked at Cui Tianhao and asked.
Thank you, Dean, for your concern.
I have fully recovered.
Cui Tianhao patted his chest, feeling full of energy. Thanks to the improvement of physical fitness, his recovery power is amazing, and his body quickly adjusted itself.
He glanced at Yang Mo secretly, and then stammered.
I heard that the dean gave all my people an extra 100,000 bonuses. This is what they deserve.
I asked them, and they all said they didn't want the bonus. They wanted me to ask you something. Cui Tianhao was hesitant to speak. What happened? Yang Mo was stunned for a moment. You don't want such a good thing as bonus money? Can you engrave their names on the demon mirror?
Cui Tianhao swallowed and carefully observed Yang Mo's expression. I found that Yang Mo was silent. I am afraid that the more than 30,000 workers under my command will lose even their bonuses. He quickly redressed. I also know that this is against the rules.
The demon mirror is an important weapon of the country. How can it be engraved with their names? I will go back and reprimand them and let them take the money. Who said it was against the rules? Yang Mo blared at him and said angrily. You, what do you mean? Cui Tianhao was stunned and asked cautiously.
The demon mirror was built by these 32,000 workers. They created this miraculous project within 7 days. Yang Mo took a deep breath and said in a deep voice, for mortals, he has a body, but he has performed the deeds of gods and has become an important weapon of the country. He should be recorded in the records. Chapter 52 Seeing the light of the sun, the world will be bright. To cast a demon mirror, these 32,000 construction workers tried their best, day and night, and pushed their bodies to the limit. Thousands of people felt tired. This task was completed within 7 days. For the requirements. Of course, Yang Mo couldn't bear to refuse, who stipulates that mortal names cannot be engraved on the demon mirror.
In heaven?
Then the bonus, Cui Tianhao reacted, too excited to control himself. Take care of your hair. That night. Yunqing Dai in the dark night. A certain villa was brightly lit, and the lights made it look like daytime. Why are rich people so stingy? Dong Yunju sipped red wine and looked out the window at other villas. I couldn't help but complain. The place where she lives is a group of villas concentrated among the rich across the country. Each villa is worth more than 300 million. It can be said, the people who can live inside are all group bosses. Expensive, but, after dark, I couldn't even turn on a light, look around, except for her villa. The other villas were dark. On the contrary, the aperture in the sky became brighter and brighter. The empty part in the middle seems to be being filled, like a smooth mirror.
Huaxia Tian issued an announcement, saying that it was building an important national weapon. She tilted her chin and looked up at the aperture in the sky. My eyes flickered, thinking, is it developed to deal with our clan? After a while, she shook her head again. Their race is good at change and can change into any appearance. It is difficult to distinguish between true and false. As long as they hide among ordinary people, no weapon can lock them. The national industrial blackout continues for the 4th day. Early morning, after people everywhere get up, they habitually look to the sky, and then they saw a scene they would never forget. I saw that in the sky, the aperture had unknowingly turned into a round mirror hang high in the sky, quietly releasing light. Compare with that, the rising sun is eclipsed. People took out their mobile phones one after another, turn on the camera function to take pictures of this shocking spectacle. It's so amazing. I didn't expect that the aperture would eventually form a mirror. Is it really an anomaly caused by a weapon developed by our country? What kind of weapon is it? Brothers, look at this mirror. It seems to reflect the mountains and rivers of China, but it's a little blurry. Mirror, it's really a mirror. Gradually, people from all over the country. I discovered that in the round mirror in the sky, thousands of miles of rivers and mountains in China were reflected. Everyone. As long as you raise your head, you can see the mountains and rivers near you, although it's a little vague, but they still recognized him at a glance. That is the ever-flowing Yellow River, that is the turbulent Yangtze River, that is Mount Tai, the place where Zen is enshrined and worshipped, that is the winding and rugged Great Wall, that is Kunlun, which stretches for hundreds of thousands of miles. That is, those are the thousands of miles of rivers and mountains that countless Chinese people have dreamed about at midnight and have been engraved in their blood and marrow, and everyone also discovered. As time goes by,
the scene reflected in the mirror becomes clearer, except mountains and rivers. It also reflected the city beneath their feet. Mighty steel buildings rise from the ground, standing among the majestic mountains and rivers. This moment. 1.4 billion people raised their heads and stared at the sky. The mood is calmer than ever before. Although the international situation is becoming increasingly chaotic, the potential crisis of 002 imitators may erupt at any time, but, at this moment, they have all been forgotten. They just know. He was born here, longer than this, the future. I will die here too. If anyone dares to destroy it, they will die. America, Department of Defense, high-altitude projection reflects thousands of miles of rivers and mountains. How did China do it? Looking at the live video transmitted back from China, Jobs sat up in shock, with a look on his face, full of shock. The aperture in the sky over China turned into a mirror, reflecting the mountains and rivers of China. Just stand on the land of China, from any angle, you can all see this wonder. Maybe, it is a special technology application in the field of optoelectronics. The assistant next to him guessed, have we in the United States mastered this technology? Jobs asked with a frown, probably not. Jobs, his brows were furrowed and his face looked worried. Seeing this, the assistant quickly comforted, it's just an ordinary technology. The top priority is to suppress the monsters. China's doing such fancy things is a complete waste of time and waste of time. We in the United States, the Chosen One program leads the world and has already cultivated the first level 2 Chosen One. China should not be afraid of it. Really? Jobs glanced at his assistant and looked at the live video with concern, but noticed eye in the circular mirror that originally reflected thousands of miles of rivers and mountains. 11 words appeared out of thin air, simple and solid. A feeling of vicissitudes of life came over my face. Quick, anyone who understands Chinese characters, please translate it quickly. Jobs' face changed slightly, and he quickly looked at the assistants and others beside him. Not long after, a staff member proficient in 6 languages came forward. Looking at the video image, he translated, look at the demon mirror, see the light of the sun, the world, the Ming Dynasty. What do you mean? Jobs blinked. It seems to be the name of this mirror. It's called the demon mirror, but the last 8 words belong to ancient Chinese proverbs, and I don't understand it either. The translator shrank his neck. He smiled bitterly, aren't you proficient in 6 languages? Jobs looked at him suspiciously, that's it? At this time, the eye in the round mirror, densely packed words appeared after the 11 words. The eye in an instant. It is all over the sky of China. Quick, continue to translate, what are these? Jobs was stunned for a moment and urged again. The translator took a deep breath and decided to translate seriously to prove his strength. 1 Brain translated all these words one by one. Wang Wenzhong, Liuran, Jiasanduo, Niujiu, Feijun, Ningyan, Kalaguzi, Zhuosangyu, Zhangyu, what do you mean? Jobs blinked, looking confused again. China's Zizhou. In the garden of the community. A few children were chasing each other and having a great time. Suddenly, one of the children stopped and pointed to the sky in surprise. Look, everyone, that's my father's name. The companions were stunned for a moment. They all shook their heads. Don't believe what he said. My dad said that your dad is just a bricklayer. How could his name appear in the sky? Listening to the ridicule of his companions, the child blushed and said louder, that's my dad's name. My dad told me last month that he was going to work in a secret place. He will definitely go to perform national tasks. The childish voice came out, immediately attracted the attention of the adults around me. The adults raised their heads one after another and looked at the incredible scene in the sky. I saw only the mountains. Names jumped out one by one, suspended among the great rivers and mountains of the motherland. Even though it looked small, insignificant, but under the superposition of light and shadow effects, these names are like giants, guarding the mountains and rivers of 9.6 million square kilometers with an extremely majestic attitude. Seeing the light of the sun, the world will be bright are the words engraved on the back of the prototype of the ancient demon mirror. Chapter 53, Demons and Demons Have Nowhere to Hide. The same moment, across China, more and more people stopped and looked up at the names in the sky that silently guarded the thousands of miles of rivers and mountains in China. Some people had tears in their eyes, some people cheered, some people covered their faces and cried, some people are silent, some people, these names, it is their husband, their son, their father, the person they dream about, but at this moment, everyone has indescribable pride in their hearts. Look, the mythical mirror in front of them was actually built by the relatives they thought about day and night. No wonder, when they saw this mirror, they felt an indescribable feeling of intimacy.
Alung, I am here, waiting for you to come back. Our child has been born and is already 1 month old. Nanny, come and see, your father's name appears in the sky. Second brother, it was the anniversary of our father's death the day before yesterday. I went there on your behalf. Don't worry, Dad didn't blame you. I will take good care of you, Mom. Dad, I am going to join the army. I will report tomorrow. You always said that I was not doing my job properly. Facing the sky, many people whispered softly, expressing their love for each other. Most of them talked about trivial matters at home, trivial matters that didn't matter, but for them, this is all of life, trivial, but extremely warm. Time passes slowly. 8 hours later, the sun sets over the western mountains and the sky gradually becomes dark night. The shroud quietly enveloped the land of China, but the round mirror that reflects thousands of miles of rivers and mountains has become more and more dazzling. Let the darkness come, always shine brightly on the land of China, like a bright moon. Immediately afterwards, a strange scene happened. Wherever the mirror light shines, there seems to be invisible ripples passing by. At the perspective of light and shadow collapses within China, whether they are people or objects. They are visually reconstructed under the transformation of the electromagnetic wave beams conducted by the mirror. Restored to its original appearance, the mountains and rivers are still the same mountains and rivers, people are still the same people, but the 002 imitators who hid their disguises in the territory and changed their appearance have all turned into strange birds with a white head, a human face and 3 legs. Kunlun Mountain Demon Mirror R&D Base, Master Control Center. Dean, the feedback data is out. Shi Chomrui stared at the screen intently, for fear of missing something. According to the feedback from the Demon Mirror, there are currently 72 second-level imitators in our country. BR Nighttime, Demon Mirror, has been fully charged and has fully recovered the light it emits. It is the reconstruction and analysis of electromagnetic beams that can scan the 002 imitators in the territory and change their camouflage. The principle used is exactly one in the field of optics. The reason why people can see objects.it is precisely because of the existence of light, that the shape and appearance of the object are reflected on the surface of the object, and Demon Mirror, it changed this phenomenon and deciphered the disguise of the 002 imitator. Since then, as long as the Demon Mirror is activated, domestic 002 imitators will have no way to hide. No matter how they disguise themselves, they cannot change the appearance of the monster. It's just Demon Mirror essentially does not completely change 002 back to his original form. Otherwise, using the Book of Life and Death, you can directly kill them. Send the location of these 72 imitators to the demon hunting team and the military and ask them to take action immediately. Yang Yamo took a deep breath and made a quick decision. Because of the limitations of energy technology, Demon Mirror needs to be charged for several days each time it is activated, and can last up to 24 hours. Therefore, they must suppress all 002 imitators in the territory within these 24 hours. Monster Research Institute, the demon hunting mission is officially executed. After receiving the order, Zhang Yongguan quickly gathered his team members. Be well equipped, be vigorous and resolute. He hurriedly rushed out of the institute and rushed towards the designated location. Everyone was delighted to hear the battle and was extremely excited, and the military in various places also launched a first-level combat readiness response, made emergency deployments, and mobilized the forces of sea, land, and air. Air and waterways were blocked. Quietly, a dragnet was formed. Surround the city where the 002 imitator is. Yanjing. Cabinet. The secretary walked into the office holding a pile of documents. Wang Bureau, this is the intelligence of various countries, put it on the table. Wang Yu was clasping his hands behind his back, looking at the round mirror outside the window, the corners of his mouth turned up, smiling with relief. Yang Amo. It really worked. When the Demon Mirror comes out, all the monsters will be invisible. But the next second, out of the corner of his eye, he caught a glimpse of the secretary behind him looking a little weird. He turned around suddenly and his pupils suddenly shrank, but he saw a strange bird with a white head, a human face, and 3 legs was approaching him step by step. Guard! Guard! He took a breath of cold air and shouted at the top of his lungs, jump up the window at the same time, leap down. Fortunately, after everyone's physical fitness improved, the height of 3 floors did not cause any harm to him. After hearing the news, the guards rushed over one after another. Protect him firmly, there is an imitator on the 3rd floor. Wang Yu pointed to his office and felt a chill down his spine. Damn it! Only the last step is left.
The strange bird at the window had a ferocious face and glanced at the round mirror in the sky with hatred, then he flapped his wings and flew away, disappeared into the night amidst the gunfire of the guards. Cloud City. In a certain villa, Dong Yunju stood in front of the life-size mirror and looked at himself in the mirror in horror. He showed a ghost expression. At this time, the innate transformation technique of her race has completely failed, completely revealing her true form. What on earth is this mirror? She gritted her teeth and stared resentfully at the round mirror in the sky. Everything it all started after it appeared this important weapon of the nation newly developed by China can actually see through the transformation of their race, let them reveal their prototypes. Whoa, out the window. From time to time, the roar of police cars sounds. A sense of crisis of death emerged in my heart, a frantic warning. We can't stay in China any longer. She sighed deeply and quickly made the decision to escape. Obviously, after learning their identities, China will definitely suppress them with all its strength, and their race are only proficient in the art of change, not good at fighting. The combat power is far inferior to that of the 001 Immortal. To note in the first round of trials, Huaxia wiped out all the 001 undead in the territory. Therefore a escape is the wisest decision. It's just, when I think of myself, a demon clan, being forced to flee by a human civilization, she couldn't help but have mixed feelings in her heart, full of frustration. Go to the United States, that country is better. She glanced at the world map and finally determined the direction of escape. Unfortunately, her identity has now been exposed and she cannot fly on human airlines. Going to the United States, I can only rely on my own wings to cross the Pacific Ocean. Before leaving, I also brought along the Book of Mountains and Seas, which recorded information about their race. Chapter 54. The stimulated United States plans to raise goo. That night, demon mirror is empty. All 002 imitators are like frightened birds, inexplicably frightened and running away crazily, but, under the supervision of the demon mirror, all the monsters in the territory have nowhere to hide and their whereabouts are exposed wherever they fled. They will be firmly locked and then chased and intercepted. The killing operation is being carried out across the country. The 002 imitator was suppressed and arrested by the demon hunting team and the military transported to Monster Research Institute. What awaits them? It will be inhumane research and experimentation. This night it is destined to be a sleepless night, and it is also a carnival night for all the people of China. Monster Research Institute, live recording room. At the request of Yang Imo, Zhao Ziyan is broadcasting live to the whole country, received battle reports from the front line. Here, we call on the general public to be rational and patriotic. Once you discover the whereabouts of the escaping 002 imitator, don't be too excited. Please call as soon as possible. Hotline. Facing the camera, Zhao Ziyan rubbed her forehead and said to the tens of millions of viewers in the live broadcast room, frustration was written on his face. Zhang Yangguang and the military sent back battle reports, and many enthusiastic people took action during the arrest process. It did help a lot, several times without them taking action. The 002 imitator was caught and beaten half to death by the public, but there are too many enthusiastic people, which also has a negative impact on the suppression operation. In some places, the number of people surrounding and killing a 002 imitator was actually more than the number of combatants in their military. There are huge crowds of people, same as a wet market. I almost let go of the 002 impersonator. Ahem, I'll do it next time. I won't say it anymore. I heard that an imitator was found near our county seat, and the whole village went there. Let's go and watch the fun. These monsters are so hateful, aren't they? I'm fighting the monsters. I pulled out a 002 imitator. The feathers are down and I plan to pass them on as family heirlooms, hee hee. In the live broadcast room, the people have a good attitude and actively admit their mistakes, but I just didn't change it. Still, ask around where there are monsters, and then set out to chase them. This scene, Zhao Ziyan was so angry that several black lines appeared on her forehead. What an heirloom! To know, these imitators are not just minions, they are all monsters that eat people without spitting out their bones. Put it in various countries, it is definitely an existence that changes your face. When you hear it and makes you tremble when you hear it, but now, it has become a thing of the Chinese people, being chased like a mouse crossing the street. Fear, this emotion has long since disappeared. When did it start? Zhao Ziyan looked at the barrage in the live broadcast room, and her heartbeat accelerated a little. It seems, it was after the dean held that press conference. The United States, Department of Defense, not good. Minister, all the monsters in China have appeared inexplicably and are being madly suppressed by China. Job sat up in shock and quickly grabbed the information handed to him by his subordinates, flipped through quickly. My face became more and more ugly. How did they do it? He grabbed his hair frantically, his expression full of confusion.
How suddenly all the monsters in China have been exposed? Could it be, is it related to the round mirror developed by China?
Minister, I just went through ancient Chinese books and found the source of the demon mirror. At this time, the previous translator, who was good at 6 languages, came over in a hurry and said excitedly, "The demon mirror comes from an ancient Chinese myth and is a treasure of heaven. It has the ability to detect the true nature of monsters and track their whereabouts." Hearing this, Jobs was stunned on the spot, a little confused. Myths, heaven, treasures, the amount of information is too much. He didn't accept it for a while. It's more than that. The translator seemed eager to prove himself, and went on to say, the Book of Life and Death project launched by China before was also derived from China's ancient mythology. It is a treasure that suppresses the underworld. It has the function of delimiting the lifespan of all living beings and determining the life and death of all living beings.
The underworld?
Jobs swallowed and felt that his brain was a little down. Is it similar to the existence of the underworld in their American myths and legends? The previous heaven was similar to their heaven, so Huaxia used the power of science and technology to realize the power of the mythical magic weapon, and then allowed all the imitators in the country to reveal their true colors, the first round of trials before. Did he also use the power of the Book of Life and Death to determine the life and death of all 001 immortals, using the power of technology to realize myths and legends? Jobs slumped in his chair and muttered to himself, "The more I think about it, the more frightened I become." Facing the crisis, what they thought of was to launch the Chosen One project, take the path of personal greatness, and hope that the United States would give birth to superheroes and save the world. But China, relying on the strength of the whole country, they are recreating myths and legends. The path both take very different. One worships the power of individuals, and the other relies on the power of the whole country, although he is a staunch supporter of the former. But I have to admit it, China is now fully ahead of the United States.
Minister?
The assistant on the side waved his hand, waking up the lost Jobs. "I'm fine."
Jobs took a deep breath, turned around and asked, "Where is the Chosen One program now?"
"There are 3. The Chosen One has advanced to the 2nd level." The assistant immediately reported, "The Chosen One with the Eye of Destruction of Delusion has begun to investigate among the high-level officials and found out the imitators of the 2nd level of Josuan." Hear this, the expression on Jobs' face softened slightly. The United States is definitely at the forefront of the world in the study of the Chosen Ones. Later. He then mused, "Don't kill these 2nd-level imitators yet. Start the goo breeding program and feed the death row prisoners to them, so as to strive to give birth to 3rd-level imitators as soon as possible." According to research, the fastest way for the Chosen One to increase his power is to swallow the 12-sided crystal in the imitator's body. These crystals contain strange energy. Not only can ordinary people have the chance to awaken extraordinary abilities, but it can also allow the Chosen Ones who already possess extraordinary abilities to advance.
The 3 current 2nd-level Chosen Ones were promoted by absorbing 2nd-level crystals.
If we want to catch up with China, we must have 3rd-level or even 4th-level Chosen Ones as soon as possible.
His expression was solemn, and there was a sense of crisis in his brows. The crisis of monsters is certainly terrifying, but the excellence of other countries is often more worrying. But he firmly believed as long as they have the 4th-level Chosen One, it will only be a matter of time before they suppress a country and surpass China. Rely on the people, that's just a bunch of rabble. The development of science and technology is definitely not as fast as the improvement of personal power. The next day, China, Kunlun Mountain Demon Mirror R&D Base. Dean, 71 of the 72002 imitators in the country have been recovered. Zhang Yangguang's voice came from the communication device, an excited report the results of last night's battle. The remaining one has fled to another country and is missing. Chapter 55, the deterrent power of the country's most important weapon can eliminate internal and external troubles. Despite the fierce battle all night, but Zhang Yangguang's tone was still extremely excited, without any signs of fatigue. After the advent of the Demon Mirror, the hidden 002 imitators in the country all revealed their true colors and were jointly killed by them and the military. Plus the help of the people. Forget the people's help. As long as they don't do any harm. It took 19 hours, they achieved remarkable results and successfully suppressed 71002 imitators, only one escaped. Good job.
The corners of Yang Mo's mouth curled up, and his mood was also unprecedentedly joyful. Ahead of him, the background feedback map of Demon Mirror is closely monitoring all anomalies within the Chinese territory. It is indeed as Zhang Yongguang said, all monsters were suppressed. On the 9.6 million square kilometers of China, there is no trace of a 002 imitator. You can turn off the Demon Mirror. Yang Yamo pondered for a moment. He looked at Shi Chongrui and signaled, China's power, it's time to restore it. For casting Demon Mirror, China has paid too much and made great sacrifices. Industry to IT can be said that the muscles and bones are damaged, and the vitality is severely damaged. It is estimated that it will take a long time to fully recover, but as long as we can eliminate the monsters in the country and eliminate the hidden dangers, it's all worth it. And our heroes can go home, too. Subsequently, Yang Mo looked at Cui Tianhao again, nodded and smiled. Live broadcast room. After receiving Yang Mo's instruction, Zhao Ziyan immediately announced the good news to all the people. TV stations and news media from all over the world also quickly followed up the report. The news of the elimination of 002 monsters in the country will be announced to the whole country. Eye in the sky. The round mirror that reflected thousands of miles of rivers and mountains also quietly disappeared in the sky. Hidden merit and fame. I didn't even get a single heirloom, and it's over? The monsters in this round of trials are too weak. I thought they could survive for another 2 days. It's not that they are too weak, it's that we are too strong. Are you kidding me that the physical fitness of the whole people has increased by 100%? I heard that there is another one that has escaped abroad. Is it true? Will the monster escape? You will die if you stay here. Would you rather run away? After hearing the announcement, while the people were happy, they were also a little disappointed. This round of monsters, it's just too brittle. The monsters in the first round are still strong, with thick health, high attack, and high defense, and are extremely difficult to deal with right now. The second round of civilization trials has only entered the 23rd day, suddenly free, without the stimulation of crisis from monsters. They are still a bit unaccustomed. I have nothing to do today, just listening to music. I haven't watched a beautiful anchor for a long time. I plan to concentrate on studying the classic of mountains and seas. Didn't Dean Yang say that? This is Civilization Trial Manual. Guess which one of the monsters will come in the next round? The monsters will come again in the next round, and I will cut off one of my teeth as a family heirloom. In fact, if you want to find monsters, you can go abroad to find them. I heard that the 001 undead in foreign countries have already appeared in the 3rd level. In the live broadcast room, netizens from all over the world made jokes and had a great time chatting. Today, the casting of the national artifact, Demon Mirror, was completed, and the industrial power outage came to an end. The monster crisis disappears. Everyone's life will get back on track. As for going abroad to hunt monsters, almost no one dares to do this. They were just talking. It's not that I'm not afraid of death. Nowadays, small countries are controlled by monsters, and the international situation is becoming increasingly chaotic. Once you go abroad, life or death is unpredictable. It is better to stay in the country and accept the protection of the motherland. Yanjing Cabinet Conference Room. Dean Yang is so good. Once the Demon Mirror comes out, it is truly unparalleled in power. All the monsters and monsters have nowhere to hide. The hearty laughter kept echoing. Several old men looked delighted and praised the Demon Mirror profusely. For Yang Mo, it was highly praised. It can be said, without Yang Mo, N01 would start from the photoelectric effect and the conduction of electromagnetic beams and then develop this mythical and legendary Demon Mirror. Yeah, if it weren't for Yang Mo, I almost. Wang Yu sighed sincerely, and he still has lingering fears when he thinks about it. He was killed by a 002 imitator and replaced. Once the 002 imitator is mixed into the cabinet, the consequences are terrifying just thinking about it. There is another good news. An old man from the military suddenly spoke with a smile on his face. I also just received a report from the National Defense that the Demon Mirror has been released. After that, small countries repeatedly launched provocations against our country. Suddenly I acted like a turtle. Everyone heard this. He looked overjoyed and even more excited. I didn't expect that the advent of the Demon Mirror actually brought about a series of chain reactions. Not only did it eliminate domestic imitators, it also indirectly shocked the small countries abroad. They should be afraid that our country will activate the Demon Mirror, and afraid that we will take action. 1. You took a deep breath and analyzed in a deep voice. Facts proved. Monster Mirror is naturally capable of restraining monsters that are good at changing, and those imitators who control small countries. The most worrying thing is to expose his identity and be counterattacked by the humans of the small country, thus losing control of the small country. This is the shocking power of Demon Mirror. Everyone nodded, the faces full of pride. This is the power of the most important weapon of the country. Point 1 device can conquer a country. Tubing, the world's largest video platform. China's news videos have been uploaded here one after another.
The Demon Mirror. That mirror is called the Demon Mirror by the Chinese. Suppressed 71,002 imitators overnight. China officially announced that there are no more potential monsters in the territory. Looking at this piece of news, people from all over the world who had previously ridiculed China could no longer sit still. Isn't that vision a precursor to the arrival of the monster? Is it really a weapon independently developed by China? I don't believe it. Is it possible that China has been controlled by the monster and deliberately posting these news to paralyze everyone?
You are deceiving yourself and others. Your Bangxi country is controlled by monsters, not even China.
The second round of civilization trial is only 20 years old. In 3 days, China eliminated the domestic monsters ahead of schedule. Doesn't that mean they are number one again this time? People from all over the world did not expect it. Overnight only the world has changed. The passage where the suspected monster descended suddenly turned into a round mirror, identifying all the imitators in China. China is also doing so at an alarming rate. All imitators were suppressed, and only one fled abroad. If nothing else happens, this time, China will get the highest rating in the second round of civilization trials. Don't you find it strange?
Why has China not taken any detours since the start of the civilization trial? Finally, a netizen from Sakura country raised a question in the comment area. Chapter 56, Mutual Aid Group for Refugees. As soon as these words came out, it instantly resonated with netizens from all over the world.
When you say that, the more I think about it, the more I feel something is wrong. China really has not taken any detours at all. It's scary to think about it.
They were the first to establish a monster research institute, and finally the monster code was announced first, and all the monsters were eliminated in 2 consecutive rounds.
I feel like they know how to deal with monsters in advance. Ahem, everyone, stop guessing. Didn't Yang Mo, the director of the Monster Research Institute, say that? The Classic of Mountains and Seas is on a civilization trial instruction manual left behind by a civilization. After some exchanges, people from all over the world reacted again. Indeed, they didn't hide it at all. I have said it before. The Classic of Mountains and Seas is a guidebook for the trials of civilization. It does record the appearance, characteristics, and habits of more than 200 monsters. Perhaps China found a way to break the situation. For a while, the stimulated people from all over the world once again plunged into the wave of studying the Classic of Mountains and Seas. Sakura country. A small store. A bald boss is leaning on a recliner and browsing the news on his mobile phone, looking at it. The eye socket suddenly turned red. He showed the expression of surviving the disaster, muttered, "Fortunately, I ran fast, otherwise I would have ended up in China like other tribesmen." It was the second round during the trial. Monsters descended on China. The race name is Chu Ru. It's just, compared to other tribesmen, he was more cautious, and immediately discovered something was wrong with China after arriving. The Book of Mountains and Seas records the appearance information and basic weaknesses of their race, the people of China. We are looking for them all over the world, and we are not afraid at all. So, the steady man just ate 2 corpses symbolically. Then, on the first day of the nationwide industrial power outage in China, he sneaked to the border. The day the Demon Mirror came out, he fled China without looking back, traveled across the ocean, and flew to the cherry blossom country. Facts proved his decision was not wrong. Staying in China would really put your life at risk. This country is too scary. His face was full of grief and anger, and he was extremely aggrieved. "Boss, do you have China's Shanghai Jing for sale here?" Suddenly, the arrival of a customer awakened his thoughts. "Yes, come with me." He stood up quickly and showed a devilish smile. "Take customers with you." Going into the depths of the canteen, Gul. A remote town, the corpse of a young girl was lying on the ground, her slender white legs being eaten away to become shorter and shorter. Beside her, was a strange bird with a white head, 3 legs, and a human face. There was blood dripping from the corners of the strange bird's mouth, and there were a few pieces of raw meat stuck between its teeth. Half an hour later, he
Just finished eating and transformed into a young girl. In an instant, then he received all the girl's memories.
Huaxia has killed all the people?
The girl's face was as cold as frost, and her silver teeth were trembling with anger, but, in anger, he was just angry for a moment. She had just escaped from China and had no courage to return to China. Didn't the committee say that these civilizations are very weak? Her eyes were slightly red, and the more she thought about it, the more aggrieved she became. America, Florida. In a certain villa.
The United States is better. Living in China is too dangerous.
A beautiful young woman watched the news on TV and sighed from the bottom of her heart. In the news, it is playing that China suppressed 71 imitators overnight, and only one is missing. And she. It is the one that escaped after crossing the Pacific. I came to Florida, USA, and chose the home of a noble lady whose family background seemed to be pretty good. Eat the original owner. The dove occupies the magpie's nest. Now her name should be Helen.
Ding dong. Ding dong. Ding dong.
Suddenly her cell phone rang with a notification tone. Open it and take a look. In the group chat she just created on Twitter, people joined in one after another.
Is it Sister Yen? Aren't you dead too?
Soon. A person who just joined the group said tentatively that the IP address was displayed in a small town in Gaul. The young woman saw this. A few black lines appeared on his forehead, but looking at the surviving tribesmen in the group, she still typed patiently, I created this group. It seems that you all have received the message I sent. After escaping to the United States, she then used the secret method of the race and managed to contact the same group of tribesmen who came to China. This is before they come. Just agree on the emergency contact method. I thought it was just a small trial and of no use at all. Who would have thought more than 100 of the same clan came to China, and in the end only 8 were left alone.
Sister Yen, whoa, Huaxia is too scary. I want to go home.
It's impossible. Without destroying Huaxia, our mission will not be completed, and it is impossible to go back.
Our Sakura country is better.
I've only been here 3 days and I've already eaten more than 10 people.
There's no danger at all. But what about our mission?
In the group chat, after the 7 people confirmed their identities, everyone has the feeling of being filled with tears when fellow villagers meet fellow villagers. Before coming, everyone is high-spirited and thinks they have something to control. After coming, they are as frightened as a bereaved dog and as sad as a rat crossing the street, finally fled in embarrassment, living in another country. Even though he saved his life, but it is basically impossible to continue to
complete the task of destroying China. That's not necessarily the case.
The corners of the young woman's mouth raised, and she typed with her slender fingers, my cousin has also drawn lots to go to China, and the next round of trials will come. The fighting strength of their family will be Wushuang, my cousin is the best among them. Once it comes, the end of China will come. Everyone, be patient for a moment. I will take you to join him when the time comes. In the group chat, after the remaining 7 people heard this, the gloom in their hearts suddenly disappeared. What a pleasant surprise. Obviously they all know a little bit about the young woman's cousin family. What their race is good at is the art of change. At the first and second levels, almost no combat power, but the race of the young woman's cousin is actually a race with real fighting power, still the kind that explodes. One more thing, there is something strange in China's Shanhai Jing. The young woman paused for a moment, then typed again and said to the tribe, it actually records a lot of information about our demon clan, even the secrets of the gods, spirits, witches, and ghosts are included. I suspect that, as Huaxia said, it is really a civilization trial instruction manual left specifically for them by the previous civilization. In the classic of mountains and seas, lots of secrets, even she has never heard of it. Coupled with the demon mirror, developed by China, it can actually see through the transformation of their race. She had to guess in this direction, however, she had just finished typing.
Isn't that right? Doesn't the civilization trial require the erasure of all traces of civilization? How come there are ancient books left behind? In the group chat, the tribesmen in Sakura country raised this question. Didn't the Dean of China say that? Their ancient ancestors passed the test. The tribesman in Gaul replied, impossible. I have seen the committee's trial statistics. Within 30,000 years, no civilization has passed the trial at all. The people of the Sakura kingdom, he responded decisively and said with absolute certainty, the best one was a civilization that cultivated immortals, and it only lasted until the 120th round before it was destroyed. Chapter 57 New Discoveries in the Classic of Mountains and Seas. According to Huaxia, the trial of the last ancient civilization happened 5,000 years ago. Untimed, it doesn't match up at all. So, Huaxia's guess is actually wrong? The young woman looked at the group chat and fell into deep thought, but now we are faced with another paradox. No1 has passed the level. The IT means that China's ancient civilization has actually been destroyed. How did the Book of Mountains and Seas, which records the secrets of various ethnic groups, be handed down? To know, the trial of civilization is extremely cruel. If you fail, all traces of civilization will be erased and annihilated in the long river of history. This is also there. Mission: destroy China, and destroy all traces of Chinese civilization and prohibit any fire or inheritance from continuing. Forget it, let's not think about it for now. When the task is completed and we return to the clan, we can ask the elders again. The young woman rubbed her forehead and simply stopped thinking about it. What they have to do now, just wait patiently, develop secretly in other countries, and wait for the third round of trials to come. Then, come back to China and avenge your shame. China, Yanjing Monster Research Institute. Dean, you are finally back. Zhao Ziyan stood at the gate, welcoming Yang Mo's return. In the eyes, full of admiration. Under the leadership of Yang Mo, China once again eliminated domestic monsters in advance and restored its former stability. The elimination speed is faster than the first round of trials. A full 7 days ahead of schedule. How is the situation in various countries now? Yang Mo nodded with a smile and asked. A calm voice interrupted Zhao Ziyan's thoughts. She didn't expect that Yang Mo would go straight to work as soon as he came back. After a brief period of confusion, hurry back. According to the information from the intelligence department, many countries have now found ways to identify 002 imitators. Among the chosen ones in the United States, there are one person has mastered the destroying eye. One of the divine ninjas in the Sakura Kingdom has mastered the godly eye. One of the new humans in the Gaul Kingdom. There is someone who has mastered the Eye of Truth. With the help of these abilities, the countries have successively uncovered 002 imitators among high-level officials and initially stabilized the situation, but these extraordinary abilities can only be investigated on a small scale. It is impossible to eliminate all 002 imitators. Yang Mo listened, sighed and shook his head. Just as he expected, countries have embarked on the old path of mass-producing extraordinary beings and trying to defeat magic with magic. In the past life, China is also taking this path. It's just, the final outcome proved that this road is dead, so that's how Science Fiction Heaven Project was born. What's the situation in the hospital? Is there any new breakthrough in the research on 12-sided crystals? After Yang Mo finished sighing, he continued to ask. 12-sided crystal. It was excavated from the head of the 002 imitator, but no similar crystals were found in the body of Immortal 001. It's very special. Countries have also relied on it to embark on the extraordinary path. The core technology of Demon Mirror was also discovered from it, actually. China in the previous life went through 12 rounds of trials. However, the existence of the 12-sided crystal was only found in the head of the imitator. There is no such thing in the monsters of the other 11 races. Therefore, Chinese scientists in previous lives had speculated that the 12-sided crystal contained other secrets. Not yet. Listening to Zhao Ziyan's answer, Yang Mo couldn't help but feel disappointed, but he soon calmed down. In the previous life, China was always facing life and death crises and had no time to study the 12-sided crystal, but this time, they have successfully passed the first 2 rounds of trials, and China has enough time to study it, and if nothing unexpected happens, this round of trials will also be the perfect reward for the SSS level. Hopefully, it's another reward from the national direction. Thinking of this, Yang Mo couldn't help but murmur. In the first round, the physical fitness of the entire population increased by 100%, allowing the Chinese people to improve their physical fitness in all aspects. In addition to strength and speed, nowadays, people in China basically do not get sick, and work efficiency and infrastructure construction speed have been greatly improved. The invisible improvement to China is huge, combined with the rewards he experienced in his previous life. The rewards from the national direction are undoubtedly the best, can lead the race to achieve an overall leap. 3 days later, with the resolution of internal and external troubles, China, the peace of the past has been restored. 1,400 million people, they are all quietly waiting for the settlement day of the civilization trial, which is the arrival of the 30th day. Dean's office. Yang Mo did not relax at all. There were a lot of sketches on the table. It's all, there are preparation plans for the Science Fiction Heaven Project. As of now, China has successfully created 2 important national weapons, the Book of Life and Death, and the Demon Mirror.
but they are just the tip of the iceberg of science fiction heavenly plan, just limited by China's current technological level. More advanced comprehensive strategic platforms such as Lingxiao Palace, Tashita Palace, and Underworld cannot be created. Many core technologies can only be obtained by studying the monsters that descend for scientific and technological civilization. Their bodies are all brand new and unknown materials, their abilities are all brand new biological abilities. It can bring about technological revolutions in the fields of materials science, electromagnetics, quantum fields, physics, energetics, and other fields. This is also the key reason why the science fiction heavenly plan can be realized. We can only wait for the third round of monsters to see what new technological breakthroughs can be developed on it. Yang Mo put down the sketches and rubbed his forehead, stretched. Later I picked up the Book of Mountains and Seas on the corner of the table and opened the monster illustrated book. Among them, there are 12 types of monsters specially marked by him. It is the monsters he has personally experienced in his previous life, including the 001 undead and the 002 imitator. Tuck 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 dash, there was a knock on the door. Dean, we have a new discovery. The office door was pushed open and Zhao Ziyan walked in, looking a little excited. Has there been a breakthrough in the research on dodecahedron? Yang Mo asked with a thought, not from the research team. Zhao Ziyan shook her head. Yang Mo was a little disappointed, but Zhao Ziyan's next words made his eyes light up. A professor who claimed to be a professor of ancient literature at Yenjing University called our college and said that he had made new discoveries in the study of the classic of mountains and seas. What discovery? He asked quickly. He said that the 12-sided crystal in the head of the 002 imitator looks a bit like something recorded in the classic of mountains and seas. Hear this, Yang Mo's heart trembled and he could no longer sit still. Stand up suddenly, hurry, and said, quick, let him come to our hospital, I want to talk to him personally. Zhao Ziyan opened her mouth and looked at Yang Mo in surprise. I have followed Yang Mo for so long. In my impression, Yang Mo has always been calm and confident. This is the first time for her, seeing Yang Mo lose his composure. Chapter 58 12-sided crystal, immortal tree, queen mother of the west. Half a day later. An old professor with glasses and gray hair walked into Yang Mo's office under the leadership of Zhao Ziyan. Dean, he is the discoverer, Professor Feng Xingchen of Yenjing University. Zhao Ziyan gave a brief introduction. Yang Mo raised his head and looked at the old professor in front of him seriously. Same, the old professor was also looking at him. I didn't expect the dean to be so young. Feng Xingchen was a little surprised. He thought Yang Mo, who single-handedly created the Book of Life and Death and the Demon Mirror, two of the most important weapons in the country, are the same age as him. You called before and said that you made new discoveries in the classic of mountains and seas? Yang Mo chuckled and asked straight to the point. In previous lives, Chinese scientists have gained a lot of inspiration from the Book of Mountains and Seas, and finally concluded that it is a civilization trial instruction manual left by the ancient ancestors, but time is limited. Many mysteries in the classic of mountains and seas have never been revealed. Therefore, only after he was reborn would he reveal the secrets of the classic of mountains and seas to the public. I just want to use the power of all China, deciphering the classic of mountains and seas, get a lot of information about the civilization trial from it. So I get so excited when I hear about a new discovery. Not bad. Feng Xingchen nodded and didn't show off. Said, I have been studying the Book of Mountains and Seas during this period, and found one of the items that looks very similar to the dodecahedron picture published by the Institute. Said with. He took out an ancient book from the bag he carried with him. It is the Book of Mountains and Seas. This book is very old, and it is a bit pulpy after he turned it over. Actually, I was inspired by the monster 001 undead that came in the first round. He laughed at himself and said while flipping through the book, specially focus on research, it was placed on the record of immortality in the classic of mountains and seas. Speaking of which. He paused for a moment and stopped browsing. My finger pointed at a passage in the Book of Mountains and Seas. There is a country of immortality, whose surname is A, and sweet wood is food. Yang Mo and Zhao Ziyan stepped forward. The expression moved slightly. The rumor of the immortal kingdom is quite famous in the classic of mountains and seas. Rumors, people in a certain area rely on an immortal tree and eat its fruits to live forever, so it is called the immortal country. But what does this have to do with the 12-sided crystal? Zhao Ziyan blinked, a little confused. In her spare time from work, she would also read and study the classic of mountains and seas. I also know the rumors of the immortal kingdom, but it seems to be incomparable with the 12-sided crystal. I thought so before. Feng Xingchen laughed loudly and continued, until I noticed several magical things in the Book of Mountains and Seas.
Immediately afterwards, in front of Yang Emo and Zhao Ziyan, he turned the pages continuously and pointed out several miraculous objects in the classic of mountains and seas.
Danmu, a kind of plant, has yellow leaves and bears red fruits, which you can eat without hunger.
Yegu is also a kind of plant.
Its leaves are like grains, but they are actually large.
Like a melon, it is red and black.
If it is eaten, it can resist fire. Shatang is a tree with a shape like a tang, with yellow flowers and red solids. Its taste is like a plum but has no seeds.
It can resist water.
The holywood mandui grows in the west of Kunlun.
Its fruits are edible.
It can make people sage and wise, that is, increase their wisdom.
Gangchao, its leaves are like sunflowers and its red stems are white flowers.
The jujube fruit is actually like a peach, its leaves are like jujubes, yellow and red, and it can keep people energetic forever if they are eaten. Br Peach listened to Feng Xingqian's story as Zhao Ziyan became more and more confused as she listened. These things were indeed magical, but she still didn't understand the connection between them and the 12-sided crystal. It's an immortal tree.
Yang Mo's expression moved slightly and he quickly reacted, yes, it's the immortal tree.
Feng Xingqian was surprised.
He didn't expect Yang Mo to realize it so quickly. He is worthy of being the first person to discover that the classic of mountains and seas is a guidebook for the trials of civilization, that's it. Yang Mo suddenly realized and murmured, the 12-sided crystal is the seed of the immortal tree.
Dean, Professor, what are you talking about?
Zhao Ziyan looked at it blankly.
The two of them were still in a state of confusion. How, suddenly the 12-sided crystal found in the monster's head became the seed of the immortal tree? What does this have to do with the various magical items in front? For a while, she just felt that her brain capacity was too small and she could not keep up with the rhythm of Yang Mo and Feng Xingqian. You have been studying the classic of mountains and seas during this period, so you should know about the Queen Mother of the West, right? Yang Mo smiled slightly and looked at Zhao Ziyan. Zhao Ziyan nodded. The Queen Mother of the West, the true god of Taoism, located in Kunlun Mountain. It was first recorded in the classic of mountains and seas. It has a very high status in the myths and legends of later generations. He is also one of the 5 tribes, belonging to the God clan.
Yang Mo nodded and said solemnly, he is extremely terrifying, and he brought a heavy burden to the ancient ancestors.
The Queen Mother of the West is one of the monsters. Zhao Ziyan covered her mouth in disbelief.
That's true.
Feng Xingqian was also surprised by Yang Mo's inference, but still nodded. Before the Preqin dynasty, ancient Chinese documents regarded the Queen Mother of the West as a fierce god, and was later gradually beautified into an orthodox god by successive dynasties.
He is an expert in the field of ancient documents. Know the power of time. Many of the images in ancient documents have lost their true colors as they evolve to this day. The appearance of the Queen Mother of the West is described in the classic of mountains and seas. She looks like a human, with a leopard tail, tiger teeth, good at howling, and a shaggy hoopoe. There is no trace of human characteristics. I remember that it was recorded in the classic of mountains and seas that the Queen Mother of the West had mastered the elixir of death. Zhao Ziyan recovered from the shock and couldn't help but guess, is it the elixir of death? Does it grow from an immortal tree?
Feng Xingqian nodded with a smile. A childlike expression. Yang Mo took a deep breath and said in a deep voice, not only that, the classic of mountains and seas also records that the Queen Mother of the West used immortal trees as a basis to cultivate many varieties, including flat peaches, jelly, fire jujube, redwood, leaf grain. The seeds of the immortal tree have exactly the shape of 12 sides. Hear this. Zhao Ziyan took a breath of air and finally woke up. No wonder, Yang Mo would say that the seeds of the immortal tree are exactly the 12-sided crystal. They are not only similar in appearance, the functions are also quite similar. Based on it, those magical plants cultivated actually have strange abilities. Just eat it, you can master various powers out of thin air, after a while. Zhao Ziyan recovered from the shock and said excitedly, since the 12-sided crystal is a seed, if we plant it in the soil, can it produce the flat peaches, cross pears, and fire dates in myths and legends?
Br Yang Mo.
Chapter 59. It's terrifying to think about it. The layout of the monster. Listen to Zhao Ziyan. The corners of his mouth twitched a few times. God is so planted in the soil, although the immortal tree can cultivate many extraordinary plants. But who is the Queen Mother of the West? How could you use such a simple and unpretentious method of planting soil? I guess that the method of the Queen Mother of the West is most likely to place the seeds of the immortal tree in the human body, absorb the nutrients of the human body, use it to grow, and finally produce a harvest. Br Fengxingchen frowned and made a surprising guess to In the Classic of Mountains and Seas. There is no detailed description of the cultivation process of Queen Mother of the West. All I know is that the Queen Mother of the West lived secretly in Kunlun Mountain and used it as a stronghold to cultivate many immortal people. The immortal people. It happened to be that they became immortal after eating the fruit of the immortal tree. Fruits or seeds? Yang Yimo murmured softly with half-squinted eyes. An ancient secret quietly surfaced. It makes people think deeply. What happened to our ancient ancestors seems to be happening again on Earth today. Nothing more. The ancestors were bewitched and controlled by the Queen Mother of the West, so they were willing to serve as immortal people and became the vessels for cultivating many magical plants, but the countries on the Earth. But they chose the 12-sided crystal themselves and regarded it as the secret key to unlocking the path to transcendence. Crystal, is a conspiracy? Zhao Ziyan took a breath of air and gradually understood. A look of horror on his face. It's most likely a conspiracy. Yang Yimo nodded solemnly, his expression becoming more solemn. The monster not only wants to destroy all civilizations on the Earth, but also wants to use the 6 billion people on the Earth to cultivate what they call seeds. The final wave of harvest. Although I don't know the purpose of the monster, but there is no doubt about it, what is good for monsters will never be good for human civilization. Fortunately, our country has not started the extraordinary experiment of 12-sided crystals. Zhao Ziyan patted her chest, looking frightened. Ahem, I've told you everything I know. Fengxingchen on the side saw the two of them discussing, and said wisely, if there's nothing else, I'll leave first. Professor Feng, your discovery is of vital importance to our country. Yang Yimo turned around and said, thank you for your contribution. If you find out, be sure to contact me as soon as possible. Said. He took out one of his business cards and handed it to the other party. That's for sure. Fengxingchen accepted the business card carefully. Later, under the leadership of Zhao Ziyan, he left the institute. After a while, Zhao Ziyan returned to the office. Can't wait to ask for instructions. Dean, let's now change the research direction. Yang Yimo pondered and quickly made a decision. Since monsters are so eager for the seeds of the immortal tree to blossom and bear fruit, then we will do the opposite, use monsters as nutrients to cultivate the seeds of the immortal tree. I want to see what it will grow. Zhao Ziyan was slightly stunned. I reacted immediately and my expression became brighter. Same day. Lab. After being inspired by the Classic of Mountains and Seas, the research direction of dodecahedral crystals has been recorrected to researchers. Following Yang Mo's guidance, a 12-sided crystal was selected to focus on cultivating. A separate cultivation warehouse was established. Put the monster corpses captured in the first and second rounds of the civilization trial into it. Acts as nutrients. Then, something strange happened. Under the gaze of all researchers, a monster's corpse melted like ice and snow, swallowed up by the 12-sided crystal. Not even the bones and dregs are left. Inside the cultivation warehouse, the 12-sided crystal shimmered with red light, becoming more and more eerie. It really works. Yang Mo's heart moved and the corners of his mouth raised slightly. Next. In the strange red light, the second monster corpse was once again devoured completely. The third statue, the fourth statue, the red light flourished, filled the entire cultivation warehouse. Dean, it has already devoured 6 monster corpses. Zhao Ziyan swallowed. The swallowing speed of the 12-sided crystal is amazing. It's like a person who has been hungry for several days suddenly sees a table full of people in Han Chinese. How many monsters do we have in stock? Yang Yimo took a deep breath and asked in a deep voice. Excluding research consumption, there are still 98,001 undead in the first round, and 87,002 imitators in the second round. Zhao Ziyan immediately replied as she knew all her treasures. Among them, there are 37 corpses of second-level undead and 71 second-level imitators. Keep a few for research, and put the rest into the cultivation warehouse. Yang Yimo pondered for a few seconds, and once again made an astonishing decision. He plans to swallow and absorb all these more than 100 monsters with the 12-sided crystal. The words just fell as Zhao Ziyan and the researchers next to her were full of surprise. Zhao Ziyan's face was full of anxiety and she said worriedly, Dean, if you continue to train like this, you won't grow anything terrible, right? Yang Yimo waved his hand, said in a deep voice, if we don't understand the nature of the 12-sided crystal, it will always be a hidden danger to human civilization. He sees things very clearly. The 12-sided crystal is the layout of the monster. Instead of letting it detonate naturally, it is better to detonate it yourself in advance. At least, the initiative will be in the hands of China. Let's take action. Yes.
Zhao Ziyan and others looked at each other. They all felt Yang Mo's determination and said no more, took action immediately. 3 days later, there is still 1 day left before the second round of trials is settled. Dean's office, as of yesterday, all small countries in the world have lost control, and only the remaining 52 countries have controlled the situation. Zhao Ziyan was making daily reports as usual, but the situation in many countries is not optimistic. As the trial progresses, global situation more and more confusion. The small countries are all controlled by 002 imitators. Only 52 countries have maintained their basic base and are desperately suppressing the 001 undead and 002 imitators within their borders. Maybe it was stimulated by China. The United States has achieved amazing results with the help of the chosen one. Number of monsters suppressed, ranked first in the world. The United States just held a press conference this morning and decided to launch the Chosen People's military plan and establish an army of the Chosen Ones. Zhao Ziyan paused and then reported, Sakura Country, Gull Country, White Bear Country and other countries subsequently stated that they would continue to follow up on the New Humanity Project, the God Ninja Project, and the Super Soldier Project. They really took this step. Br Yang Mo put down the Book of Mountains and Seas in his hand and sighed softly, same as the previous life. In order to cope with the crisis of monsters, all countries are desperately developing extraordinary ways. I wish all the people could be extraordinary. How is the experiment with the 12-sided crystal going? Currently, 90 monster corpses have been swallowed. The crystal's light is becoming more and more brilliant, and the energy coefficient has increased 8 times. The remaining not found. Hear this. Yang Mo frowned slightly. The mystery of this crystal exceeded his imagination. Eat 90 corpses, there is still no obvious change, keep feeding. He ordered and continued to lower his head to study the classic of mountains and seas. Chapter 60, Trial Settlement, Perfect Evaluation. Again, after this incident, he became increasingly aware of the importance of the classic of mountains and seas. As a civilization trial manual left by the ancestors. It records the secrets, layouts, backup plans, and methods of clearing many monsters. It's just, many things are expressed in a vague way. Dean, since the ancient ancestors left us an instruction manual, why did they write the key information so obscurely? Zhao Ziyan on the side pouted and couldn't help it. Complained, for example, last time. If Yang Mo and Feng Xingchen hadn't explained it, she wouldn't have been able to figure out that the 12-sided crystal was the seed of the immortal tree. Maybe it was scattered and confused during the long history when it was passed down by future generations. Yang Mo said casually while flipping through the book. After all, the classic of mountains and seas has gone through a long time. It has been passed down since ancient times. After countless people's inheritance and revision, it became the current version. Is it possible that the ancient ancestors did not pass the trial? Zhao Ziyan blinked her eyes and guessed wildly, they were destroyed by monsters, in order to save the lives of future generations. I didn't want to make the same mistake again, so I kept the Book of Mountains and Seas and was worried about being discovered by monsters, so I disrupted and reorganized it. Impossible. Yang Mo shook his head. In the past life, countless scholars have passed the study of the classic of mountains and seas, lots of evidence found. They all point to the ancient ancestors who passed the trial, and the habit of destroying civilization with monsters. If the ancient ancestors were destroyed, the Book of Mountains and Seas would not be handed down no matter how disrupted it was. That's because when later generations compiled and passed down the classic of mountains and seas, they accidentally made it confusing, such as those people from Jixia Academy. Zhao Ziyan seemed to have something to say. Satori, holding his chin and affirming. Do you still know about Jixia Academy? Yang Mo raised his head and looked at Zhao Ziyan in front of him in surprise. If he remembers correctly, Zhao Ziyan seems to be a graduate student majoring in science, not in the liberal arts field, of course. Zhao Ziyan held her head high and felt quite proud. I have checked a lot of historical information recently. The classic of mountains and seas first appeared in Jixia Academy. It was excavated and discovered by a group of scholars from Qi State. It was compiled into a book and passed down to later generations. I think it is most likely that they confused the Book of Mountains and Seas when they unearthed it. It is rare for Yang Mo to do so. Watch with admiration. She quickly gathered her thoughts and told her new guess. It shouldn't be a problem with Jixia Academy. Yang Mo chuckled lightly and denied her guess. Why? That's Jixia Academy. Yang Mo's eyes were deep and he said quietly, 2,500 years ago, China, the best people on earth are all concentrated there. Zhao Ziyan was slightly stunned. Next, Yang Mo read out a long list of historical celebrities.
Mencius, Xunyu Koan, Zhou Tianpin, Shenzi, Jizi, Jijin, Wanzi, Pang Meng, Yin Wenzi, Tianbat, Ershua, Lulianzi, Zhou Xuanzi. They all came from Jisha Academy. There are hundreds of schools of thought. The fields studied cover politics, economics, military, philosophy, history, education, ethics, literature, astronomy, geography, calendar, mathematics, medicine, agriculture, etc.
Subject, Yang Mo murmured, showing a look of fascination that ERA to IT makes people yearn for it. The academic brilliance bloomed will shine through the ages, IT can be said. This is where 100 schools of thought contend. It was also during this period Chinese civilization has experienced explosive development, and ideas and academic achievements in various fields have emerged one after another, so much so, many people in later generations regret it. If the feudal system at that time had not been too backward, China 2,500 years ago might have started the Industrial Revolution and entered the era of science and technology. With their academic level and ability, it is unlikely that they would make the mistakes you mentioned. Yang Mo calmed down and said with a smile. Jisha Academy, were you so awesome before? Zhao Ziyan swallowed, unable to hide the shock in her eyes. She didn't expect it. This school, founded by Qi State during the Warring States period, actually affected the progress of Chinese civilization. Time passes, the second round of civilization trials finally reached the last date. Eye in the sky. A majestic voice, like Hong Zhangdalu's voice, suddenly sounded. It shocked countries all over the world. The second round of civilization trial is officially over. The performance of various civilizations in the second round of trials is now settled. Chinese civilization has successfully eliminated all monsters in the country. It has performed extremely well. It has been evaluated as SSS level and will be rewarded with a stone tablet. American civilization successfully killed 763 monsters, and the number of remaining monsters in the country is 887. It performed well and was rated S level. American people will permanently receive a 30% physical bonus. The civilization of Gaul has successfully killed 431 monsters, and the number of remaining monsters in the country is 1287. The performance is average, and the evaluation is a level. The people of Gaul will permanently receive a 10% physical bonus. The civilization of Sakura Kingdom has successfully killed 327 monsters, and the number of remaining monsters in the country is 1,326. The performance is average, and the evaluation is A level. The people of Sakura Kingdom will permanently receive a 10% physical bonus. The civilization of Bangzi country has successfully killed 96 monsters, and there are 2,479 monsters remaining in the country. The performance is extremely poor, rated as D level, and the people of Bangzi country will permanently receive 1% physique. The remaining 134 civilizations have lost their sovereignty and will no longer receive rewards in future trials. Next, the gray fog that enveloped the earth surged. There seems to be invisible light falling from the sky, subtly reforming the physique of people from all over the world. There is also a bright meteor that shoots out from the vast gray fog and lands towards the east. The United States, Department of Defense. Only an S-level rating? Jobs felt the increase in power within his body, but he was not very satisfied. These days, the United States has launched the Chosen One project frantically, and has created 150 Chosen Ones with the help of 12-sided crystals. The number of monsters hunted also reached an astonishing 763. But it only received an S-level rating. When the rewards from the first two rounds are added up, they are even worse than the rewards from China's first round. It seems that we must find a way to eliminate the monsters in the country before we have a chance to obtain an SSS level evaluation. He half squinted his eyes and began to think. At least, they have to find a way to deal with the 001 undead first. According to Huaxia's research, point 001, after the undead reaches the second level, they have the ability to infect and can transform one human being into the same kind every day. The 002 imitator is scary though, but their number cannot be increased by killing one by one. China is still rated as SSS level perfect this time, but instead of rewarding the general physique, it is a stone monument. Subsequently, he focused his attention on Huaxia again, with a look of surprise and uncertainty. Chapter 61, Mysterious Stone Tablet, Powerful Tombstone? Civilization Trial, will there be rewards for items? His brows were furrowed, full of worry. Today,
the Earth has only experienced the second round of civilization trials, and many rules for civilization trials are still in the exploratory stage. He thought each reward in a civilization trial is improved for all people in each civilization, but obviously not so. As an SSS level reward item, this stone tablet may be a treasure that can change your destiny. Think of this, his eyes couldn't help but turn red. At the same time, countries around the world, with the sound of settlement of the civilization trial, the people of the 52 countries that had received awards became restless. Some people were happy and excited, some people are envious and jealous, someone is worried, some people are pessimistic. With a 30% physical bonus, our country has finally done something good this time, and it's actually an S-level rating. Our physical condition has only been increased by 1%, and there are still more than 2,000 monsters in the territory. I feel like I won't be able to survive the third round. Huaxia has another perfect evaluation. What is the stone tablet as a reward? Our country will not reward you anymore. Why are you still participating in the trial? This damn civilization trial is determined to destroy us. Each round of trials, that mysterious voice will announce the number of remaining monsters in each country. Invisibly, it has aggravated the anxiety and tension in the hearts of people in various countries, especially in those countries that are not on the list. The people are even more desperate. In the future, they will no longer be able to obtain rewards, but they still have to continue the trial, which means that the civilized trial has sentenced them to death. The purpose, it is already obvious, the trials will not stop until all civilizations are destroyed. China Monster Research Institute. It's not a reward that everyone wants. Yang Mo looked at the meteors that were falling rapidly in the sky, looking a little regretful. What he wanted most, in fact, it is still about the improvement of all people, which can help China achieve a leap in overall strength. I have never seen this stone tablet in my previous life. He murmured, I am also full of curiosity about the rewards issued in this civilization trial. After rebirth, the butterfly effect he caused has become more and more obvious, and he has gradually deviated from the trajectory of his previous life. Not only the order of the monster's arrival has changed, even the settlement reward of the civilization trial showed something he had never seen before. Dean, satellite monitoring has traced the stone tablet, and it landed in Linzi, Shandong Province, my country. At this moment, Zhao Ziyan hurriedly broke into the office and reported Linzi. Yang Mo was stunned for a moment. A trace of doubt flashed in his eyes, then he said in a deep voice, hurry up and notify the local department, seal off the scene, protect the stone monument, and prohibit anyone from approaching. After that, he took Zhao Ziyan, Zhang Yongguan, and others and rushed towards Linzi. 3 hours later, Linzi, outskirts of the city, in front of a 3-meter-high stone monument. Is this the reward for our second round of trials? Zhao Ziyan stared at the dark stone tablet in front of her and couldn't help but muttered, it looks like a stone. There is an inscription on the stone tablet. No, it's all blank. This stone monument it landed from the sky and made a huge circular pit on the ground. It was not damaged at all, standing straight in the center of the pit. The whole body is pitch black, about 3 meters high. No traces of words or symbols were seen on the stone tablet. It seems mediocre. Ask researchers from the technical department to conduct a comprehensive inspection of the stone first. Yang Mo half squinted his eyes and carefully looked at the blank stone tablet in front of him. Intuition told him this stone monument is definitely unusual, otherwise, it would not be given to China as a perfect SSS level reward. That night, with the stone tablet as the center, a temporary base rose from the ground. Researchers in various fields across the country, everyone rushes here. With the help of professional instruments and equipment, a crazy analysis of this mysterious stone tablet was launched. One research report after another, coming out one after another, place it on Yang Mo's desk. Dean, this is a partial report on materials science, particle structure, geology, energy science, and mineralogy. The rest of the research data is still being analyzed. Yang Mo stretched out his hand and quickly looking through these reports. Based on isotope detection, the composition of the mysterious stone tablet does not belong to anything found in nature on Earth. The order of binding particles, its display and arrangement are extremely exquisite, and it is more like a man-made object, synthesized by the creator using an unimaginable technique. On the hardness, it completely exceeds the hardness of the hardest alloy that modern civilization can create, and can withstand energy wave impacts at least 10 times greater than that of nuclear bombs. This 10 times, it is not an upper limit, but just a conservative estimate, because with modern technology, it is impossible to predict how strong an energy impact it can withstand. At the microscopic atomic level, researchers even discovered that every atom hides a small world broad and vast.
There is an indescribable sense of depth. What on earth is it? After reading these reports, Yang Yimou became even more confused. As the research continues, he has the feeling of a primitive man trying to study China's most advanced Galaxy Tianyi supercomputer. Dean! I know what it is. Zhao Ziyan slapped her forehead and screamed, "What?" Yang Yimou was stunned for a moment. It cannot be studied with scientific and technological means, which means that it must be something in the extraordinary realm. Zhao Ziyan held her chin and vowed, "I have read many novels, it may be a legendary magic weapon, such as a powerful tombstone or something like that." Tombstone? The corner of Yang Mo's mouth twitched a few times. One thing to say, this mysterious stone tablet is completely black and indeed looks like a tombstone, right? The more Zhao Ziyan talked, the more she felt that she was right, and she affirmed, "It is contaminated with the aura of great power, and its power is unpredictable. Maybe a trace of aura can kill second level, third level, or even fourth level monsters." Dean, if you don't believe it, why not try it with a monster? Then try it. Yang Yimou glanced at Zhao Ziyan and pondered. For a moment, immediately issued an order to the research institute in Yanjing. It didn't take long. A half-dead 002 imitator who was being studied was flown in and placed in front of the mysterious stone monument. Roar, this 002 imitator has a fierce look and a soft heart, constantly roaring and threatening, full of vigilance. He seems to be fine at all. Zhao Ziyan's eyes widened, her eyes wandering back and forth between the 002 imitator and the mysterious stone tablet. The situation she guessed. Did not appear. The imitator 002 acted like a normal person, leaning against the stone monument and staring at them warily. Take him down. Yang Yimou waved his hand with a dark face. He was also out of his mind, and he actually believed what Zhao Ziyan said. Chapter 62 Jixia Academy. Wait a minute, Dean, maybe it's because the stone tablet has gone through too many years and its energy has been exhausted, so it malfunctioned. Zhao Ziyan was a little unwilling and quickly defended. The words just fell. Yang Yimou turned around suddenly, staring straight at her with his eyes. She looked a little panicked. What did you just say? Zhao Ziyan swallowed her saliva and said weakly, I just said that the stone tablet has gone through too many years. Be our next sentence. The energy is exhausted, that's it. Yang Mo's eyes were bright and he instantly captured the key point. Maybe energy is the key to driving the mysterious stone tablet. Figured this out. He took a deep breath and re-established the research direction. Conduct an energy input test on the stone tablet to see if it has any abnormal reactions. Hearing this, the expressions of the surrounding researchers could not help but light up. No hesitation, move quickly. An energy input plan was formulated and a new test and analysis direction was launched. 3 hours later, the new data report was placed on Yang Mo's desk. Dean, your guess is correct. All the input electricity is absorbed by the steel, and its molecular arrangement, atomic structure, and particle motion have all changed significantly. Zhao Ziyan looked at Yang Yimou and was very excited. In the report, many data clearly show that energy input has a huge impact on the stone monument. Although in appearance, there is nothing abnormal about the stone steel, but it has undergone earth-shaking changes on a microscopic level. Yang Yimou nodded, also a little happy. This explains that his direction is not wrong. Energy has an impact on the stone tablet. Just, in order for the stone tablet to display strange functions or performances, 3 hours of energy input is obviously not enough. Notify the power department in Linzi to transfer all the power while ensuring civilian use. He took a deep breath and issued the order again. 2 days later, inside the Linzi temporary base, massive electric energy was mobilized from the power station near Linzi and poured into the mysterious dark stone monument. Under high pressure. On the stone tablet, blue arcs of electricity appeared from time to time, make a sizzling sound, but high power input for 2 days. The mysterious stone tablet never responded. He poured cold water on Yang Yimou and all the researchers. Stone tablet, it's like a bottomless pit that's insatiable. It can't be filled at all. Dean, why don't we mobilize the national power again? Zhao Ziyan smiled bitterly and suggested. She planned to, just like the Demon Mirror plan, continue to mobilize electricity across the country and input it into the mysterious stone tablet. Tomorrow is the day when the third round of trials begins. We can no longer cut off the country's power supply casually. Yang Yimou shook his head. Tomorrow, the monster is coming. The whole of China knew nothing about the monsters, and cutting off the power rashly could easily cause panic. The energy it needs may not be electrical energy, but a higher level energy.
Looking at the stone tablet in front of him, Yang Mo murmured. He observed it for 2 days. There was a vague guess in my mind. Electrical energy IT has always been a relatively low-level secondary energy source in the universe. Superior, there are also hydrogen energy, nuclear energy, etc. It's just because of conditions, the transportation of nuclear energy is complicated, and it is difficult to transfer it to Shur Bay in a short time. But besides that, after the trial of civilization, a new energy body was discovered from the monster's body. Have you brought all the things I asked you to prepare? Yang Mo turned sideways and looked at Zhao Ziyan. Zhao Ziyan nodded quickly. Except for research purposes, I have brought all the 12-sided crystals in the courtyard, 173 in total. While speaking, a staff member took these crystals and brought them to Yang Mo. Yang Mo took out one of them and threw it towards the stone tablet from a distance. Immediately afterwards, something magical happened. The 12-sided crystal, which had always been indestructible, melted like ice and snow after coming into contact with the stone tablet. See this scene. The surrounding researchers all widened their eyes, as if they had realized something, but the movements in Yang Mo's hands did not stop. Continue to pick up the 12-sided crystal. Plunge into the stone monument. 2.3.4. Not long after. I invested more than 90 coins. The stone tablet in front of me still has no reaction except swallowing the crystal. Dean, how about we? Several researchers looked at these precious crystals with expressions of pain on their faces. Yang Mo frowned. His guess is correct. The 12-sided crystal does contain higher level energy and can be absorbed by the stone tablet, but the number of crystals required seems to be very, very large. He has invested more than 90 crystals, still not reaching the critical value. The stone tablet. Still no response. How much energy does it absorb? Yang Mo had a headache and became more and more curious about this mysterious stone tablet. With ease, habitually put in another crystal, the crystal disappears, the ice melts and the snow melts. Next, the incredible happened. This mysterious stone tablet, which had been unresponsive, started to tremble violently in front of his eyes. It seemed as if a mysterious power was born, pulling him. Fly quickly towards the 3-meter-high stone tablet. At the moment of impending collision, his body miraculously penetrated the stone tablet and entered the inner world of the stone tablet. Is this the inside of the stone tablet? Yang Mo raised his head and looked around curiously. That moment just now, he was pulled by a terrifying force and appeared here the next second. Look around. He seemed to be standing at the foot of a mountain, surrounded by patches of farmland. Beautiful scenery. The scenery is pleasant, there is a gentle breeze and it is extremely peaceful, but at the moment he had no intention of admiring these scenery. Hurry up, the mountain leader is going to give a lecture. At this time, the two hurriedly ran past him and rushed towards the mountainside not far away. Old costume? Yang Mo frowned slightly, shocked by the costumes and decorations of these two people. Those two people, they seemed to be only 16 or 17 years old, with their hair tied in a bun, wearing coarse linen clothes, and holding 2 bamboo slips in their hands. Looking in a hurry, there is clear stupidity in his eyes. Looks like a college student who was about to be late. Wait, when did my clothes become ancient costumes? Yang Mo lowered his head and discovered another shocking situation. His costumes and attire, all of them have been replaced with ancient styles, and they don't look like modern people at all. A waste. He also carried a wooden token. Yang Mo was confused. I am becoming more and more curious about the world inside this stone tablet. After a little thought, he quickly followed the two of them and ran towards the mountainside. Not long after, he rushed to the mountainside and saw a slightly crude school. The two of them bowed to the old man at the entrance of the school and hurriedly ran inside the school. Ancient school? The corner of Yang Mo's mouth twitched a few times and he subconsciously raised his head, just in time to sweep across the door of the school. Only the top of the gate, there is a dark stone tablet hanging on it, with 4 characters written on it, Jisha Academy. Chapter 63 Controllable Nuclear Fusion Technology. His pupils shrank suddenly. Countless questions arose in my mind. The inside of the stone monument, there is actually a school hidden inside. The name of the school is exactly Jisha Academy, which is exactly the same as the school 2,500 years ago. Boy, the mountain leader is about to give a lecture. Why are you still standing there? The old man at the door of the school raised his eyebrows and pretended to be angry. You have brought the school token with you. Yang Mo came back to his senses. Subconsciously he looked at the token on his waist. Subsequently the old man stepped forward, took his token. He waved his hand and motioned for him to hurry in. Yang Mo swallowed his saliva and walked into Jisha Academy with surprise and suspicion. It didn't take long. We came to a wide square. Futons were spread everywhere. On the futon are students in traditional costumes who are sitting on their knees with their hair tied in buns. The front. He was an old man with gray hair and a plain blue gown. Ha! The old man who was giving a lecture noticed the unfamiliar face and suddenly showed surprise.
there are new students coming today?
Old sir, where is this place?
Yang Yamo bowed to the old man and finally couldn't help but ask. You entered my academy to study, and you asked me where this is?
The old man rolled his eyes. Yang Yamo, that's all.
The fact that you can enter my academy means you are destined to be with me. Do you have any questions that you would like to ask me about?
Yang Yamo was about to organize his words and plan to ask again when he suddenly heard the old man's words. My mind can't help but moved. I plan to test whether this is an illusion. So he asked, I want to know how to break through and apply controllable nuclear fusion technology.
Lindsay Base, Ward. Dean.
The calls came one after another. Yang Yamo slowly opened his eyes, and what came into view was a delicate face full of worry.
The dean is awake.
There was a sound of surprise. Not long after, a dense crowd poured into the ward and surrounded Yang Yamo.
What are you?
Yang Yamo looked around and found that he was lying on the hospital bed, and Zhao Ziyan, Zhang Yangguang, and a group of researchers all looked at him with concern, with deep worry in their brows.
Dean, you finally woke up. You have been sleeping all day and night.
Zhao Ziyan rubbed her reddish eyes, but what she said shocked Yang Yamo. Have I slept for so long? His eyes flickered, and he quickly recalled what he had experienced during this period. After putting 98 crystals into the mysterious stone tablet among the stone monuments, a huge force appeared, pulling his consciousness into its inner space. Inside, quick!
Get a pen and paper.
Yang Yamo sat up in shock and quickly looked at Zhao Ziyan. Zhao Ziyan was stunned for a moment, but I didn't ask much. Run out of the ward quickly and got the pen and paper Yang Yamo needed. Immediately afterwards, Yang Mo's brush writing easy to express. Not long after, I wrote more than 30 pages of content. House, Dean, you. Zhao Ziyan was so frightened that her face turned pale again. I mistakenly thought there was something wrong with Yang Mo's brain, but the expression of a researcher in the energy field next to him changed slightly. His body was trembling, and he became more and more excited as he watched.
Nuclear fusion technology. This is nuclear fusion technology. It is still an application method of nuclear fusion technology in a controllable field.
The words just finished, the researchers in the ward widened their eyes with expressions of disbelief, scrambling to push forward. I want to see what these manuscripts written by Yang Yamo are. Actually, nuclear fusion technology is not difficult.
Major countries such as China and the United States have mastered it in the last century.
The really difficult ones, it is controllable nuclear fusion and the application of nuclear energy. This technology has troubled the world for more than 40 years, and there has been no breakthrough yet. But now, Yang Yamo actually hand-drawn the general direction and core principles of controllable nuclear fusion. If true, the entire Chinese scientific research community,
and even the global scientific research community, will cause an unprecedented sensation. Everyone calm down first.
Zhao Ziyan was frightened by this group of crazy researchers and quickly shouted, the dean has just woken up, don't accidentally hurt the dean. Everyone heard this, then he calmed down and suppressed his excitement, quietly waiting for Yang Mo's handwriting. An hour later, Yang Yamo took a long breath and finally stopped writing. Rely on memory. He wrote down all the knowledge he gained in Jisha Academy. This is also thanks to the strengthening of the national physique. By the way, his memory has also been greatly improved. Let's take it and have a look. Yang Yamo handed over 100 pages of manuscript to everyone. Several researchers in the energy field quickly stepped forward and carefully picked up the manuscript, like a treasure, verified carefully. After several confirmations, his expression became more and more certain and ecstatic.
Yes, this is the realization and application of controllable nuclear fusion.
The bottleneck in the energy field that has plagued the world for 40 years has been broken. In the ward, a huge cheer suddenly broke out.
The old man actually answered my question about controllable nuclear fusion.
Recalling what happened inside the steel, Yang Yamo couldn't help but swallow his saliva, looking uncertain. Mysterious stone tablet, Jisha Academy. There is also an old man giving lectures. The most outrageous thing was that the old man answered his question about controllable nuclear fusion in a serious manner. Let's go to the stone tablet. He took a deep breath and said to Zhao Ziyan beside him. Later, rising from the hospital bed, walk out of the ward quickly. Go straight to the stone monument. Not long after, he rushed to the mysterious stone monument, but found, quietly, 4 ancient Chinese characters appeared on the originally wordless stone tablet.
Jisha Academy.
Yang Yamo took a breath of air and muttered these 4 words.
Dean, what did you say?
Zhao Ziyan, who hurried over, looked at Yang Yamo worriedly, with confusion on her face.
You didn't see the words on the stone tablet? Yang Mo turned around and was keenly aware of the abnormality. Are there any words on the stone tablet?
Zhao Ziyan opened her eyes wide and looked at the stone tablet carefully. A bewildered Yang Mo frowned, but he started thinking crazily in his mind. Obviously, only you can see the words that appear on the stone tablet. What is it? What makes him different from Zhao Ziyan and others? Can he suddenly see the words on the stone tablet? There is also the inside of the steel. The hidden Jisho Academy contains many students studying and old men giving lectures. Are they humans or ghosts? Why does this mysterious stone tablet appear among the rewards of the civilization trial? What exactly is it? A series of questions point one after another. Even though he was a reborn person, his thoughts were numb at this time and he couldn't figure it out. This stone tablet, he had never seen it in his previous life. There are actually words behind the stone tablet? Full of doubts, Yang Mo circled around the stone tablet. Soon, the pupil shrank again, staring straight at the back of the stone tablet. I saw that on the back of the dark, 3-meter-high stone steel, there were 4 other words engraved in ancient Chinese characters. China Yongchang. Chapter 64. The third round of trials begins, and the new race is finally here. These 4 words, vigorous and powerful. The pen walks like a dragon. There is an indescribable sharpness. The reward of the civilization trial, on the back is engraved with China Yongchang? Yang Mo's heart trembled, and he suddenly felt a numb scalp. Oh no, this mysterious stone tablet is a reward from the civilization trial. The purpose of the civilization trial is to test each civilization and survive the fittest. In previous lives, China was destroyed by the trials of civilization. Available now, the rewards for the civilization trial have the words China Yongchang engraved on the back. Dean? Dean? Zhao Ziyan on the side suddenly shouted a few times and asked with concern, "Are you okay?" She noticed Yang Mo has been a little nervous since he woke up from coma. "Everything is wrong, I'm fine." Yang Mo took a long breath to dispel the doubts in his mind, looked at the stone tablet again. Whether it is the text on the front or the back, only you can see it. The rest, all they saw was a wordless stone tablet. This shows some people don't want the words Jisha Academy and Huaxia Yongchang to be exposed. China Yongchang. Facing the back of the stone tablet, he bowed and bowed. I recited these 4 words silently in my heart. No matter what secrets the stone tablet hides, but judging from the current information, it may be of great help to China's technological improvement. Of course. To be sure, he still needs to enter Jisha Academy again to confirm. To open a stone tablet, at least 112-sided crystals are required. Thinking of this, Yang Mo couldn't help but rub his forehead. The institute's current inventory, only 75 left. There is simply not enough consumption to open the stone tablet again. But if China can fully understand the technology of controllable nuclear fusion and fully utilize nuclear energy, maybe it would be much easier to open the stone tablet. The third round of civilization trials has officially begun. At this time, high in the sky, the gray mist rises and surges. A majestic voice sounded, shaking in the sky above the earth. A series of black lights and shadows stepping into the earth from an unknown space, falling like a meteor in various countries. The third round has begun. Yang Mo raised his head, his eyes dim. At the same time, after the third round of trials starts, countries responded immediately and quickly launched emergency preparation measures. America's chosen one. New humans in Gaul, the super soldier of the White Bear Kingdom, the divine ninjas of Sakura Country, under the organization of various countries, all extraordinary people are on standby. Search for traces of monsters, ready to suppress at any time. After the first and second round of panic, countries are growing rapidly, trying every means to continue their civilization and resist the monster crisis. Oilpipe, the world's largest video platform, people in various countries learned that new monsters were coming, and they became uneasy again. Worry and fear. The Book of Mountains and Seas on hand was even torn. What kind of monster will come this time? Can our country stop it? The chosen one should be able to defeat them, right? Everyone must believe in our new humans in Gaul. They have mastered supernatural power, capable of fighting monsters. Speaking of which, the monsters are too insidious, and the method used is to stay and disperse, otherwise our large-scale thermal weapons can definitely kill them all at once. You must not give these monsters time to develop. Have you seen the news? Third-level undead have been born in those small countries that are out of control. Despite having gone through the first 2 rounds of trials, but people from all over the world are still afraid of monsters, worried that this time the monster is too abnormal. The first round of undead. With astonishing defense, astonishing destruction, and astonishing resilience, The kidnapping of cities for food has been deeply remembered by people from all over the world. Second round copycat. He is good at the art of transformation and can perfectly transform into anyone. He can fake the real thing and lurk in all walks of life, even high-level officials of the country. It's hard to guard against. God knows what kind of perverted monster will appear in the third round. The United States Department of Defense, the entire department is in a state of high tension and busyness. Everyone. We are all preparing for the monsters that will come in the third round.
Has China's Monster Research Institute still not issued an announcement on monster research? Jobs looked at his secretary and asked.
You have asked this for the 9th time this morning. The secretary looked resentful. Since the arrival of the monster, Jobs has been studying the classic of mountains and seas, and he would ask a question every now and then. His ears are almost calloused. Ahem, where is the satellite?
Have you captured any anomalies within the territory?
Jobs coughed dryly and asked again. No, the secretary shook his head. Our country's Starlink system has been scanning all cities in the country and has only discovered a few incidents caused by the 001 undead.
2 people have been dispatched. The chosen ones went to suppress it.
The FBI has also launched a comprehensive domestic surveillance mechanism to search for any clues about monsters in the country, but no abnormalities have been found so far.
Jobs clicked.
Nod. He showed a little bit of relief. Today, the team of chosen ones in the United States has expanded to 150 people, all of whom have mastered extraordinary abilities to deal with monsters, being more and more comfortable. It's a pity. There is more than 90% chance of sudden death if the human body absorbs the 12-sided crystal. The chosen one experiment is not mature yet.
Otherwise, he and many high-level officials in the United States would have already used the 12-sided
crystal to evolve into the chosen one. Pay close attention to the domestic trends, and if there are traces of abnormal monsters, quickly dispatch the chosen ones to suppress them. He took a deep breath and then warned, in addition, once the Chinese Monster Research Institute announces new research results or special operations, notify me as soon as possible.
Finished. He picked up the Book of Mountains and Seas he carried with him again.
He lowered his head and continued to read, trying to learn information about monsters. The United States. Florida. In a certain villa, the third round of trials has finally begun. A young woman with blonde hair and blue eyes had red eyes and was about to shed tears of excitement. 10 days ago, she traveled across the ocean and flew across the Pacific Ocean with a pair of wings, escaped from China and came here. Suck it up. Developed silently. Finally, waiting for the start of the third round of trials. Think of this. She picked up her phone and clicked on a group chat she had created. I edited a message and sent it out.
My cousin and his race have arrived in China.
Please wait patiently.
When I contact my cousin using the secret method of race, I will take you back to China.
News went out. The group instantly exploded. Others reacted more excitedly than she did. I have had nightmares every day for the past 10 days in Gaul, being hunted by the Chinese.
I can finally end this nightmare.
Sister Yan, please contact your cousins quickly. I just want to kill them now.
Go back to China and take revenge.
Sister Yan's cousin is from a fighting race, and he is born with 2 killing talents.
The mission is to destroy China. It's finally done.
After learning that the patron was coming, everyone is no longer as submissive as before. Everyone is rebellious, crying like crazy. I wish I could return to China immediately to avenge my humiliation and escape. Chapter 65. The miserable ingénue. I will use my secret method right away and contact my cousin. The young woman smiled slightly and said something to the 7 people in the group. He sat cross-legged. I am about to use the secret method of race to contact my cousin far away in China. However, boom. With an explosion, the door of the villa fell down. A group of heavily armed American soldiers violently broke in, led by 2 extraordinary beings wearing the uniforms of the chosen ones. One of them, his eyes were shining, as if he had activated some secret skill. It's her, the 002 imitator. Exclamations rang out. All American soldiers acted as if they were facing a formidable enemy, and aimed at her accurately with various weapons. Get down on the ground. Hold your head with both hands. I'll give you 3 seconds. If you don't get down, I'll kill you. The roars sounded one after another. The young woman looked at this scene blankly. Her face turned pale with fear. Why was it discovered again? 3, 2, 1. When the opponent is counting down, she quickly calculated the combat power of both sides in her mind, and finally lay on the ground obediently. A pair of all-alloy shackles cuffed her hands.
Sir, the mission has been completed. Another chosen one took out a communication device and dialed a certain phone number. 3 hours later, the United States Department of Defense. In a sealed room made entirely of superalloy, Yan Jinhua slowly opened her eyes. I just feel sore and weak all over. A medical staff member in a white coat walked toward her, holding an oversized steel syringe in his hand. At least 200 milliliters of fluid was injected into her body. Every 10 minutes, give her another injection of energy disintegrating agent. Jobs walked in slowly and gave instructions to the medical staff, subsequently looking seriously at the beautiful young woman lying on the ground. Although the other party's youth is exposed, charming, but he didn't have the slightest idea. Instead, he said with a cold face, "Your surname is Yen?" The words just fell. Yan Jinua's pupils shrank, but she quickly calmed down. Looking aggrieved, he said, "Sir, why can't I understand what you were saying?" "Stop pretending." Jobs sneered, "You guys, you idiots, using my human technology to create a group chat, do you really think we can't detect it? This information was captured and submitted by the FBI under the Department of Defense. Network monitoring has always been their top priority in the United States, especially after the monsters arrived. Any content that discusses Chinese, monster, race and other information will be captured and screened by FBI intelligence personnel. Therefore, that's why this targeted arrest operation took place. Unfortunately, except for Yan Jinhua, the 7 people in that group are all in other countries. You guys, doesn't the United States claim to respect the privacy and human rights of its citizens the most? It actually does such despicable methods. Yan Jinua's face was full of shock and shame. Her level is too low, and it takes a lot of energy to use racial secrets to communicate with her own race, and exchange at most 1 or 2 sentences. It is far less convenient than using group chat, but, as a newbie to the technology system, she didn't expect that there would be such tricks as river crab, mythical beast, and network supervision. Since I've been caught by you, I'll kill or behead him as you please. She gritted her teeth and stared at Jobs resentfully. If I wanted to kill you, I would have killed you on the spot. Jobs looked calm and said coldly, "Now, let me ask and you answer. What is your real name?" In the interrogation room, there was silence. "Very good, it seems that you are unwilling to explain without resorting to any means." A cold light flashed in Jobs' eyes and he waved his hand. The medical staff behind him immediately stepped forward. A syringe full of potion he instilled into Yan Jinua's body. A few minutes later, painful wails echoed in the confined space, incredibly miserable. 2 hours later, an interrogation report was placed on Jobs' desk. "Minister, the 002 imitator was recruited, but only partial information was obtained. I still can't ask about the civilized trial part. After the civilization trial is opened, they in the United States captured many monsters and tried to pry open their mouths, learn more about trials of civilization, but, somehow, there seems to be an invisible rule, restrained all monsters. They were unable to tell any information about the civilization trial. If you say it forcibly or write it down in writing, you will die suddenly on the spot." Jobs nodded. He took the interrogation materials and quickly flipped through them. Yan Jinhua escaped from China. Her cousin's race is called Zhu Jian. His racial talents are strength and sound waves, and he is proficient in the art of killing. BRC the second half. His expression changed slightly, and he quickly took out the Book of Mountains and Seas beside him. Not soon. In the Book of Mountains and Seas Beishanjing, I found records about Zhu Jian. 180 miles to the north, there is Shanjiang Mountain, with no vegetation on it. There is a beast, which looks like a leopard with a long tail, a human head with an ox's ears, and 1 eye. It is called Zhu Jian, Shanjia. When he is walking, he is holding his tail, and when he is living, he is holding his tail. His body was trembling, and there was a look of horror in his eyes. Actually, the reason why he went to such great lengths to arrest and interrogate Yan Jinhua was to get this information from her. That's it, they can finally lock in the identity of the monster that will come in the 3rd round. It's just, according to the description in The Classic of Mountains and Seas, the animals are so powerful that their sound waves can penetrate the sky, and those who hear them will die suddenly. It's combat power. It is the strongest monster so far. Any one of the beasts can easily destroy an entire town. Compile the information on the monster, hold a press conference, and inform all countries to take precautions. He took a deep breath and made a decision quickly. This information is not valuable, and it will be discovered by various countries soon. It is better to release it in advance to remind other countries and build a good impression. That night, with the convening of the press conference in the United States, Zhu Jian's information was also made public. Countries around the world. Shocked. I quickly picked up the Book of Mountains and Seas to check the authenticity of what Jobs said. People, he was even more frightened, and all kinds of speculations were rampant. Where did the United States get this information? Have they already found traces of the monster? This is only the third round, and such a dual-talented racial monster has appeared? I just read the Book of Mountains and Seas, and this monster is really ugly. The uglier it is, the more terrifying it is. The divine ninjas of our Sakura kingdom can fight. Can you defeat Zhu Jian? The new trial has just begun. This information released by the United States is tantamount to a bombshell. A blow to the morale of all countries, especially. The monsters in the third round are still lurking among the crowd, growing quietly and increasing their strength crazily. If they eat enough people, promoted to the second level, the disaster caused will be far beyond imagination. China, live broadcast room. After the third round of trials began, tens of millions of netizens poured in. Communicate and discuss, share intelligence. I fantasize about catching the monsters this time in private and taking one of their parts as a family heirloom. Chapter 66, an opportunity for the whole country to rise. Damn it, have you seen the news? The United States said they have discovered the identity of the monster. What's going on? This time the United States discovered it earlier than we did. The United States is lying, right? It's only been 12 hours since this round of trials began, and they have discovered traces of the monster? It's not that the monster is super intelligent, at all. Weaker than humans? Are the monsters in the United States so stupid that they were exposed as soon as they arrived? In the live broadcast room, people in China have also seen the news in the United States. I was surprised at first. I can't help but question the authenticity of what the United States said. How could any monster be so stupid? It was immediately exposed as soon as it arrived. At least 2 more people can increase the strength. Oh no, China is so big and has a very high population ratio, so they should have the largest number of monsters coming. But so far, there were no reports of any sightings of the monster. What if the blind cat in the United States encounters a dead rat? One thing to note, I just checked Zhu Jian's information, and this monster actually has 2 racial talents. The undead are good at defense, and the imitators are good at change. This monster is proficient in power and sonic attacks at the same time. This is a bit tricky, if the United States said so. It's true, I'm not necessarily a monster's opponent in a one-on-one fight. Chatting, the people in China also became worried, and nothing more. It is different from people in other countries. With China at their back, they have never worried about their own safety. What they are worried about is that they cannot defeat monsters and cannot take parts from them to collect. In the folk, someone has already established a monster trading organization, secretly purchase monster parts at high prices, including nails, teeth, horns, feathers, scales, etc., even including the trading of monster organs. Some foodies even advocate using the meat of 001 undead and 002 imitators to cook delicious food. It is said that several top domestic 5-star restaurants have already done this. Monster Research Institute. Dean's office. The United States discovered the whereabouts of the monster so quickly and locked the identity of the monster? Yang Emo looked at the news and was also a little surprised. This round of trials to IT has only been open for 12 hours. The response of the United States was faster than that of China. Dean, could it be a monster they made up casually from the classic of Mountains and Seas? Zhao Ziyan was also confused. I can't say for sure. Yang Emo shook his head and did not underestimate the United States at all. Of the superpower that has been able to suppress China for so long. It's definitely not that simple. Maybe they obtained information about this monster from other sources. Forget it, don't worry about the United States. Yang Emo waved his hand and asked, how long will it take for the Book of Life and Death to fully recover? 1 hour and 12 minutes. Yang Emo nodded, subsequently picked up the classic of Mountains and Seas and waited patiently. Cabinet, conference room. An emergency meeting is being held quietly. Several old men sat together, staring at the table intently, feeling extremely excited. On the table, there is a top-secret S-class file, which is the controllable nuclear fusion technology, submitted by Yang Emo. This technology is crucial to our country's technological advancement. An old man from the Ministry of Science and Technology spoke first, with an excited expression. As long as we can understand it thoroughly, China's technological level in all aspects can move forward. At least 50 years. The ascent of scientific and technological civilization. To a large extent, it is limited by energy efficiency. 2,000 years ago, humans used fuels such as firewood and hay. 1,000 years ago, humans used coal. Hundreds of years ago, oil used by humans. In recent years,
In terms of energy utilization, natural gas, wind energy, solar energy, hydrogen energy, nuclear energy, etc. have been developed. Among them, nuclear energy, an epoch-making energy source, has played a huge role in promoting the development of scientific and technological civilization. Whether it is an aircraft carrier or a spaceship, all use nuclear energy. But nuclear energy in the modern sense all refers to the energy generated by nuclear fission, and nuclear fusion produces the energy it produces is more terrifying than nuclear fission. It's just that the energy generated by nuclear fusion has never been truly utilized. This difficulty to IT has troubled countries around the world for decades. IT also limits the progress of scientific and technological civilization, and now, with the controllable nuclear fusion technology submitted by Yang Mo, IT is equivalent to helping China break the shackles of technological development and have room for further progress. This matter is of great importance. I plan to mobilize all experts and professors in the energy field across the country to set up a research group and strive to thoroughly digest this controllable nuclear power in the shortest possible time. Fusion technology. What do you think? The old man from the Ministry of Science and Technology pondered for a moment and then looked at everyone. Everyone looked at each other. One after another agreed. Obviously, understanding this technology as early as possible will be of great help to China's technological improvement. If the energy of nuclear fusion is completely controlled, the Book of Life and Death and the Demon Mirror should be able to activate instantly, right? One, you murmured. The eyes sparkled. Today, the Book of Life and Death, located in the northern border, is in the recovery stage, but limited by energy technology. Every time it is started, it takes more than 10 hours. The same goes for Demon Mirror. Instant response is not possible. Not just the two tools to protect the country, but also the stone tablet. Another old man suddenly spoke. With a hint of expectation, Dean Yang said that every time the stone tablet is opened, a huge amount of energy is consumed, but the harvest is also huge. Just this controllable nuclear fusion technology is worth all the consumption. If we could bring out a technology comparable to controllable nuclear fusion every time, then I thought of this. He couldn't help but swallow. He was so excited that he couldn't control himself. For China, this stone tablet is definitely a great creation. IT is even more astonishing than the physical improvement of all people in the first round of rewards. Until now, only then did they truly realize what Yang Mo said. Before a civilization trial, for some civilizations, it is a disaster, but for some civilizations, it is an opportunity for the whole country to rise. Jinling. In a dark alley. A beast-like figure was lying in a pool of blood, chewing with big mouthfuls. Red bloodstains were flowing at the corners of his mouth. From time to time he made a satisfied moan. I don't know how long it took. He just finished enjoying it and changed his posture. People stand up. In a blink of an eye, transformed into a young man. Pregnant women are indeed a delicacy in the world, especially the fetus in the belly. The innate energy has not dissipated, which is even more unique. The man licked his red lips and murmured to himself, although it has only been more than 10 hours since he arrived, he has already hunted 3 humans in secret. After devouring flesh and blood, the cultivation level has been slightly improved. No wonder so many people in the clan have signed up to participate in the civilization trial, compared to the practice of sitting still. This method of devouring human flesh is not only simpler and more direct, but also full of excitement. It is said someone in the clan once participated in a trial of a certain Xianxia civilization, and his cultivation strength climbed directly to the level of the Demon King, the algorithm for converting into this world almost equivalent to level 6. Chapter 67, the most important weapon to control the country, the power of the Book of Life and Death. I don't know what level I will reach after finishing this experience. He smiled, full of expectations for this. Later, picked up a mobile phone in a pool of blood. Open it in the browser. The word Huaxia was entered. I plan to first understand the situation in the country where I have arrived. In order to formulate a targeted destruction plan, whether to start directly with violence, or to cooperate with the Demon Clan in the first and second rounds to act together. What happened? All the monsters in the first 2 rounds were wiped out? After checking, his pupils shrank suddenly. He showed a look of horror. On the web page, everyone is happy to celebrate the news that China has passed 2 rounds of civilization trials in a row and received an SSS level evaluation. Perfect rating. There is actually a civilization that has received a perfect rating. His expression changed slightly, and he suddenly felt as if he had kicked an iron plate. The elders of the clan once said that the trials of civilization are extremely cruel. Among the heavens and worlds. It's rare for someone to get a perfect SSS rating, and that requires clearing out all the aliens in the territory, but if there is civilization, it can get a perfect rating. This shows that this civilization has unlimited potential and has a chance to survive at least 36 rounds of trials. Think of this. A chill surged from his heart.
Where is Jin Yue?
The news said that both the clan and the Kuru tribe were killed. He swallowed, his heart completely confused. A moment of panic, nothing else to worry about. He quickly stood cross-legged in a pool of blood. Exercise racial secrets, send a message to his cousin Yen Jinyue to see if she is alive or dead. At this moment, a distant and clear voice suddenly sounded from the sky. Carry out the heaven and earth, even louder and louder, like a dragon roaring.
What is this sound?
His face darkened and he couldn't help but raise his head, but the next second the premonition of death came over my heart, and I gave a crazy warning, not good. Critical moment, his expression suddenly changed, and he quickly took out an amulet engraved between his eyebrows, activate it, blooming with crystal green light, cover the whole body. Click, a moment later, the amulet shattered in response, consuming all its energy.
What was that sound just now?
His body was shaking violently and he looked at the sky in disbelief. The face was full of horror. There was a flash of lightning just now, but if he hadn't used the amulet given to him by the clan elders, he might have died suddenly on the spot.
Is this civilization so terrifying?
A chill filled his heart, and the more he thought about it, the more afraid he became. But it's only about 10 hours, I just used one of my life-saving trump cards. He remembers, that's not what the people on the committee said when I signed up for the trial. What about the fragile technological civilization that was promised? What if the promise can be destroyed easily, as promised? It's all a fucking lie.
Then, what the hell is that?
Then immediately he also noticed that there seemed to be a full moon converging in the sky. The speed is getting faster and faster. It is hanging in the sky, reflecting the mountains, rivers, and land in China. The light falls. His disguise was actually discovered. Whoa, the siren suddenly sounded, from far to near. It becomes clearer and clearer. Yanjing Monster Research Institute. The Book of Life and Death has fully recovered. The database of the Book of Life and Death has captured the brainwave information of the alien race that descended this time.
There are 198 monsters in the territory.
The Book of Life and Death, book, the Wanzhou Brainwave Base Station Cluster responded and the erasure command was initiated. Erasure completed.
A total of 197 monsters were eradicated.
The database has detected that there is a monster that has not been wiped out, and it is located in Jinling. The Demon Mirror is partially revived, reflecting the area of Jinling.
The monster's location has been locked, and the local police force has been synchronized. The demon hunting team is rushing to the scene.
Listen to the reports from various departments. The corners of Yang Mo's mouth raised slightly, and he couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Not bad. The monsters in this round are relatively weak and can be easily dealt with by relying on the Book of Life and Death and Demon Mirror. In fact, with these two tools to control the country, as long as they don't encounter particularly difficult monsters,
Huaxia can easily deal with them.
Dean, the corpse of the monster closest to us has been sent to the laboratory. Zhao Ziyan walked into the office and reported. Yang Mo's expression lit up. Get up immediately, head to the lab. It's really the beast. Seeing the monster lying dead on the experimental table, Yang Mo's expression condensed and he recognized its identity at a glance. Surprisingly, it is, according to the Book of Mountains and Seas, there are bullocks with a human face and a leopard body, an ox's ears and one eye, a long tail, good at great strength, and making loud noises. This race, it is true that he has mastered two innate abilities. Even the weakest beast has a strength of at least 1,000 tons, and its sonic attack can penetrate a kilometer range. Everyone who heard it bled to death from their 7 orifices to eye in the past life. This monster brought heavy disaster to China, countless casualties. China has exhausted all means, but still failed to kill them all. But this time, science fiction Heavenly Plan came out, but it was easily suppressed.
Let's start the dissection.
Then, Yang Yamo waved his hand, signaling the researchers to start taking action. Professional cutting instruments start soon. Then he cut the body of Zhu Jian into dozens of parts: the head, skin, hair, lower limbs, claws, single eyes, teeth. Any part of his body is the focus of scientific research. Even the cell tissues of the body were sliced and studied under a microscope. Dean, the 12-sided crystal found in the 002 imitator was not found in his body. Yang Yamo nodded, as he had guessed. 002 The crystals in the imitator's body are not inherent to the Demon Clan. Actually, the strange power cultivated by the Demon Clan will not form so-called crystals or inner elixirs in the body. 002 A family of imitators, more like a chess piece dropped casually. Implant 12-sided crystals into their skulls and spread them to every trial civilization.
The 12-sided crystal, the seeds of the immortal tree, what is the plan of the person behind it?
Yang Emo frowned and couldn't help but think about it. Since the discovery of the connection between the immortal tree and the 12-sided crystal. He then started the cultivation plan, use monster corpses to feed the mysterious 12-sided crystal. Today, except for the corpses of monsters used for research, all the rest in China were swallowed up by this 12-sided crystal, but it is like a bottomless pit, without any change. Fortunately, another group of monsters came this time. There are 197 heads in total. They are being continuously transported to the institute from all over the country. I hope that after devouring these monsters, the 12-sided crystal will change.
Yang Emo murmured. If not, then he will have to find a way to hunt monsters abroad. Chapter 68 China's official announcement. The third round of trials has ended. At the same time, China, people everywhere heard the sound of the Book of Life and Death being activated, the clear and distant sound of dragon roar. If there is nothing echoing throughout China, especially, the people of Jinling even saw a full moon after hearing the roar of the dragon. After the experience of the first and second rounds, everyone realized what happened and rushed into the official live broadcast room of the Monster Research Institute.
Hiss.
Did the country directly activate the Book of Life and Death and kill all the monsters at once?
Holy shit, my roommate just died suddenly and became a leopard with a human face, cow ears, and only one eye.
The boss of my company was the same.
He was going to deduct our wages, but he died without even letting out a scream.
Hey, my dad said he secretly pierced an eyeball, but I can't contact him now.
I'll show you the photos when I get in touch. Live broadcast room inside. The barrages are overwhelming and dense. Many people. I witnessed the sudden death of the monster on the spot and saw the monster that came this time. Human face and leopard body. One eye and one ear. It has a huge tail, several meters long. It is exactly the same as the description of Zhu Jian in the classic of Mountains and Seas. It is said that they also possess two major racial talents, are born with great strength, and can issue terrifying sonic attacks. It's a pity they have no chance to witness this scene. The Book of Life and Death comes out. All the monsters within the territory should have been suppressed and killed. No, it seems that another monster has escaped. I live in Jinling.
The government just informed us not to go out easily.
Yes, I am also from Jinling.
All the local police have been dispatched. We are hunting this monster.
The monster this time is so terrifying, it can turn people into blood mist with one punch. They ran to the outskirts of Jinling. In the live broadcast room, netizens in Jinling stood up and pointed out that there was another monster on the loose. Some people also witnessed how this crazy monster blasted an ordinary person into blood mist with one punch. The power of terror. You can smash the wall easily. Jinling officials have successively called on people not to have inflated self-confidence and participate in this encirclement and suppression operation. Jinling outskirts, under the cover of night. A crazy ferocious beast was running wildly on the asphalt road. Behind him, there are military trucks, combat loading vehicles, mobile armored vehicles, and helicopters locking in reporting points at high altitude. Damn. The figure cursed in a low voice. His face was full of anger and frustration. His majestic demon clan was actually chased to this point by these despicable humans. First the amulet was broken again. He was surrounded and hunted by this group of weak humans, all the way. He has clearly demonstrated his powerful, terrifying power, but these weak humans, not only were they not frightened, they were also surprisingly angry, clamoring to skin him and remove his bones. Enough. He suddenly stopped and glared at the pursuing troops behind him. A pair of giant tails thrown hard on the asphalt road. The road surface was suddenly shattered, and a slender crack was created in the ground. I didn't want to use this trick. His face was gloomy, showing a look of determination. Look up to the sky. Hull. Suddenly huge sound waves impacted the surroundings, sweeping a kilometer in radius. Roar. A terrifying sound ran through the sky. The first to bear the brunt. It is the troops chasing him from behind. Death. He smiled grimly. He was about to admire the tragic sight of these people with their internal organs shattered and their heads exploding. However, his rear was among the pursuing troops. Only one person roared, and everyone took out a black earphone-like object from their pockets. Put it in your ear.
Then, boom!
A rocket launcher fell from the sky. His location was accurately struck. This is impossible. He dodged away quickly, but his face was full of horror and disbelief. The sonic secret technique of their race, it has no effect? Roar, having no faith in evil, he looked up to the sky and roared again, letting out a new round of roar, terrifying sound waves sweeping the world. The air vibrated, the dust trembled, and the surrounding vegetation shattered out of thin air. It stands to reason any living creature, as long as it is within a kilometer range, there is no way to hide that he could only suffer severe damage from the sound waves. His internal organs were shattered, his head exploded, and he died, but the people behind him did not react at all. Boom. He fired another rocket launcher at him. He spat out a mouthful of blood. It was not because he was hit by a rocket launcher, but because he suffered the backlash of the secret technique. Although this is the secret technique of their race, but the power is huge, and every time it is used, it requires a certain price. With his current strength, can be used up to 3 times. No. I don't believe it. He roared, still refusing to believe that his racial secret technique had failed. Keep shouting. The sharp voice with a hint of hoarseness once again penetrated the world. A row of wild geese happened to fly over in the sky. It exploded into blood mist on the spot, fall to the ground, but the people chasing behind him. But as if nothing happened, he fired a series of rocket launchers at him with his backhand. Boom, boom, boom. A dense roar sounded in my ears after encountering backlash 3 times in a row. His reaction speed was much slower. Hit by a series of attacks, I was hit hard in an instant and couldn't help coughing up blood, and the other party obviously did not let him go. All kinds of long-range firepower locked onto him and poured out like a tide. Captain, he seems to have lost his resistance. A voice came from a distance. Next, military trucks and combat loading vehicles parked beside him. The leader is a middle-aged man, the face is determined, stepped on his head and took out the communication equipment. It seems to be reporting to someone. Dean, the fleeing monster has been successfully captured. Why, it's useless, he murmured the last sentence before his consciousness fell into silence. That night. 24 o'clock in the morning, the Monster Research Institute issued an announcement in an official name. Tell all the people of China. It has announced that the 3rd round of trials has ended. All monsters that have descended on China have been eliminated. Normal life and work will resume from now on. As soon as this news came out, it immediately shocked the whole world. People from various countries who have been in panic and fear are suddenly dumbfounded. Didn't the United States say that the monster that came this time was terrifying? What's going on? China announced that the trial was over. It's only been 24 hours, is it true? Although China has achieved perfect evaluation in the first 2 rounds, will you die if you don't brag? You solved the monster in just 1 day? Ha, this is how Chinese people are. Sakura, the country has not seen the shadow of this monster yet. For this announcement, the first reaction of people from all over the world was that they did not believe it. The people of Sakura country took the lead in becoming angry. After all, there was a feud between the 2 countries. Chapter 69, The Secret Method of Race. Cousin, save me. In the first 2 rounds of trials, they had accumulated a lot of dissatisfaction, and they took advantage of this moment to vent it out. Looking at China being so good for them, it was simply worse than killing them. The United States has held a press conference. This time the monster has mastered 2 terrifying abilities. Can China eliminate it so quickly? As long as the brain is slightly normal, it will not matter. I will believe this announcement from China. It may be that there is panic in China, so the official issued this self-deceptive announcement. Don't be fooled. Huaxia people, that's hypocrisy. Always, under the vilifying propaganda of the United States and Sakura countries do not have much favorable impression of China. Plus, in the first 2 rounds of trials, China eliminated monsters in its territory, but chose to close the country. All foreigners are prohibited from entering. People in all countries are resentful and dissatisfied with China, for a while. International public opinion is fierce and there is a lot of abuse. Everyone is questioning the authenticity of this announcement. The United States Department of Defense, what? China said they cleared out the monsters that came this round? Jobs listened to the report from his subordinates and showed an expression of disbelief. 24 hours, clear the monsters in the territory. This thing, can it really be done? According to the information sent back by the FBI, this matter is true. China is suspected of using the Book of Life and Death weapon that was used in the first round. The secretary nodded solemnly and affirmed, hiss. Jobs gasped, incredibly horrified. Book of Life and Death, it's Book of Life and Death. Again, what exactly is this Book of Life and Death? The FBI has done its best to investigate, but China protects the secret very strictly. We have not been able to obtain any specific information about the Book of Life and Death so far. The secretary sighed. Quite helpless. Actually, after the first 2 rounds of trials, many countries are exploring the 2 mysterious weapons, the Book of Life and Death, and the Demon Mirror. But nothing was found. China attaches more importance to these 2 weapons of national subjugation than they imagined. It is estimated that the number of people who know this core technology is no more than 2 hands, that's it. Jobs sighed and shook his head. Since we can't steal this technology, we can only continue to work on the Chosen One project. Today, the Research Institute's Chosen One project has reached version 4.0. After several iterations, the mortality rate in the Chosen One's awakening experiment has been reduced to 60%. Under the Ministry of Defense, the number of Chosen Ones has reached more than 300. The strongest among them, it has broken through to the 2nd level peak. It's not enough. Jobs looked solemn and murmured to himself, with the Gu Raising project, speed up the process and breed 3rd level 002 imitators as soon as possible. The United States needs a lot of them. The 3rd level Chosen One. According to Yan Jinyue's confession, the monsters in this round have 2 racial talents, and their combat power is amazing. They must improve the strength of the Chosen One as soon as possible to compete with the monsters. If the strength of the Chosen One can be raised to the 4th level, even to the 5th level, maybe one person can conquer a country. America, secret prison. In an all-metal cell. A curvy, graceful, and exquisite body of a young woman is tightly bound by super alloy shackles. This time, she was closing her eyes tightly. The aura on his body is quietly surging, as if he is running some kind of racial secret, although this secret room is isolated from all signals. But her racial secret method, it can ignore the shield and communicate remotely across tens of thousands of kilometers of space. It's just, doing this will consume a lot of energy, unable to communicate for a long time. Otherwise, she would not have used technologically advanced group chats to communicate with other members of her race. Why doesn't my cousin respond to me? She slowly opened her eyes and murmured in disappointment. Since being captured by the Chosen One in the United States, she has secretly tried dozens of times to seek rescue from her cousin, but there has been no response. Jinyue, is that you? Suddenly, a voice came from somewhere. Echoed in her mind. Yan Jinyue looked delighted. With mist surging in her eyes, excited, he quickly used the racial secret method and responded, "It's me, cousin, great, I finally contacted you." A moment later, the voice came next, seemingly even more excited than her. "Great, hurry up, cousin, save me." When Jinyue heard this, she couldn't help but be stunned. The smile on his face froze instantly. "Why, my cousin stole all her lines. I made a mistake and was caught by Huaxia. They locked me in a small dark room. I don't know where it is." In my mind, that the voice explained in a hurry, "Cousin, where are you now? Come and save me quickly. Let's join hands to destroy China. I want to make this civilization extinct." The second half of the sentence, the other party was almost gnashing his teeth and filled with hatred. However, Yan Jinyue swallowed and was stunned. It's only been 1 day, his cousin had only been here for a day and he was caught. Now, who will save her? Cousin? Cousin? You are talking, in mind, the voice sounded again, somewhat urgently. "Cousin, you may not believe it, but I have already fled abroad." Yan Jinyue came back to her senses and sighed deeply. "Then I was captured by the Chosen One of the United States. Lived and was imprisoned in a secret prison." The other party, China Monster Research Institute, secret room. A young man with disheveled hair stopped the racial secret method and looked at the ceiling in despair. An expression of despair. At this moment, his body was full of bloody bullet holes and shelling wounds. 18 super alloy chains bound him tightly. Click, the super metal door of the room was pushed open, and Yang Imo walked in from the outside. Looked at it carefully. He nodded and said, "The vitality of the demon clan is tenacity. Such a serious injury has actually recovered to the fullest. Don't be pretentious here. If you want to kill or behead, it's up to you." The young man raised his head and sneered. "You're quite brave." Yang Imo dragged his chin and said, "I need you to answer a few questions. After you answer them, just let me go?" The young man's eyes lit up and he interrupted Yang Mo's words. "Do you think it's possible?" The corner of Yang Mo's mouth twitched a few times. This monster clan is really wishful thinking, the killing that killed hundreds of people. I still want to get out alive. "I'm sorry, I don't know anything." The young man was not to be outdone and refused to answer any questions. "It doesn't matter, you will cooperate honestly." Yang Imo smiled slightly, but in the eyes of the young man, the smile was a bit creepy. Chapter 70. Among the lights in every house, there is always one left for you. It didn't take long. A few middle-aged men wearing white coats walked in.
Dean, are you looking for us? This monster will be left to you to study. Be sure to save one life.
Yang Mo pointed at the young man and warned him at the same time. A few people heard this. My eyes brightened instantly, staring at the young man with excitement. That expression, it was like a hungry wolf saw a peerless beauty. The young man couldn't help but shiver, and suddenly had a bad feeling. Next, he was taken out of the secret room and dragged into the laboratory. Yanjing. An ordinary community. Late night, after get off work, Zhao Ziyan opened the door and quietly put on her
slippers. Come back?
A voice came from the living room.
Dad, didn't I tell you to go to bed early? You always wait for me so late. Zhao Ziyan stuck out her tongue and pretended to complain. I'm worried that you won't be able to sleep. The dishes are heating up in the kitchen. Your favorite is the pork knuckle.
I'll go to bed first. The father on the sofa yawned and seemed to be very sleepy. A few words were explained. He went straight back to the bedroom as Zhao Ziyan looked at the kitchen, feeling warm in her heart. Despite the critical times, the trials of civilization are like a hanging sword threatening China's security, but thousands of lights, there is always one left for her. Perhaps this is the original intention of many people joining the Monster Research Institute, just to guard that light. Every light, both represent an ordinary and ordinary family, revealing the warmth of the world. Go to bed early. My mother's voice came from the bedroom again. Zhao Ziyan responded. Go into the kitchen, have a simple midnight snack. Then he finished washing and walked into the study. I opened a thick diary and wrote down today's experience. August 7th. In the third round of the civilization trial, the monster has just arrived. Countries around the world are preparing for war urgently, and the people are restless. The Dean used his highest authority to activate the Book of Life and Death, which is the weapon of the country. It took 14 hours to fully revive the Book of Life and Death and kill all the monsters in the territory. As the United States said, the monsters that came this time were the Zhujian clan recorded in the Book of Mountains and Seas. However, there was a pigeon in Jilin that was not wiped out from the Book of Life and Death, and the local military and police quickly dispatched to kill it. Captain Zhang led the demon hunting team and also rushed to Jilin. Before leaving, the Dean mobilized a batch of military noise-canceling frequency conversion headphones from the Scientific Research Department to equip all pursuers. The Dean explained that the Zhujiang clan is good at the secret art of sound waves. The principle is to enhance the frequency and amplitude of sound, and use ultra-high decibels and same frequency shattering to kill. The noise-canceling frequency conversion headphones were originally developed for the ultrasonic weapons of other countries. They happen to disrupt the sound waves, destroy their frequency and amplitude, and have a restraining effect on the secret techniques of the Zhujian clan. The Dean knows so much, I have some doubts about whether the Dean is a reborn person. In the end, under the encirclement and suppression by the military and the demon hunting team, the beast was captured and brought to justice, and was imprisoned in a secret room rebuilt by the Dean. This room is made of microparticle alloy, which can isolate all sound waves. This is the end of the third round of trials. Good night, China. Zhao Ziyan put down her pen and stretched. Write a diary. This is a habit she has developed since she was in elementary school. Of course, she doesn't write every day. There is nothing worth recording, so she usually just brushes it off. The third round of trials was passed in one day. Holding the diary, Zhao Ziyan pursed her lips, feeling a little excited. Even if the night is dark, it was 2 o'clock in the morning, and she was still not sleepy at all. A horrible monster crisis in 24 hours, it was completely wiped out by China. So much so that people all over the world feel that China is bragging about fraud. This, Huaxia did not explain, and did not bother to explain. And all this all stems from the great plan put forward by Dean Yang, science fiction heavenly plan. Think of this, she couldn't help but pick up the diary and read forward. On May 31st, the sky was blocked by gray fog, and a mysterious voice appeared, announcing the start of the civilization trial. On June 1st, after a meeting in China, the cabinet planned to establish a monster research institute, but unexpectedly promoted a young researcher to be the dean. I was transferred from the Ministry of Science and Technology to serve as the assistant to the dean. On June 2nd, the dean started the monster anatomy experiment. On June 3rd, the dean seemed to have no family. He stayed in the institute every day, mingled with the researchers in the laboratory, and taught them to overcome their fear of dissecting monsters. On June 7th, the results of the anatomy experiment were obtained. On June 8th, As the monster crisis intensified and the global death toll continued to rise, the dean asked me to be the anchor and develop a promotional video to popularize the monster code. On June 15, the dean formulated the plan for the Book of Life and Death.
I think he is too whimsical. On June 21, the whole country made concessions, the whole people cooperated, and everyone was united. For the first time, I felt what the power of the people is. On June 22, China will not perish. On June 23, China will not perish. On June 26, the second level 001 undead gathered in Liangcheng and occupied a city. In order to obtain supplies, the military and the demon hunting team responded immediately, abandoning super conventional weapons of destruction, and fought to the death with them to defend Liang. The city has 800,000 people. On June 29, the dragon's roar echoed across the land of China, and the Life and Death Book project led by the dean was successful. On June 30, the first round of trials was settled. Our country received an SSS level evaluation, and the physical fitness of the entire population increased by 100%. My skin feels much younger, and the gray hair on my parents' heads has disappeared. July 2, these days are a gap period, it is rare to have any free time. On July 4, at the press conference, Dean Yang said that the Classic of Mountains and Seas is a guidance manual for the trials of civilization left by our ancient ancestors. July 8. On August 5, Dean Yang suddenly fainted and fell into a coma while analyzing the stone tablet. The whole hospital went crazy with panic. Nothing can happen. On August 6, the dean woke up and wrote down the controllable nuclear fusion technology in handwriting. Well, it was outrageous. Turn over and over, sleep came over me as Zhao Ziyan lay on the desk and accidentally fell asleep. The next day, Monster Research Institute. Dean, the monster said that he is willing to confess, and you can ask him anything. A researcher in a white coat came to Yang Mo, still a little reluctant to leave. After you finish interrogating, can we do it again? Study him? After all of this is the only living beast in China, rare things are more valuable. Everyone in their laboratory treated this monster like a treasure, afraid that he would die suddenly. I took more than 10 bottles of adrenaline. Yang Mo, the corners of his mouth twitched a few times. Obviously, the laboratory's methods were more effective than he imagined. Only one night, this monster can't stand it anymore. Chapter 71. The crystal mutates and the seeds sprout. Later did he put down what he was doing and headed straight for the specially built prison cell. The young man has been transported back here. 18 alloy chains tied him so that he could not move. After meeting Yang Mo, emotional, struggling hard. 18 alloy chains were shaken and made the sound of gold and stone. I said, as long as you don't use me for experiments, you can do anything you want me to do. There was still a hint of fear on his face that had not dissipated. Just one night, I don't know what happened to him. The previous unruliness has long gone. It's so cute that it's ridiculous. First question, why can you block the erasure of the Book of Life and Death? Yang Mo stared at him coldly and asked, this is what puzzles him the most. IT stands to reason. Book of Life and Death acts on the monster's brainwaves, and can issue instructions to destroy the brainwaves, causing it to be brain dead out of thin air. This method is mysterious and unpredictable. All the animals that came in the third round died, but the young man survived. I have the amulet. The story is repeated. The young man's face was uncertain, but he still replied honestly, this was given to me by the elders of the clan before the advent. It can prevent a life and death crisis. Amulet? Can you make it? Yang Mo's eyes lit up and he suddenly asked, if we had this technology, when Chinese soldiers deal with monsters, their casualty rate will be greatly reduced. No, the young man shook his head and replied truthfully, only when you have reached the demon general realm can you create an amulet, and now I haven't even reached the demon soldier realm. Hearing this, Yang Mo couldn't help but show disappointment. In the past life, Huaxia has captured many monsters from the demon clan and learned about the demon clan's cultivation system through interrogation. The realm of demon soldiers, the realm of demon generals, the realm of demon commanders, the realm of demon lords, the realm of demon kings, the realm of demon emperors, the realm of demon emperors, and the realm of demon fairy. Based on these realms, the realm divisions such as first level, second level, third level, and fourth level were formulated. Young people's current state is the first level, the second level is the demon soldier realm, the third level is the realm of demon general, the ninth level is the demon fairyland. The further you go, the wider the gap between each realm becomes, like a chasm. Second question, how did you, the Jian clan, come to Earth? Yang Mo pondered for a moment, then asked. This, I can't say.
The young man suddenly showed a look of horror and shook his head violently. As if once spoken and next second. A great terror will occur.
Is it related to the civilization trial? Yang Mo frowned and already had the answer in his heart. The young man was stunned, looking at Yang Mo in surprise. He closed his mouth tightly, not daring to say a word. It is indeed a test of civilization. Yang Mo's heart sank. Previous lives, all countries have captured many monsters, interrogated them, and obtained a lot of information. It is also from this information Huashan noticed that the secret of the monsters race coincided with the Book of Mountains and Seas. Final, discovered that the Classic of Mountains and Seas is actually an instruction manual left by our ancestors. It's just, there is an invisible rule somewhere, bound all monsters, they cannot disclose any information about the trials of civilization through any method or behavior, otherwise, the whole body will be destroyed and turned into ashes in an instant. Is there a group of people organizing behind the civilization trial? Yang Mo took a deep breath and asked tentatively. At the same time, observed the young man's expression carefully. I saw the young man's mouth tightly closed, his face full of fear, veins popping out on his forehead, looking at him pleadingly. It seems to be begging him not to ask anymore. Yang Mo ignored it. Strike while the iron is hot. Take a step forward and grab the young man's arms. He then asked, what is the relationship between you monsters and the people behind the civilization trial? The young man roared in pain, and his mental pressure suffered a huge impact. Next, his eyes became crazy. He actually controlled his body on the spot and shattered his heart. A mouthful of blood spurted out. Quick! Send it to the laboratory. Yang Mo's expression changed slightly, and he shouted quickly, try all means to save him, don't let him die. Soon Zhang Yangguang rushed in with people and quickly brought the young man back to the laboratory, Dean's office. After the interrogation was interrupted, Yang Mo returned here, took out a pen and paper and started writing, deducing the information obtained from the youth. On paper written with keywords such as Monster Clan, Zhujian Clan, organization behind the civilization trial, but the information is too limited. Yang Mo rubbed his forehead, feeling helpless. The methods of the civilization trial were more terrifying than he imagined. They seem to be able to use invisible rules to control all the monsters that come, prohibiting them from revealing any information. He can only make insinuations. The information available is extremely limited. Dean, there is new progress in the training warehouse. At this moment, Zhao Ziyan hurried in. Did the crystal react? Yang Mo stood up suddenly, looking quite surprised. That crystal. I don't know what to say. Zhao Ziyan nodded, but her expression was a little strange. You should go and see it yourself. Yang Mo slightly stunned, but the movement of his feet did not stop, and he went straight to the training warehouse. A few minutes later, arriving at the cultivation chamber of the 12-sided crystal. This time, researchers from more than a dozen culture chambers are gathered together. Observing the chamber through the glass, I saw there were fine cracks on the surface of the 12-sided crystal. There is a jasper-colored germ. It is desperately emerging from the debris, trying to get rid of the shackles of the 12-sided crystal. This scene, is very much like the scene before the legendary seeds sprout and break out of the ground. Dean, your guess is correct, the 12-sided crystal is really a seed. We fed the corpses of 476 monsters, and they actually sprouted. This is definitely the largest research discovery in the history of monster research so far. Several researchers, the people surrounding Yang Mo, were extremely excited. They studied it for more than a month. Finally, breakthrough progress has been made on the 12-sided crystal. Immortal tree seeds. Yang Mo stared at the changes in the seeds and was equally surprised. Mutation of crystals. It was also confirmed from the side that his guess was correct. The Classic of Mountains and Seas, the Queen Mother of the West, used the seeds of the immortal tree to cultivate many miraculous plants such as flat peaches, fire dates, and cross pears. If he can imitate the Queen Mother of the West, copy this process, cultivation of these magical plants will greatly improve China's strength. Continue to feed it and strive to make it bloom and bear fruit as soon as possible. Yang Mo took a deep breath and warned the researchers in the training warehouse. But, a researcher sighed with a grimace, we are running out of monster corpses in the hospital, only 50 are left. Beyond this crystal, the appetite is very big. The corpses of at least dozens of monsters are devoured every day, plus, the domestic monsters are cleared very quickly, and the 001 undead that can be infected and transformed have long since disappeared. On monster corpses, China is really very scarce. The current inventory in the yard, they were all the corpses of the cattle clan that had just been killed, and there was only enough seed to feed for the next day. Chapter 72, China has developed an invincible potential. I will solve the problem of the monster corpse. Yang Yimou thought for a while and said in deep thought, at the same time. As the third round of trials proceeds, the global situation is changing rapidly. I in the sky at the majestic, cold and solemn voice sounded one after another. Trial notice, the Maurya kingdom, the regime has been overthrown and has been destroyed. Trial notice, the regime of the Irkuncho Emirate has been overthrown and has been destroyed. Trial notice, the Korea Free Federation, the regime has been overthrown and has been destroyed. Trial notice, the Kingdom of Madanyo has been overthrown and has been destroyed. Trial notice, the regime of the Rio de Janeiro Jamahiriya has been overthrown and has been destroyed. Every 2 hours, you can hear a trial announcement announcing that a small country on the earth has been destroyed via satellite imagery. The surviving people from various countries finally saw the monsters coming in the third round. Figures with human faces and leopard bodies and ox ears and eyes, these small countries, they were all countries that were declared ineligible to receive rewards when the second round of trials was settled. With the strength of their army, they could only barely compete with the 001 undead, plus, the imitator 002 got into the top management and took control of the political power, causing the situation to take a turn for the worse. They were struggling to support themselves and suddenly encountered the third round of trials, the arrival of Zhu Jian. It was the straw that broke the camel's back. The situation took a turn for the worse. Small countries perished one after another. The monsters of the three races no longer hid their disguises and simply revealed their bodies, killing the remaining people wantonly. Goat-headed and human-faced. Chu Ru has a white head and 3 legs. The beasts with human faces and leopard bodies, wherever they passed, wailing was everywhere, just like purgatory on earth. The dead and wounded, countless. Tubing, the world's largest video platform, the tragic situation of the small country was uploaded here. People of all countries. He became more and more frightened and worried. The speed of destruction is too fast. The third round of trials has only been carried out on the second day, and 9 small countries have been destroyed today? The United States is indeed right. The monster in the third round is Zhu Jian, with a human face and a leopard body, and 1 bull's ear. This video was so terrifying, a whole battalion of soldiers was killed by the monster's roar. Zhu Jian's strength is so abnormal, he can lift an off-road vehicle with 1 hand? Watch these videos. People from all over the world are aware of the terror of the beasts. No wonder so many small countries will be destroyed after their arrival. The fighting power of Zhu Jian, definitely the strongest among the 3 races. Not only does it hold great power, also has weird and unpredictable sonic attacks. The only good thing is, in their country, all the cattle are timid, and there has been no news for the time being, but everyone knows it. This is not a good thing. The reason why Zhu Qian did not stand up openly is that he is most likely brewing a big wave growing in secret, then amazing everyone. America, Department of Defense. The dramatic changes in the global situation have also alarmed here. Jobs frowned, worried. These 2 days, there have been thousands more homicides and disappearances in the United States than in the past. Obviously, this is because Zhu Jian is afraid of the strength of big countries like them, so he commits crimes in secret. Crazy development. Want to quickly climb to the second level. Guard personnel, military personnel, and the chosen ones from various states have encountered animals hunting and killing ordinary people many times while performing their tasks, but Zhu Qian did not fight with them at all once there is any trouble. He immediately ran away without giving him a chance. So much so far, their country, the United States, has not captured even a single animal. Dean, China's Monster Research Institute has published a report. Suddenly, the secretary found him in a hurry. What report? Jobs was stunned for a moment and asked subconsciously. Research and analysis report on Zhu Jian. Really? Jobs' expression lit up and he quickly took the research report printed from his secretary's hand. Flip through quickly. I in the report. China's Monster Research Institute named the monsters that came in the third round. The Zhu Jian clan, number 003 loudspeaker. IT has 2 major talents, great power and great sound. The strength of an ordinary first-level 003 loudspeaker can reach 10 tons. The sound emitted can reach 180 decibels, and the sound wave frequency far exceeds 8,000 Hz. The human being's tolerance range for sound is usually below 90 decibels. Once it exceeds 90 decibels, the hearing nerve will be slightly damaged, causing tinnitus, deafness and other phenomena. If it exceeds 120 decibels, headache, trembling of the 5 internal organs and other organ injuries will occur. If it reaches 175 decibels, it will cause human death on the spot. Hiss.
Seeing this, Jobs took a breath of air. Huaxia's research is too detailed, looks like it, they must have captured live bullocks. Later, he continued to flip through the report and saw the second half. It turned out to be about how to restrain the 003 louder and how to capture it. China, Jobs swallowed. His expression suddenly became extremely complicated. As a competitor, he has always regarded China as his biggest imaginary enemy, but this time, the other party actually shared the method of restraining and capturing monsters for free, replaced them with the United States. Maybe I will also share this research report, but I will definitely talk about some exchange of interests.
China, are you really not worried about being overtaken by the United States? China is too arrogant.
The secretary on the side sneered, his face full of dissatisfaction. No, but Jobs shook his head and sighed. This is not arrogance. China has developed an invincible potential. From here in a research report. China's unparalleled sense of self-confidence rushed towards us. Past the first 2 rounds of trials, Huaxia has received perfect evaluations one after another, which has caused Huaxia's morale to continue to rise. It is different from other countries. Huaxia has this sense of belief everywhere from top to bottom, from inside to outside. The 1.4 billion people firmly believe that the civilization trial will only become a stepping stone for them and will never destroy China. An invincible aura has been developed, maybe from the moment the civilization trial begins. China's opponents are no longer them, but the many races from the trials of civilization. That's why China will selflessly contribute this research report. The United States, it seems that they are no longer qualified to be China's opponent. No, there is still a chance. Jobs gritted his teeth, his face full of unwillingness, and he looked a little crazy. As long as the Gu-raising plan is successful, we will cultivate a large number of third-level chosen ones, equivalent to existences in the demon general realm. It is not impossible to catch up with China. The third round of trials only lasted until the second day. Everything. It's too early to tell. It's especially clear who is the dark horse. At the same time, other countries have also noticed the research report published by China. Chapter 73, Letter of Glory. Gol, the person in charge of the National Security Bureau, was stunned for a long time, and then he let out a long sigh.
China is too confident. This report drag out all the characteristics, habits, and restraint methods of the monsters in the third round. He informed the world there is no worry about being overtaken by them. Obviously, after Huaxia killed all the monsters in the country, he began to worry for them. I'm afraid they won't be able to deal with the monster. This outrageous national self-confidence, he smiled bitterly, feeling a sense of powerlessness in his heart. China, before the civilization trial, he had a certain understanding of China. Despite hundreds of years of decline, being divided and bullied, however, China is still in the rolling technological torrent, catching up from behind and rising to its current position in just a few decades, second in the world. Military, aviation, people's livelihood, aerospace, industry, precision processing, medical, education and other fields, all are among the best in the world. Any country that could achieve such achievements in just a few decades would have been blown away, but China is not like this. From top to bottom, 1.4 billion people, almost everyone takes it for granted. It seems they think so from the bottom of their hearts that China should sit in that position, nothing to show off. And now, after several rounds of monsters coming, China's self-confidence is unprecedentedly expanded. No one thinks that China will perish. Look at their Gol country having been shrouded in gloom. The people are demoralized, pessimistic and lost. Mental state. A sharp contrast. Sakura country, Security Services Department, China, this is crazy. They actually shared such confidential research for free? Silence. After reading the research report, everyone was silent. It seems that in today's China, they can see the celestial kingdom that all nations came to visit thousands of years ago. As their suzerain country, the Tang dynasty had the spirit of looking down upon the world and looking down upon foreign countries. Why wasn't China wiped out back then? A certain rightist clenched his teeth and said bitterly, throughout history, that was China's weakest period. But Huaxia is still extremely tenacious, and the Sakura kingdom has failed to turn it into its own vassal despite all the efforts of the country. No one expected it. Just 100 years, the country that was amazed at the sight of a train has come to the point where they look up to it. President, China has issued another official statement. Suddenly, a staff member walked in. Suddenly it attracts everyone's attention. Everyone quickly looked at the new statement - letter to the nation. At the same time, at a time when countries around the world are in dire straits, China once again shocked the world by issuing a letter to the nation. In this statement, China directly talks to countries around the world. In view of the tense international situation, it can provide demon mirror identification services to neighboring countries to uncover all hidden monsters. Of course, this service is paid.
Each time it is used, 200 monster corpses need to be delivered to China. As soon as these words came out, it was like dropping a bombshell into deep water. What? China's Demon Mirror is the mysterious weapon that allowed the 002 imitator to reveal its prototype in the second round? China is actually willing to give this secret away, use weapons to provide aid to other countries? But each time it is used, it requires 200 monster corpses, which is too expensive. Yes, our country's last one. I killed 137 monsters in Luansai, but I can't even pay the fee? People from all over the world were the first to react, extremely shocked. China, this mentality is too big. After solving the third round of Monster Crisis, he was actually willing to take out the mysterious weapon, Demon Mirror, to support other countries. It's just, every time you use the Demon Mirror, it's quite expensive, just the usage fee, you will need the corpses of 100 monsters. And it only provides assistance to neighboring countries, which is destined to miss them, the United States. Gaul and Sakura country, China cabinet, several old men sat together, handling daily government affairs. The old man from the Ministry of Foreign Affairs looked at everyone, smiled and said, "There is news from the Ministry of Foreign Affairs that 7 small countries have contacted us and applied for Demon Mirror assistance." Hearing this, Wang Yu and others all showed expressions of joy. This message to the states was drafted by Yang Mo and requested to be published in the name of China. After deliberations at the cabinet meeting, all of them voted in favor and unanimously agreed to assist neighboring countries. Dean Yang's move can be said to have accomplished multiple things with one stone. The old man from the military nodded with admiration. Not only has it solved the domestic shortage of monster corpses, it also helps neighboring countries identify monsters and slow down their country's loss of control. At the same time, China's international prestige has been greatly improved. Everyone nodded. This is also the reason why they unanimously agreed to the letter to the states. On the one hand, the 12-sided crystal cultivation experiment led by Yang Mo requires a large number of monster corpses to be consumed, and domestic, there is always a shortage of monster corpses. China, with its vast territory and abundant resources, is in short supply of monsters. Instead of sending troops abroad to hunt monsters, it is better to use this method to exchange interests, thus importing a large number of monsters. On the other hand, help neighboring countries identify hidden monsters and help maintain a safe and stable surrounding environment. At least, for some time to come, China will be protected from the threat of its neighbors losing control. I don't know what the crystal can cultivate. Wang Yu pondered, looking forward to it. Now, scientific research teams from various countries are conducting crazy research on dodecahedral crystals, but their research directions are all in the direction of human body absorption and improvement, same as the United States. He took the extraordinary route and cultivated a large number of awakened ones. Yang Mo rejected all opinions. Lead China's scientific research team to research in another direction. By the way, how is controllable nuclear fusion technology digested by the Ministry of Science and Technology? An old man in the lead suddenly spoke and looked at the old man from the Ministry of Science and Technology. Not long ago, the technology that Yang Mo brought from Jisha Academy is crucial to China. The seminar has just ended. The old man from the Ministry of Science and Technology did not neglect, and said solemnly, "But the controllable nuclear fusion technology is too complicated. To fully master and apply it, it will take a long time." Some time. How long? Half a month. The old man from the Ministry of Science and Technology took a deep breath and added, "In half a month, our country can try to build the first controllable nuclear fusion energy station." Everyone heard this. I was very excited. The world's first controllable nuclear fusion energy station represents a revolutionary breakthrough in human technological civilization. Quite literally. 2 Controllable nuclear fusion energy stations can supply the energy needed by the entire China. Chapter 74 Monsters Import Business. Its production capacity is efficient and continuous, providing nearly unlimited energy and no pollution. Once the energy station is built, China's technological development will no longer have shackles. In a short time, the chain reaction generated will drive the comprehensive development of various industrial systems across the country. Li Guo. As a small country surrounding China, after seeing the letter to the nation, I immediately submitted an application for assistance to China. It didn't take long. I received an official notification from China that the Demon Mirror will be launched at 4 p.m. China time, lasts 12 hours. After receiving the notification, high-level officials responded quickly and mobilized all troops to deploy across the country. Try to take advantage of these 12 hours to find out all the monsters and kill them on a large scale. On the same day, 4 p.m., a bright full moon arrived as promised and rose over the country, radiating all territories of the country. In an instant, the monsters lurking among ordinary people have all been exposed. 001 Immortal, 002 Imitator, 003 Loudspeaker. When the last round of civilization trials was settled, the voice said that there were 12,874 monsters in their country. At this time, all are revealed under the power of the demon mirror. Many senior executives also found out his most trusted subordinates are all disguised as 002 imitators. There are monster undercovers lurking in the middle and senior levels of each department. In an atmosphere of panic. A battle about the continuation of race and civilization has quietly begun. 12 hours later, within the territory of Li country, the brutal battle finally came to an end. In order to suppress these monsters, militaries in various places have used a large number of super conventional weapons to bomb all targets, including civilians, indiscriminately. The first to be set on fire, naturally, he is the most threatening 002 imitator. At the same time, the 001 undead, which has been promoted to the third level, has also caused huge casualties to the military. Fortunately, with the 003 loudspeaker research report provided by China for free, all of them wore noise-cancelling and variable frequency military headphones. Restrained 003 loudspeaker. It is dangerous and dangerous, won this tragic battle. Successfully killed 374 monsters from various places and killed most of the 002 imitators. The remaining monsters all fled in all directions, without gathering an army to fight them. Obviously, they also understand that gathering together will only make them die faster. That night, China Monster Research Institute. 200 monster corpses were imported here. The first time transported to the cultivation warehouse, the 12-sided crystal was already full of cracks, trembling slightly, and quickly devouring these monster corpses like someone who has been hungry for several days. A short time, more than 10 monsters were swallowed by the crystal, disappeared without a trace. The cracks on the surface of the crystal are becoming more and more dense. The jasper-colored germ slowly poked its head out, growing quietly. 0.1 centimeter, 0.2 centimeters, 0.3 centimeters. Click, accompanied by a crisp sound. This indestructible 12-sided crystal that cannot be destroyed by any technological means was completely shattered. Tiny roots appeared. They quietly took root on the monster's corpse, hungrily devouring all the energy it can devour. Its devouring speed has increased again. The researchers in the cultivation warehouse looked surprised and frowned. According to this trend, at least 300 monster corpses will be eaten every day. As the seeds grow, its demand for nutrition has obviously doubled. It doesn't matter, the monster corpse is enough. Yang Yimo waved his hand, rich and powerful, around China, but there is still a large group of neighboring countries queuing up to apply for permission to use the Demon Mirror. Demon Mirror, high quality and low price, the experience is perfect. He believes there will be many repeat customers. China's monster import business may become more and more prosperous. 7 days later, Monster Research Institute, training warehouse. After devouring 2,000 monsters in a row, the roots of the 12-sided crystal became stronger and stronger. The jasper-colored germ has gradually grown into branches and stems, about half a meter high appearance, just like a very ordinary plant. It's just that this kind of plant feeds on the corpses of monsters, and its appetite is particularly amazing. What kind of plant is this? Looking at this plant, Yang Yimo frowned slightly, becoming more and more curious. If he were not worried about affecting its growth, he would have taken it out and sliced it for study. Let's wait for it to fully grow first. Yang Moshen suppressed his curiosity and waited quietly. Today, the territory of China is extremely safe. The external neighboring countries also regained control of the country with the assistance of Demon Mirror, and avoided losing control. There are no internal or external worries. He had plenty of time to cultivate the 12-sided crystal. Look what it is. At the same time, while China was peaceful, countries around the world once again faced monster counterattacks, the 003 loud one lurking in the territory of a great country. It has quietly developed to the second level. No more hiding. The first round of 001 undead descended were assembled, and they openly launched an attack on the big city. Plus, the assistance of the 002 imitator hidden in the dark cities after cities, falling one after another. The monsters of the three races unite and cooperate closely. The situation in various countries has plummeted like an avalanche. A short time within these large countries, more than 10 cities fell. Stronger than Wuchang. It also failed to stop the monsters' offensive, and several cities also fell. Tens of millions of people were kidnapped by monsters. played with, humiliated and killed for food. A large number of second-level and third-level monsters were born. If they didn't need a certain amount of time to digest every time they swallowed flesh and blood, they might have been born at the fourth level, for a while. People around the world are once again in panic. Everyone is worried whether their city will fall next. America, Department of Defense, Minister, our cities of Amdin and Nuka were suddenly attacked, and the defenders were unprepared.
Now both cities have fallen.
Jobs listened to the report from his men. Feeling extremely heavy, overnight, the global situation is completely out of control. Hidden monsters. No longer satisfied with the slow development, they all took the initiative to be exposed, and this time the monster is more cunning, directly targeted the cities of Amdin and Nuka. These two cities, one is the economic center of their country, and the other is the technological center of their country. The population is over 10 million. If we continue to use indiscriminate annihilation attacks, we can no longer say that a strong man has broken his wrists, but that he has broken his arms. Injure the enemy 800. The kind that loses 10,000 to oneself. Where is the chosen one? He took a deep breath, looking at the person in charge of the chosen one experimental plan behind him. He asked in a deep voice, when will those chosen ones succeed in breaking through to the third level? A few days ago, the Gu Raising Project achieved a huge breakthrough and raised the first level 3002 imitator from within its body. The third order crystal was taken out, left to those chosen ones for absorption. Chapter 75. The third level chosen one, give me another 3 days. The person in charge of the chosen experimental project also knew that the situation was critical and gritted his teeth. Third order crystal contains terrifying energy. If you try rashly to fuse and absorb, the mortality rate will be extremely high. But a critical moment comes. They have no other choice but to pin their hopes on the third level chosen ones and wait for the savior hero to appear. China Monster Research Institute. Dean, the big countries abroad may be out of control. Zhao Ziyan looked solemn and immediately reported the abnormalities abroad to Yang Imo. 3 races of monsters cooperate with each other. Intimacy. The battle force became more and more powerful, and it once again invaded the superpopulated city. They want to use the infection ability of 001 Undead to mass produce monsters of the same kind. Use this to continuously create armies of fight against humans. His heart can be killed. Don't underestimate these big countries, especially the Wuchang. Yang Imo shook his head, not worried about them losing control. Oh no, the 5 permanent members control 95% of the world's military power, have the ability to flip the table at any time. Before realizing that the situation is out of control, there will definitely be a few small mushrooms delivered to the monster. Let's have a life together between heaven and earth. The eye in the past life. Except for China, other countries have nuclear pacified several of their own cities.
There is one more thing.
Zhao Ziyan glanced at Yang Imo secretly and whispered, after the 3 races of monsters united, several countries led by the Sakura Kingdom called on us, China, to apply for Demon Mirror assistance, but they were all rejected by the Ministry of Foreign Affairs.
International public opinion is now raging, accusing our country of being cold-blooded and disregarding the life and death of our fellow citizens on the earth. Sakura country is the worst critic. Compatriots? After hearing this, Yang Imo couldn't help but twitch the corners of his mouth a few times. Who was a compatriot with them? 100 years ago, when they invaded, they did not treat China as a fellow earthling. Thousands of years ago, when the Tang dynasty was prosperous, they were just a small country, and they didn't even dare to mention the word compatriots. Today, China once again stands on top of the world. They are even less worthy of becoming compatriots with China. Ignore them. Monsters will teach them the dignity of the humble, and how to fear the strong. Yang Imo snorted coldly. Lower your head, continue to read the classic of mountains and seas and study its secrets. 3 days later, the United States, the chosen one experimental base. A clearing. A young man with red hair and blue eyes stood in the air, suspended in midair, with a terrifying aura exuding from his body. Level 3. The world's first level 3 chosen one is finally born. Everyone was excited, hug each other and cheer. After sacrificing more than 50 chosen ones, someone was finally able to successfully absorb the crystal. Entered the third level realm. Is this the realm of the demon general? Jobs raised his head and looked at the young man in amazement. The breath of the latter gave him a palpitating feeling, as if he were looking at a volcano that might erupt at any time, and the ability to awaken in the latter is also very rare. Can control magnetism. At the second level, you can control any metal attack now. I can control the magnetic field within 100 meters radius. The young man felt his own power and said excitedly, "Quick!
Let the analysis researcher from the combat team come and teach him to quickly develop this ability and understand combat skills. Jobs' face lit up and he was pleasantly surprised. This ability. A bit like the legendary Magneto, with extremely strong domain-level abilities, there is huge room for development. America. City of AMD and AS, one of the most important economic centers in the United States. IT has gathered a population of tens of millions and a complete set of scientific and technological facilities, affecting the economic lifeline of the country. But now IT has become a paradise for monsters. The undead 001, who has a sheep's head and a body covered with scales, wanders around from time to time, torturing and killing humans. Have fun with IT in such a uniquely blessed environment. More and more 001 undead have climbed to the second level and gained the ability to infect and assimilate. Each second level undead can assimilate one human being per day, erase its original consciousness, convert to the same race. The number of third level undead that can be infected and assimilated per day is 10. In this case, the number of monsters in Amden City is increasing at a terrifying speed. The emotion of despair. It permeated the surviving crowds throughout the city. No one knows whether they will be the next food chosen by monsters. Boom boom boom. Suddenly, with the roar, military helicopters, fighter jets, and drone swarms quietly surrounded the entire city. Roar, the monsters screamed through the sky, echoing from city to city. In an instant, the glass of the window was shattered, and a terrifying amplitude shrouded it. Countless people were bleeding from their orifices and their internal organs were shattered, died suddenly on the spot. Countless people died, but the American military was not affected at all, and several divisions were dispatched at the same time from the ground and in the air in parallel. Enter the city, launched a general offensive. The monsters smiled ferociously, but they did not panic at all. After several months, many of the 001 undead who arrived first have climbed to the third level. The defense is extremely terrifying, not afraid of the intensive firepower of the US military. Bravely enter the formation. The 003 loudspeaker, who had just been promoted to the second level, followed closely behind, punching one by one with terrifying power. Blood mist is flying. However, the US military survived the initial panic, quickly stabilized its formation, and decisively launched large-scale weapons. Boom. 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 Anti-radiation Sidewinder missiles, AGM-179 joint surface-to-air missiles, AM-152 long-range surface-to-air missiles, F-15EX Eagle strike fighter jets and other large weapons are fully activated to fight back. IT started suddenly. For a while, the monster's offensive is contained, and the offensive and defensive positions change, but the same thing, after completely letting go, the number of civilian casualties in the entire city is rising rapidly. Most of them were buried under military fire. Damn it. The Americans don't care about these civilians anymore. Let's disperse first and don't conflict with them head on. A 003 loudspeaker roared angrily and decisively changed his strategy, scattered in all directions. However, in the sky. A young man with red hair and blue eyes walked through the air with oneself deep into their heartlands. Kill him. A third-level undead came up to him, roaring and wanting to tear the young man apart, but the next second, he only felt the blood around him crazily rewinding and pouring into his brain. Death instantly. It's more than that. The monsters near the young man seemed to be cursed. They all held their heads and howled in pain. Die. A second-level 003 loudspeaker endured the pain and threw a punch of hundreds of tons, but it hit the young man, but it didn't cause any harm. On the contrary, his fist suffered a huge backlash, exploded on the spot. Chapter 76. The United States has regained its confidence. What is China doing recently? The monster's pupils trembled slightly and it retreated in horror, but the young man did not intend to let him go. Clench a fist with your backhand, return the favor. He also threw a punch. Or bang. The terrifying power hit this 003 loudspeaker, beat it into blood mist. Half a day later, the fighting gradually subsided. With the cooperation of young people and the military, most of the monsters that occupied Amden City were killed. The remaining monsters, all of them scattered, escaped the city. Amden City has returned to the control of the United States, the first time. The U.S. Department of Defense held a press conference to announce the good news to the world, and a scene of the young man's battle was also released. Entering the second and third level monsters is like entering a deserted land. In this battle, we killed a total of 2,421 monsters. Press conference scene. Looking at the camera, Jobs said proudly, Steve alone killed 874 monsters, most of which were second and third level monsters. Steve It is the name of the young man. The magnetism he has mastered has been analyzed by the scientific research team and has developed a variety of combat techniques. Using the magnetic field, you can offset the gravity of the earth and fly in the air. Strengthening magnetic energy can create an invisible protective force field on your body that isolates matter and energy. It is also possible to manipulate metal atoms to combine with other atoms at the subatomic level, thereby manipulating matter. The trace amounts of iron atoms in the blood of any living creature can also be controlled by the magnetic field, causing the blood to flow backwards, counteracting the brain, and killing the enemy instantly. That's why only Steve can crush the 001 undead, which is also the third level. They are both at the third level, but they are also strong and weak. Next, Steve will join us to continue the battle in Nuka City and rescue the civilians enslaved by monsters. To the global audience, Jobs was full of confidence and solemnly declared, "Walking with heroes, the great United States will be immortal forever." It didn't take long. Countries around the world, they all saw the press conferences of the United States one after another and learned the news that the United States had regained the city of Amden. A moment, global shock. This news can be described as exciting. It gives a shot in the arm to all countries. The United States has told them through actions that as long as a third-level transcendent is born, monsters are not invincible. Steve, he is also known as the strongest extraordinary person in the world. Countless people regarded him as the savior and gained a large number of fans. Under the monster crisis, people around the world desperately need a spiritual icon, and Steve meets all the requirements perfectly. Steve is so strong. I watched the video. This is a completely crushing combat power. As expected of a superpower, in just 5 days, he transformed from a monster to a monster. Take back the city of Amden. In other words, as long as we in Gaul can give birth to third-level extraordinary beings, we should be able to recover the 4 fallen cities. Is it still too late for me to become an American citizen? People of all countries exceedingly excited. Don't hesitate to praise and praise. Everyone's eyes are focused on the United States, although China passed the third round first, but it was automatically ignored by countries around the world, and those countries that China refused to assist with the demon mirror. At this time, he even seized the opportunity to ridicule China. China is so pretentious, I really thought it would be impossible without them. It's just that there is no sense of responsibility as a big country. Our Sakura country is also a neighboring country. What's wrong with providing us with demon mirror assistance? It's not like we don't pay. Third-level transcendent, crushing super combat power, and cooperate with the United States in terms of military strength. I feel that the United States also has a chance to get a perfect SSS rating this time. Can you please come to us and help us suppress the monsters? Led by Sakura country, these countries show their loyalty to the United States by flattering others and suppressing others, trying to gain support from the United States. To deal with the domestic monster crisis. 2 days later, America, with Steve's assistance, the military recaptured Nuka City again, beheaded more than 3,000 monsters, rescued more than 12 million people who were enslaved by monsters in Nuka City. Minister, the states have heard that more than 900,000 civilians have died this time, and public resentment is widespread, and demonstrations have been launched in many places. The secretary smiled bitterly and reported on the domestic situation. Jobs was stunned for a moment, the corners of his mouth twitched. After a while, you cursed, "A bunch of unruly people." If they hadn't taken action, those 12 million people would still be under the control of the monster. Let the monster develop further. It won't be long, these 12 million people will have their consciousness wiped out and assimilated into the 001 undead. The consequences are disastrous. As for the civilian casualties during the fighting, only hundreds of thousands of people died. As long as the United States can continue and move towards new life, everything will be worth it. How is the situation abroad? After Jobs calmed down, he asked again. Foreign countries have learned that we have recaptured Nuka City. Now they are even more excited than us. The foreign ministries of various countries have contacted us, hoping that we can provide them with assistance. The secretary said quickly. Hearing this, Jobs finally smiled. 2 battles in succession, the United States once again gained high international prestige and proved its international status. His confidence, which had been hit many times by China, has also been restored. Finally, the United States is about to catch up with China. By the way, what is Huaxia doing recently? Thinking of this, Jobs couldn't help but ask. The third round of trials has just begun, and China has already cleared out all the 003 loudspeakers. Since now, half a month has passed. Speak of, thanks to China's research and analysis report on 003 loudspeaker, they were able to restrain 003's sonic attack. Otherwise, we wouldn't have regained those 2 cities so quickly. They have been providing monster mirror assistance services to neighboring countries. The secretary looked a little weird and guessed, I feel like they are very short of monster corpses.
The art lack of monster corpses?
Jobs was a little stunned. Aren't monster corpses everywhere? Soon he then realized that China had already cleared out the 001 undead in the first round. Monsters cannot proliferate.
China should be controlling the situation in neighboring countries.
He pondered for a moment and murmured, in Asia, except for China, the surrounding neighboring countries are now in a precarious situation.
In response to the monster crisis, China is doing very well, but in the surrounding neighboring countries, the number of monsters is rising crazily. If you don't control the game, sooner or later, it will get out of control, and a large army of monsters will be born to attack China. In fact, dozens of small countries around the world have perished, and a large number of monsters are constantly being produced in their territory. You will notify the United Nations to convene a meeting of the 5 permanent members to discuss the continuation of human civilization. Jobs took a deep breath, with strong ambition in his eyes. China, around the Control Bureau, but what he wants is to control the world and let the United States gain greater benefits from it. Chapter 77 Nuclear Bomb Cleaning Operation, China Monster Research Institute. Dean, your tea. Zhao Ziyan walked into Yang Mo's office with the hot tea in hand. Put it on the table. Yang Mo lowered his head to study the classic of mountains and seas without raising his head.
President, the cabinet has just handed down a document saying that the United States has convened the 5 permanent leaders and plans to hold a global meeting.
After discussion, China has decided not to participate in this meeting. Zhao Ziyan put down.
While reporting. In these few days, the global situation is turbulent. A third-level chosen one was born in the United States, and 2 fallen cities were recovered one after another. Kill a lot of monsters. Global prestige greatly increased, just like the sun is rising.
Didn't you participate?
Yang Mo put down the classic of mountains and seas and was a little surprised. Decision of the cabinet. It coincides with him. Although the country has been cleared of monsters, the threat of the civilization trial has not disappeared. China now. We need to concentrate on quickly digesting controllable nuclear fusion, improving our scientific and technological strength, and enhancing our own foundation. As for international prestige, it is no longer important because, after interrogating the young Demon Clan in the past few days, he had already come up with an even crazier idea. As long as the third important weapon of the country can be built, China's opponents will no longer be limited to the earth. Yang Mo muttered to himself, his eyes bright. Deep in his eyes, there is endless ambition quietly surging, no longer limited to the earth? Zhao Ziyan blinked, a little confused, but the gray fog has blocked us, and no spacecraft can escape from the earth.
Yang Mo smiled slightly without explaining too much. He asked, is there any new progress on the crystal side?
Now, the third round of trials is on the 14th day. The 12-sided crystal, it has swallowed more than 4,000 monster corpses. It has grown to 2 meters high, with lush branches and leaves, but there are no signs of flowering and fruiting yet. Zhao Ziyan sighed, looking a little depressed. Just wait patiently. Yang Mo shrugged and said with a smile, after all, it is something that the Queen Mother of the West once cultivated.
It will definitely not be easy to succeed.
Zhao Ziyan nodded. Then I suddenly remembered something, and continued to report, oh, by the way, the Ministry of Science and Technology has started to build a controllable nuclear fusion energy station, and it is expected to be completed within half a month.
Among them is an energy station located in Linzi.
When Yang Mo's expression lit up and he couldn't help but show joy. Controllable nuclear fusion. The country has been digesting it for so long and finally took action. This also means the Ministry of Science and Technology has initially mastered the application method of controllable nuclear fusion energy. This can be fed back into various fields. One of them was built in Linzi. Obviously, IT was prepared for that mysterious stone tablet. Only when the energy storage is sufficient, the stone tablet can be activated again, and he can enter Jixia Academy for the second time. 3 days later, the United States, large meeting room. After receiving the call from the United States, all the major powers around the world gathered here. Into the countries of Gaul and Sakura responded most actively. China is absent. Jobs glanced at the representatives of various countries, his face a little unhappy.
China is like this.
Once it achieves something, it is complacent. The representative of Sakura country took the initiative to get close to Jobs, smiled and flattered. You don't need to pay too much attention to them, the rest are here, it doesn't matter whether they come or not.
Representatives from other countries saw the situation. Also spoke one after another, follow Sakura country and praised the United States. Jobs looked at the crowd, the corners of his mouth twitched a few times, and a trace of disgust flashed in his eyes. Later, the meeting officially begins. As the initiator, Steve Jobs was the first to stand up and speak. Since the civilization trial, monsters have arrived one after another, causing the global situation to become increasingly corrupt. Now, we have entered the third round. In addition to big countries like us, there are hundreds of small countries struggling on the line of life and death, and dozens of small countries have perished. The words just fell. The expressions of the representatives from various countries changed slightly, and they were all a little ugly. Actually, the situation in each of their countries is not optimistic. Only by relying on strong control and troops, the situation was able to be stabilized. It will not collapse like those small countries. After those small countries perished, the people completely lost their ability to resist and became a paradise for monsters to be born. Jobs scanned the audience with a cold look. In some small countries, even the fourth level 001 undead have been born, which is a huge threat to human civilization. Here, I would like to appeal to everyone to take the initiative to assume the responsibility of a major country. It is our duty to maintain global security, said. Jobs paused and said in a deep voice, I propose to launch a nuclear strike to purify all monsters. The words have not yet finished. Everyone in the house was shocked. Representatives from various countries looked at Jobs in horror, their hearts trembling slightly. A nuclear strike? It's only the third round. Has human civilization been forced to this point? It's just, although those small countries have perished, there are still a large number of civilians in their territory. Rough calculation. At least 1 billion people. Don't worry, we in the United States are not that crazy yet. Jobs seemed to have guessed what everyone was thinking, and continued, these countries have been invaded by monsters and a large number of people are homeless. I hope that everyone can shoulder the responsibility of a big country and take the initiative to accept these billion refugees. Adhering to the principle of voluntariness, they can join whichever country they want to join. Everyone heard this. The expression moved slightly. I finally figured it out. The United States convened a meeting, and it turned out that they were waiting here. Among the countries in the world now, China and the United States are the most powerful. This way, the choice of those 1 billion refugees is already conceivable. They will all fall into the arms of the United States and promote the crazy expansion of the United States around the world. What? Jobs glanced at everyone and asked coldly, do you have any opinions on my proposal? Hearing this, representatives from various countries remained silent and lowered their heads. Didn't dare to speak. In that case, let's vote. Everyone looked at each other, raising placards one after another. Vote. Final. The 42 countries present unanimously approved the proposal. Then I announced that in 7 days, all countries will cooperate to carry out nuclear bomb cleaning operations. Jobs took a deep breath and read out a long list of names of small countries. These small countries, they are all small countries that have been declared dead by the trials of civilization. There are a few more, currently on the verge of struggle, not destroyed, but they have offended their country in the past. Chapter 78, The Loki Development of China, the Sacred Wood Mandui. And within these 7 days, people in these small countries can choose to join any of these 42 countries, get the corresponding nationality, become a legal citizen, accept the blessings of this country. Well, our Sakura country is almost unable to bear it. 9 cities have fallen. Can Steve come to our country? After the meeting, the representative of Sakura country found Jobs and asked in a low voice, sorry. Jobs had no expression on his face and flatly refused. Steve needs to guard our country, and there is no way to travel to other countries in a short period of time. Although Sakura country is very obedient, always following them in the United States, but now is a critical moment, and they themselves are not enough of this world-class combat-powered IT is even less possible to help other countries. China, when the United States is plotting to carve up the world, IT is calm here, far away from the center of all storms. Stability. Peaceful. Be at peace with the world. 1.4 billion people are living and working normally as usual. In the global environment of corruption. This place looks like the legendary Peach Blossom Spring, Cloud City. In a certain community, and opened the door and returned home, still holding the vegetables and beef bought from the vegetable market. Husband, I bought your favorite dish. After entering the door, she hugged her husband and walked straight into the kitchen, start cooking skillfully. Not long after. A few plates of fragrant Sichuan cuisine were placed on the dining table. Annie, your cooking skills are getting better and better, and you have actually learned all our Sichuan cuisine.
The husband's face was full of surprise and he did not hesitate to praise him. The look in my wife's eyes, it is also full of pampering and love. He and Annie met while studying in the United States, after studying abroad, and followed him back to China, got married, and settled here. Even the nationality has officially joined China. Let's eat. And smiled softly and turned on the TV. She knows, this is my husband's habit. He likes to read some current affairs news while eating.
The United States actually wants to launch nuclear bombs to cleanse those small countries?
While the husband was eating, he suddenly frowned, commented, "This is Sima Zhao's intention for the United States.
Everyone knows it.
It is clear that he wants to take the opportunity to swallow up those small countries and strengthen himself." Finished. He couldn't help but look at his wife and suddenly realized that his wife was also an American.
It doesn't matter.
And smiled bitterly and said sadly, "Since the monster invaded the city of Amdon, I have no relatives in the United States."
Although the United States quickly recaptured the city, but all her relatives were lost in that battle and there was no news at all. Maybe he was eaten by a monster, maybe he was infected and assimilated by a monster, or maybe he died in the hands of the American military. You still have me.
The husband held his wife's hand and comforted her gently. Annie wiped the red and swollen corners of her eyes, picked up the remote control, and changed the channel. Just right, switch to the technology channel. On the TV, the host's magnetic voice came out. Now broadcast this news. Recently, our country plans to build 3 controllable nuclear fusion energy stations. It is understood that only 2 energy stations can meet the supply of all energy in the country. Breakthroughs in energy technology have broken the shackles of science and technology and brought about rapid development in other fields in our country. In the field of artificial intelligence, the first joint application of ultrasound and intelligence systems.
The bioprocessor platform will be launched soon.
The domestic application of monster materials has broken through to the 0.1 nanometer level for the first time. Construction robot technology is mature, and robots may be used in batches in future infrastructure projects. Bionic hydrogen battery can transport and store hydrogen at normal temperature and pressure with the help of bacteria. Photonic chip field. Listen to the news. The 2 people who were eating couldn't help but look at each other. They are not related professionals and cannot understand these cutting-edge scientific and technological information at all. All I know is, China seems to have been developing in a low-key manner, and its technological level is rising faster than they imagined.
We in China are really awesome.
And swallowed her saliva and said with a complicated expression, having lived in China for more than 10 years, she already has a certain sense of belonging and identification with this country. Even Chinese, I speak it very fluently, more proficient than my native language. Coupled with the emergence of civilization trials, she felt even more fortunate that she had met her husband and followed him to join China. Now, there are probably countless people from all over the world trying to get into China, but they were all turned away. Extraordinary times. China has clearly announced that it has closed its borders and only those with Chinese nationality can enter. A person who has voluntarily given up Chinese nationality, even if he has Chinese ancestry, you can't enter China now. Monster Research Institute. Cultivation warehouse. A plant about 3 meters tall and covered with cross-shaped spikes is growing quietly. It seems ordinary, but its thick roots are rooted in the corpses of monsters hungrily absorbing nutrients. Still no movement? Zhao Ziyan observed carefully for a moment, shook her head and left. This is one of her daily tasks, check the growth progress of the seed and report it to Yang Mo. However, just when she turned around, on a certain branch of the plant in the cultivation warehouse, a flower bud grew quietly. It finally bloomed. This bottomless pit ate up to 5,000 monsters. It's just that this flower bud feels a bit strange. Why does it look like a chip? Having said that, I also think it looks like a chip, with no basic structure of a flower bud. What kind of plant is this? The branches are full of sharp thorns, and the flowers are so weird. Outside the cultivation warehouse. A group of researchers and botanists quickly gathered around and started a heated discussion while staring at the buds. This plant, does it look like anything existing on Earth? Other plants are blooming. It suddenly grew a tiny chip-shaped bud. If they were not worried about damaging its growth state, they would all want to take off the chip and slice it for study. This is, Zhao Ziyan looked surprised and hurried to Yang Mo's office, reported the situation. Hear the words, Yang Mo rushed to the training warehouse immediately. Everyone saw this, they all gave way. Holy Mumandui. Yang Mo's eyes were shining and he was very excited. Yes, it is Holy Mumandui.
Everyone was stunned. A botanist reacted, hurriedly picked up The Classic of Mountains and Seas and read through it quickly. Finally, relevant records about Holy Momandui were found in the Haniai Shijing. Ps. The new book issue is tentatively scheduled to have 2 chapters per day. When it goes on the shelves next week, it will be updated with 20,000 words per day. It will be enough. Chapter 79, The Identity of Queen Mother of the West, a Great Scientist Among the Demon Clan? In the north of Kaming, there are the Shiro tree, the pearl tree, the jade tree, and the immortal tree. The Phoenix Emperor and the Luan bird all wear hats. There are also Liju, Muhi, Cypress, Ganshui, and sacred trees. Mandui, one day, Tingmuyagio. Everyone came forward, looking at this text repeatedly. My eyes became brighter and brighter. Holy Momandui, hard blowjob. The appearance coincides with the plant they cultivated. Lingmu refers to the tall and straight tree body, while Fangjiao refers to the tree body with many barbs and intertwined canines. Combined with the above, Kaming refers to the Kaming beast, which is a member of the demon clan that has descended. He lived in ancient Kunlun and was one of the 2 capable generals under the Queen Mother of the West. Responsibility, it is to guard these magical plants. Have we really cultivated what Queen Mother she wanted? I thought of this, everyone swallowed and couldn't help but look at each other. Can't hide the shock in my heart. The Queen Mother of the West lived secretly in the Kunlun Mountains and enslaved the ancient ancestors. What they wanted to cultivate was actually recreated by them. Ancient mythology. It actually came to reality. But why? The flowers blooming on the holy wood Mandui look like chips. Zhao Ziyan on the side was a little confused and couldn't help but ask, the buds on this plant are different, looks weird. It is completely inconsistent with the normal growth rules of plants. The original text said it, after taking the fruit of Holy Momandui, people can increase their wisdom, and the Queen Mother of the West is a demon clan. Logically speaking, what you practice is the method of the demon clan, but the chip is a product of the field of science and technology. I don't understand this either. Yang Emo frowned slightly, and many doubts flashed in his eyes. The Queen Mother of the West, immortal tree seed, 12-sided crystal, Holywood Mandui. Obviously everything is correct, but something feels wrong again. Is the Queen Mother of the West a powerful scientist from the demon clan who came to ancient China to occupy the Kunlun Mountains for the purpose of conducting biotechnology research? Zhao Ziyan blinked and suddenly thought Yang Mo. The corners of his mouth twitched a few times. Some people are amazed at Zhao Ziyan's imagination, but he did not directly deny her guess, but took a deep breath, said in a deep voice, if you want to know the answer, you can only cultivate the bud first and see what its final form is. Time passes slowly. 4 days later, the United States, Department of Defense. Minister, in the past 7 days, we have received more than 80 million people from various countries. The secretary looked at jobs and reported excitedly, among them are elites, scientific researchers, and theorists in various fields. Talent, the scene. It's just like 70 years at Go.at the time. They also took advantage of the global chaos to absorb high-end talents from all over the world. Einstein and others are one of the important talents. It is precisely because of that wave of operations, this led to the unprecedented development of science and technology in the United States, establishing its status as a superpower in one fell swoop. God help our country, America. The corners of Jobs' lips curled up, equally excited. Those 80 million people are just gifts. What he really cares about are these high-end talents. With them, the development of the United States will go further, even try to imitate China and develop super large weapons against monsters, double cultivation of extraordinary and technology, embark on a path of unprecedented greatness. It's almost time. He took a deep breath and looked at his secretary. You notify other countries and follow the scheduled plan to lock the countries on the list and launch the corresponding number of missiles. Nuclear warhead. This nuclear strike. He listed dozens of countries. After analysis and research by weapons science experts, the corresponding number of nuclear equivalents has been formulated. To ensure that the monsters within its territory can be completely destroyed. 3 hours later, the United States takes the lead, the other 3 permanent members cooperate, and other countries respond. Nuclear bomb cleaning plan. Start quietly. Hundreds of nuclear warheads were launched from the territory of the 4 permanent countries, including the United States and Gaul, to carry out precise strikes against the countries on the list. Within each country, mushroom clouds rise into the sky. The terrifying light and heat energy melted everything in the center. Massive nuclear radiation. It
filled the air and caused countless casualties, and those monsters that descended also died in painful wails, even the fourth level. No exception. The most powerful weapon of human technological civilization has once again demonstrated its terrifying lethality. It truly purifies everything. At the same time, China Monster Research Institute, 46 countries have all become hell on earth. Yang Mo looked at the images transmitted back by the satellite inside. Mushroom clouds bloom quietly, ended the monster crisis in various countries. Likewise, it also ended this country, and the United States. In this nuclear attack, it can be said to be the biggest winner. Not only has it achieved high international prestige, but it has also attracted a large number of high-end talents. Leave it to normal times, China will definitely take action to compete with it, but the test of civilization is coming. China is now focused on development and only wants to fully digest controllable nuclear fusion technology, convert it into technological heritage. To realize the complete science fiction heaven plan as soon as possible. Dean. There is new progress in the culture chamber. The chip fell off the plant automatically. At this moment, Zhao Ziyan hurriedly ran in. What? Yang Mo stood up suddenly, surprised. No hesitation, take Zhao Ziyan and rushed to the training warehouse. Outside the cultivation warehouse, the researchers entered the warehouse and took out the chip that fell off. Of the crowd quickly gathered around, looking at it curiously. A fingernail size, the whole body is covered with complex components, and it also carries some energy fluctuations. Such a precise structure, the number of internal components may have exceeded the photolithography machine that can be produced by current human technology. It also has slight energy fluctuations. It should be a type of energy chip. 7,000 monster corpses have finally been cultivated. Is this what Queen Mother she wants? Dean, the Dean is here. Everyone was having a heated discussion. After seeing Yang Mo quickly gave way to a path. It's the chips that are ripe, not the fruit. Yang Mo looked at the chip, which was the size of a fingernail, and subconsciously looked at Zhao Ziyan behind him. Could it be that the Queen Mother of the West is really a great scientist among the Demon Clan? The Queen Mother of the West, a monster clan, is doing research on science and technology and civilization instead of doing business. He swallowed. After a while, just then he came back to his senses and told everyone, let's test its function first. Ancient secrets. It's too long ago and confusing. Urgent priority. It is to analyze and test the chip to see its internal structure and chip functions. Ps. Thank you for your support. In the current new book issue, 2 chapters will be updated every day. When it is released next week, it will be updated with 20,000 words a day. Chapter 80 Human Gene Database, the cornerstone of the National Ascension Plan. Following Yang Mo's order, the entire institute took action, started chipboard level testing, material testing, wafer CP testing, FT testing, SLT testing, functional testing, and other projects. 1 day later, researchers from various fields crowded into the dean's office excitedly. In their hands. This is a detailed chip analysis report. Dean, we have made statistics on the internal components of the Mandui chip. It contains at least 1,000 billion transistors, which exceeds the limit of chips that modern civilization can create. Its material is not a traditional silicon wafer, it is a new type of unknown material. The CP test shows that its performance is at the extreme optimal state, and it can execute any complex arithmetic instructions and real-life interactive instructions. In the SLT test, its input pipe applies the required excitation signal frequency, which is always maintained above the peak value. Everyone came up in turn. Forward, report their respective test analysis results. Every result. If word spreads, it will be enough to cause a global sensation. The performance of this chip that grows from a tree completely exceeds the limits of chips that can be produced by today's technological civilization. All aspects of testing are top-notch. It can be called the most perfect chip in the world. Dean, we also found that the Mandui chip carries 120,000 genetic information, which exactly corresponds to the genetic sequence of the 23 pairs of chromosomes in the human body. A domestic genetics researcher, the old professor, also stepped forward, trembling with excitement. 120,000 genes, do you know what this means? As soon as he finished speaking, the other researchers' eyes widened. A glance at each other, the focus was on the old professor. Everyone's face, they are all filled with shock and disbelief. What does it mean? Zhao Ziyan blinked, not quite understanding everyone's reaction. It means that it contains the complete human genetic database. Yang Mo looked at the fanatical old professor and answered for him. The genetics of modern scientific and technological civilization has not existed since its establishment 100 years ago. The research on human genes has remained at the 1% level. In the past life, when Chinese scientists formulated the science fiction heaven plan, they included the ultimate concept of nationwide ascension. The purpose is, everyone is like a dragon, and the whole country will rise among them. The most difficult level to overcome is the field of human genes. Countless scientists in previous lives have worked hard to research frantically from monsters and rewards items from civilization trials. The corresponding genetic technology could not be found. Eventually, the idea of nationwide ascension was put on hold and was not studied further. I didn't expect this genetic technology that China had longed for in the previous life was actually hidden in the 12-sided crystal. It's a pity. The test of civilization in the previous life came fiercely, and all countries tried every means to continue civilization with the help of a 12-sided crystal. They are all forced to embark on the extraordinary path. No one has discovered the connection between the 12-sided crystals recorded in the Classic of Mountains and Seas and the Immortal Tree. If we can decipher these 120,000 genetic messages, our country's genetic research will enter a whole new field.
Yang Mo took a deep breath and quietly tightened his grip.
Fist, maybe the concept of national ascension that he could not complete in his previous life, he can perfect it in this life and put it into practice. Zhao Ziyan swallowed. After listening to Yang Mo's explanation, she finally understood why everyone was so happy and excited. This chip, it contains a complete treasure of human genes. Dean, our functional testing has also made new discoveries. Following, another researcher came forward and submitted a research report. When we were performing functional tests on the Mandui chip, we captured weak and long special energy fluctuations.
It seems to be autonomous. The ability to modify genetic information.
Hearing this, Yang Mo's expression moved slightly, and he subconsciously took the report from the other party's hand. He flipped through quickly. I am the report. The functional test status of the chip is described in detail, and it seems that it can be integrated into the human body, automatically modify genetic information.
Is this what Queen Mother she really wants?
His heart sank, and he had a vague guess. The Queen Mother of the West lived secretly in Kunlun Mountain, cultivated many magical plants from immortal trees, and sent 2 enlightened beasts to guard her. Purpose, most likely it is for the Mandui chip. What he doesn't understand is, as a demon clan, why does the Queen Mother of the West want the Mandui chip to know? The body structure of the demon race is completely different from that of the human race.
Dean, I think it is necessary to conduct human experiments.
The researcher suddenly said, to understand the function of the Mandui chip, only experiments can find the truth. Everyone heard this, they couldn't help but look at each other. Soon a consensus was reached. I think this experiment is very necessary to do. You really need to experiment. Yang Mo nodded and said thoughtfully, but the experimental subject, he glanced at everyone. Mandui chip, unknown and mysterious. No one can say whether there will be any uncontrollable situations in the experiment. I'll do it.
Let me do it. You are only in your 30s. You are still young. I am a lot older. Dean, let me do it.
I am the only one in my family. The researchers present raised their hands one after another. Scramble. They are all willing to serve as guinea pigs and accept the experiment of Mandui chip. As a scientific researcher, each of them have the spirit of dedicating themselves to science and sacrificing everything.
Dean, let me do it. While Yang Mo was hesitant, Zhao Ziyan's voice sounded quietly. You?
Yang Mo frowned slightly. Forget about the scientific researchers. He didn't expect that Zhao Ziyan would also compete to be the guinea pig.
Among the people present, I am the youngest and the most energetic.
Zhao Ziyan nodded and said seriously, the effect of the chip on me should be the most ideal. You can monitor the clearest and most accurate experimental data feedback. Just a moment ago, she has thought it through. A Mandui chip. It took 2 months. It was born after devouring 7,000 monsters, extremely valuable, and it is related to state secrets. Choosing a death row prisoner would, on the one hand, risk exposing the Mandui chip, and on the other hand, it would be difficult to get active cooperation from the experimenter. In case the other party conceals something, the chip is almost wasted. The safest way is to select from within the institute. Loyalty is absolutely guaranteed, and she, besides Yang Mo and the researchers, she was the core staff member who participated in the entire process of cultivating the 12-sided crystal. Learn all the information about the chip. It is most suitable to be this experimental subject.
Have you thought about it? Yang Yamo looked deeply at Zhao Ziyan. I've thought about it.
Zhao Ziyan met Yang Mo's gaze, her gaze firm without any flickering. Everyone present, they are all national-level researchers and play an important role in monster research, and Yang Mo is the backbone of the institute. Only her performing secretarial work is not irreplaceable. Take 10,000 steps back. Even if something goes wrong with the experiment, there will not be much loss to the institute.